Chapter 11. Xiaoman's Smiling Face. Before dawn, dark gray clouds hung low over the city. Jiang Feng had already quietly gotten out of bed. He had barely slept a wink all night. His eyes were dark and swollen, but his mind was unusually tense due to his anticipation and anxiety for the day. His first action was to rush into the kitchen and nervously lift the damp cloth covering the wontons. Thank goodness. The wontons weren't stuck together, and there was no noticeable odor. In the dim morning light, the little creatures he had personally wrapped, of varying sizes, lay quietly on the lightly flowered wooden board, like soldiers awaiting inspection. He breathed a sigh of relief and carefully carried the board, wontons and all, out of the kitchen. Next, I prepared the soup base. I sliced ginger, processed the white parts of the scallions I had collected, carefully removing any yellowed parts, and scooped out a small piece of solidified lard for later use. I filled a small thermos with water. Everything proceeded smoothly, and my movements were much more practiced than yesterday. Daddy. Xiaoman rubbed her eyes and appeared at the kitchen door, hugging her teddy bear. She had woken up exceptionally early today. Xiaoman's awake? Jiang Feng put down what he was holding, wiped his hands, and squatted down. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Xiaoman shook her head, her big eyes looking at the wontons on the wooden board, then at her father's busy figure, and asked softly, Daddy, is the stroller still singing today? She was referring to the creaking sound of the stroller. Jiang Feng's heart softened, and he smiled as he pinched her little cheek. Sing. But Daddy will oil it today so it will sing softer. He took out the little bit of engine oil left over from yesterday, intending to add some more to the wheel bearings before leaving the house to reduce noise. After quickly washing Xiaoman up, Jiang Feng fed her some leftover porridge from last night. He then hastily ate a few mouthfuls of cold, steamed bun himself. He looked at his daughter and hesitated. Yesterday, he had left her home alone, and she had secretly run away, giving him a fright. Today, Xiaoman, he asked tentatively, how about going to the alley entrance with Daddy today? But you have to promise Daddy that you'll sit obediently in the back of the car and not run around, okay? Really? Xiaoman's eyes lit up like stars, her little face beaming with joy. She nodded vigorously, okay. Xiaoman will be good. Xiaoman won't run around. Help Daddy watch the car. Seeing his daughter's undisguised joy and anticipation, Jiang Feng felt a little relieved of the heavy anxiety in his heart. He wrapped his daughter in her favorite light pink bear-patterned cotton coat and put a woolen hat on her, covering her up completely, leaving only her big, bright, excited eyes showing. Let's go. Jiang Feng picked up Xiaoman and placed her in a small space he had specially left behind the cart's control panel, padded with an old blanket. Then he carefully secured the pots and pans filled with ingredients. He took a deep breath and pushed the old cart that carried all of his and Xiaoman's hopes. Squeak, squeak. The wheels, now lubricated, made a slightly quieter noise, but it was still jarring. In the stillness of dawn, the sound carried far. Jiang Feng pushed the stroller, with Xiaoman sitting obediently behind, her little hands gripping the edge of the stroller tightly, her big eyes curiously and excitedly surveying the still sleeping streets and the dark buildings on either side. The biting wind felt like knives cutting into his face. Jiang Feng was only wearing a faded jacket, his fingers stiff with cold. But the warm breath of his daughter behind him and the occasional small gasps of surprise were like a small heater against his back. Dad, it's not even dawn yet. Dad, that light is so bright. Pointing to the headlights of a passing car. Dad, the birds are chirping. Xiaoman's tender voice rang out in the crisp air, dispelling the chill of dawn and the gloom in Jiang Feng's heart. He responded softly to his daughter, his steps seeming to quicken. As they reached the alley entrance, the sky was just beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. Other vendors arrived one after another, pushing their carts. When they saw Jiang Feng pushing that old cart again, with his daughter wrapped up like a little dumpling, the old lady selling tea eggs and the man selling savory pancakes both cast kind glances their way. Oh, you brought your little girl along too, the old lady greeted. Good morning, Grandma. Good morning, big brother. Jiang Feng replied with a smile, parking the stroller in the same spot as yesterday under the sycamore tree. He took Xiaoman down and settled her in a more sheltered corner behind the stroller, propping her up with a small stool, and then gave her the teddy bear. Xiaoman, be a good girl, sit here and watch daddy work, okay? Okay. Xiaoman nodded vigorously, hugged the teddy bear, and sat up straight like a little guard, her big eyes watching her father busy at work. Jiang Feng immediately started a fire and set up a pot. He poured water from the thermos into the small pot, added ginger slices and scallion whites, and turned on the heat. Then he scooped out a small piece of pure white lard and put it into the pot. As the temperature rose, the lard melted and a rich aroma rose again. This time, thanks to the ingredient optimization slight effect, the aroma of the lard seemed even purer and more enticing. In the cool morning breeze, the warm and mellow aroma of caramelized oil, mixed with the savory flavor of ginger and scallions, spread rapidly in all directions like invisible tentacles. The alleyway began to bustle. Office workers, students, elderly people returning from their morning exercise, the flow of people gradually increased. Many people were attracted by the unique fragrance, their eyes turning to the old cart under the sycamore tree, to the busy young figure, and to the little girl behind him sitting upright, hugging a teddy bear, her big eyes full of seriousness and expectation. Xiaoman's presence was like a silent, warm light, illuminating the humble stall. Although she sat quietly, her innocent smile, though her little face was flushed from the cold wind, and her complete trust and dependence on her father, subtly dispelled the sense of distrust brought about by the dilapidated cart and the stall owner's youth. Jiang Feng carefully slid the wontons into the bubbling broth. The thin wrappers became translucent under the heat, revealing the golden filling. Bright green scallions were sprinkled on top. The aroma reached its peak at that moment. He took a deep breath and, facing the surging crowd, shouted in a voice louder and more confident than yesterday. Clear broth wontons. Hot clear broth wontons. 10 yuan a bowl. This time, his voice was no longer lonely. As if receiving a command, Xiaoman immediately straightened her back and, trying her best to imitate her father, called out to passers-by in her clear, childlike voice. Wontons. Delicious wontons. Dad made them. They're so tasty. The child's innocent voice, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly created ripples in the noisy alleyway. Chapter 12. Xiaoman's clear, slightly childlike cries, like the purest wind chimes of early morning, instantly pierced through the noise of the alleyway. This sound was so special, so infectious. Unlike the mercenary shouts of adult vendors, it was filled with the purest joy and pride of children. Daddy made it. It's so delicious. Countless eyes were drawn to the sound and focused on it. The first thing people noticed was the old, creaking handcart under the sycamore tree. But then their attention was immediately drawn to the small figure behind the cart wrapped up in a pink cotton-padded coat like a little ball, with a small face reddened by the cold wind peeking out from under a woolen hat, and bright, dark eyes that shone amazingly. The little girl was hugging an old teddy bear, trying to puff out her chest, her face radiating an almost sacred seriousness and expectation. The scene carries a strange contrast and an indescribable warmth. A dilapidated cart, a young and slightly embarrassed stall owner, and a child radiating pure innocence like a little sun. Hey, old Lee, it's you again? The old lady selling tea eggs had sharp eyes and spotted the familiar figure walking this way. It was none other than Uncle Lee, the first customer yesterday carrying a birdcage. Uncle Lee was clearly drawn over by Xiaoman's childlike voice. He walked over with a smile and said, "It's me. I came here because I smelled it. Little girl, is that you? Helping your dad sell wontons." He bent down and looked at Xiaoman with a smile. When Xiaoman saw that it was the grandpa who had praised her dad's wontons yesterday, she immediately smiled happily and nodded vigorously. Yes. Grandpa, eat wontons. Dad's wontons are so delicious. Ha ha, good. Grandpa will give you another bowl today just because you have such a sweet tongue. Uncle Lee laughed heartily. He straightened up and said to Jiang Feng, "Young man, hurry up. Same as always, eat one bowl here and take the other to go." All right. Uncle Li, please have a seat. Jiang Feng's voice rose 8 octaves with excitement. The first customer. And a repeat customer. With Xiaoman's assistance, he arrived just in time. He immediately took out a small stool, simply nailed together with wooden strips he found yesterday for Uncle Li. Uncle Li's return visit, especially his interaction with Xiaoman, seemed like a signal. Those passers-by who were initially attracted by the aroma but were still hesitant and observing stopped in their tracks. Uncle Li, are these wontons really that delicious? A middle-aged man in overalls, who looked like he worked at a nearby factory, couldn't help but ask. He knew Uncle Li and knew that the old man was a picky eater. Hey, why would I lie to you? Uncle Li plopped down on a small stool, placed the birdcage beside his feet, and pointed to the wontons bubbling in the pot. See? The broth is clear. The wrappers are translucent. As for the filling, he deliberately kept him in suspense, lowering his voice. It's seasoned with pork cracklings. It smells insanely good. 10 yuan, you won't regret it. Try it and you'll see. Li Bo's personal testimony, coupled with Xiaoman's living advertisement, instantly dispelled many people's doubts. Give me a bowl to try too. It smells delicious. Can I have a bowl too? This little girl is so cute. Uncle will support her. Have a bowl. Several curious passers-by finally gathered around Jiang Feng's cart. One bowl for you, one bowl for me, and the small stall instantly became lively. Jiang Feng felt his blood rushing to his head, and his hands trembled slightly. He forced himself to calm down and concentrate. He adjusted the stove to its optimal setting, steadily scooped up the wontons with a spoon, poured in the clear broth with a steady wrist, and sprinkled on some chopped green onions. Although his movements were still a bit clumsy, they were much smoother than yesterday. He remembered Uncle Li's comment about the small portions from yesterday and tried to scoop out as many wontons as possible into each bowl. Your wontons are hot. Here you go. Thank you. Thank you for coming. He was busy serving customers as he went. When Xiaoman saw so many people crowding around to buy her father's wontons, her big eyes shone even brighter, and her little face was full of pride. She hugged her teddy bear and sat up straighter, as if silently cheering for her father. Soon, the first few bowls of cooked wontons were served to the customers. Uncle Li couldn't wait to scoop one up, blow on it, and put it in his mouth. It was so hot that he had to exhale, but he nodded repeatedly. It still tastes the same. Delicious. The skin seems even chewier today. The other guests also began to eat. In the chilly morning wind at the alley entrance, the sounds of slurping and satisfied sighs rose and fell. Wow! This soup. It looks clear, and it tastes really good. Thin crust and fragrant filling. Pork cracklings? I can't taste them. It's quite delicious. Great. It's worth the 10 yuan. Young boss, another bowl to go. Excellent. A truly excellent review. Though brief, it was like sweet rain nourishing Jiang Feng's parched heart. He was so busy he barely had time to breathe, cooking batch after batch of wontons in the pot. Xiaoman, watching her father's busy figure and the satisfied expressions of the diners, happily swung her little feet. However, his good fortune didn't last long. The wontons he had carefully prepared yesterday were quickly sold out after only 7 or 8 bowls were gone. Most of the broth in the pot was also used up. Boss, is there any more? A young man who had just squeezed and asked. Sorry, we're sold out. Jiang Feng looked at the empty wooden board where the wontons had been placed, and then at the little soup left in the pot, and answered awkwardly and helplessly. Huh? That's it? Several other people who had been drawn over expressed their disappointment. Jiang Feng's heart sank. Insufficient stock. He had underestimated the situation today. Watching the disappointed figures leave, and then looking at the few dozen yuan he had just received, still warm from the customers' bodies, a mixture of immense joy and equally immense regret welled up inside him. The first returning customer, Uncle Li, broad in popularity, Xiaoman's smiling face attracted attention, and the taste gained initial recognition. But all of this came to an abrupt end because of his lack of preparation. Young man, stock up on more goods tomorrow. Uncle Li finished the last mouthful of soup, wiping his mouth with lingering satisfaction. See, Business is booming. Good stuff will always be appreciated. He picked up the birdcage, patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder, and said, "See you later. Come back tomorrow." Uncle Li left, and the other diners gradually dispersed. The alleyway returned to its previous rhythm. Jiang Feng's stall became deserted again. Only a little murky broth and a few broken wonton wrappers remained in the pot. He silently cleared the dishes, his feelings a mix of emotions. The few dozen yuan in his pocket felt heavy, a symbol of hope, but also of a lesson learned. Xiaoman seemed to sense the change in atmosphere and asked softly, "Dad, are the wontons sold out?" "Yes, they're all sold out." Jiang Feng squatted down and looked at his daughter. "Xiaoman, you're so great. You helped Dad sell so many bowls." Xiaoman immediately perked up again. "Then Xiaoman will help Dad sell tomorrow." Jiang Feng nodded with a smile, but his mind was racing. With these few dozen yuan, plus the 6 yuan from yesterday, he could buy more flour tomorrow, a small piece of real pork foreleg even if it was only a few ounces, some dried shrimp. He wanted to make wontons that were even closer to the system's requirements. He wanted to turn this brief, good start into a real beginning. Thin crust and fragrant filling. Pork cracklings? I can't taste them. It's quite delicious. Great. It's worth the 10 yuan. Young boss, another bowl to go. Excellent. A truly excellent review. Though brief, it was like sweet rain nourishing Jiang Feng's parched heart. He was so busy he barely had time to breathe, cooking batch after batch of wontons in the pot. Xiaoman, watching her father's busy figure and the satisfied expressions of the diners, happily swung her little feet. However, his good fortune didn't last long. The wontons he had carefully prepared yesterday were quickly sold out after only 7 or 8 bowls were gone. Most of the broth in the pot was also used up. "Boss, is there any more?" a young man who had just squeezed and asked. "Sorry, we're sold out." Jiang Feng looked at the empty wooden board where the wontons had been placed, and then at the little soup left in the pot, and answered awkwardly and helplessly. "Huh? That's it?" Several other people who had been drawn over expressed their disappointment. Jiang Feng's heart sank. Insufficient stock. He had underestimated the situation today. Watching the disappointed figures leave, and then looking at the few dozen yuan he had just received, still warm from the customers' bodies, a mixture of immense joy and equally immense regret welled up inside him. The first returning customer, Uncle Li, broad in popularity, Xiaoman's smiling face attracted attention, and the taste gained initial recognition. But all of this came to an abrupt end because of his lack of preparation. "Young man, stock up on more goods tomorrow." Uncle Li finished the last mouthful of soup, wiping his mouth with lingering satisfaction. "See, business is booming. Good stuff will always be appreciated." He picked up the birdcage, patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder, and said, "See you later. Come back tomorrow." Uncle Li left, and the other diners gradually dispersed. The alleyway returned to its previous rhythm. Jiang Feng's stall became deserted again. Only a little murky broth and a few broken wonton wrappers remained in the pot. He silently cleared the dishes, his feelings a mix of emotions. The few dozen yuan in his pocket felt heavy, a symbol of hope, but also of a lesson learned. Xiaoman seemed to sense the change in atmosphere and asked softly, "Dad, are the wontons sold out?" "Yes, they're all sold out." Jiang Feng squatted down and looked at his daughter. "Xiaoman, you're so great. You helped Dad sell so many bowls." Xiaoman immediately perked up again. "Then Xiaoman will help Dad sell tomorrow." Jiang Feng nodded with a smile, but his mind was racing. With these few dozen yuan, plus the 6 yuan from yesterday, he could buy more flour tomorrow, a small piece of real pork foreleg even if it was only a few ounces, some dried shrimp. He wanted to make wontons that were even closer to the system's requirements. He wanted to turn this brief, good start into a real beginning. Chapter 13. The morning chill seemed to intensify with Li Bo's satisfied departure and the brief quiet at his stall. Jiang Feng tidied up the few remaining old bowls, the last faint aroma of the broth lingering in the pot. Xiaoman sat quietly on a small stool, hugging her teddy bear, her big eyes watching her father's work, seemingly sensing the brief emptiness that followed his efforts. Young man, the man selling savory pancakes strolled over again during a break in business, looked at the little bit of soup left in Jiang Feng's pot, and shook his head. You prepared too little stock. It looked like it was going to sell well, but TSK. Jiang Feng smiled wryly. I have no experience since it's the first time. I'll definitely prepare more tomorrow. The older brother nodded and lowered his voice. I've saved the pork lard scraps for you. I'll give them to you when we close up shop. What are you planning to do tomorrow? Still just pork cracklings? A glint flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. He squeezed the huge sum of several dozen yuan in his pocket, his voice tinged with suppressed excitement. Big brother, I want to buy some meat. Real meat. Pork foreleg. The older man paused for a moment, then laughed. All right. You're getting it. Tomorrow when I get some meat from my stall, I'll cut you a small piece of good pork shoulder with a good mix of fat and lean meat, guaranteed to be better than pork cracklings. I'll give you a discount. Thank you so much, brother. Jiang Feng was genuinely grateful. This was truly a great help. Returning home with the scraps of lard given to him by Xiaoman and his older brother, Jiang Feng, without even taking a break, immediately threw himself into a new round of preparations. With money, plans can be upgraded. He headed to the farmer's market again with a clear goal. 1. Pork foreleg scraps. I bought a palm-sized piece of pork foreleg scraps with beautiful snowflake patterns for a dozen yuan at the butcher's stall. The scraps are much cheaper, but the quality is good. 2. Flour. I bought 2 gin of slightly better quality all-purpose flour for yuan. 3. Pork bone. In the processing area in the corner of the butcher shop, I bought a pork bone that was cleaned up, with almost no meat, but still had marrow, the core ingredient for making soup, for a dozen yuan. 4. Small shrimp. I gritted my teeth and spent more than 10 yuan to buy a small ounce of slightly better quality shrimp, no longer just crumbs. 5. Scallions and ginger. I bought fresh ones for 2 yuan. 6. White peppercorns. I bought a small bag for 2 yuan. The money, which had been tens of dollars, had shrunk to just over $10 in an instant, but Jiang Feng felt that every penny had been spent wisely. He could finally try to get infinitely closer to the system's recipe. The atmosphere in the kitchen was completely different in the afternoon. Jiang Feng looked like a general about to go into battle, his eyes focused and bright. Step 1. Making authentic bone broth. He used the back of a knife to forcefully break the bare bone into pieces, exposing the marrow, blanched it in cold water to remove impurities, then rinsed it clean. He changed the water again, added the broken bone, a few slices of ginger, a knotted scallion, and a pinch of precious white peppercorns. He brought it to a boil over high heat, skimmed off the foam, then reduced the heat to the lowest setting and covered the pot. What followed was a long wait, at least 2 hours, for hours. The essence of the bone marrow and the flavor of the spices slowly infused into the clear water over the simmering heat, transforming the ordinary into something magical. While simmering the broth, he prepared the minced meat. Real pork foreleg. 3 parts fat, 7 parts lean. He carefully cut the meat into small pieces, then tenderized it with the back of a knife, before beginning the process of fine chopping and coarse mincing. The blade struck the cutting board, producing a dense, rhythmic thump-thump sound. He was completely focused, feeling the meat particles separate and come together under the blade. Salt, ginger juice, this time freshly squeezed from ginger, cooking wine, white pepper powder, and that crucial pinch of sugar, were added in sequence. Next, he added a small amount of water. Ice water would be better, but he didn't have any, and began vigorously stirring and pounding in one direction, until the minced meat became sticky and elastic, with an enticing pinkish sheen, clinging almost to chopsticks without falling off. Finally, he added a small portion of chopped, rendered pork fat to add a layer of caramelized aroma and mixed well. This time, the filling was far superior in color, texture, and aroma to yesterday's, kneading the dough and rolling out the wrappers. With yesterday's experience and the benefit of minor ingredient optimization, plus the improved flour quality, the process went much smoother this time. The kneaded dough was smoother and more elastic. While rolling out the wrappers, although my arms still ached, the wrappers were much more even and thinner. The edges were also much neater. The wonton wrappers pressed with the rim of a bowl finally started to resemble as thin as a cicada's wing. As dusk fell, the rented room was filled with an indescribable, complex aroma, the rich, subtle fragrance of pork bone broth, the savory aroma of fresh minced meat, and the smoky aroma of pork cracklings. Jiang Feng looked at the hundreds of delicate wontons neatly arranged on the wooden board, like works of art, and then at the clear broth in the clay pot, which had been simmering until it turned a pale milky white, its aroma lingering. A strong sense of accomplishment and anticipation welled up within him. Tomorrow, he's determined to let everyone taste the truly exquisite ultimate clear broth wontons. Jiang Feng still couldn't sleep soundly that night. But not because of anxiety, but because of excitement. His mind kept rehearsing the steps for cooking wontons tomorrow, the temperature of the soup, the timing of adding the wontons. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, under the sycamore tree, beside the dilapidated cart, the stove fire was reignited. This time, Jiang Feng's movements were steady and confident. He didn't immediately add the wontons, but instead meticulously prepared the broth. He ladled the simmered pork bone broth into a small pot and heated it. The broth was a pale, enticing milky white, crystal clear. As it heated, the unique rich and savory aroma of the bone marrow, combined with the complex spiciness of ginger, scallions, and pepper, awakened like a sleeping dragon, spreading powerfully yet subtly. This aroma instantly overwhelmed all the other smells at the alley entrance. Uncle Lee was the first to be drawn in by the upgraded aroma. He sniffed, as if discovering a new continent. Wow. Kid, you changed the soup? This tastes authentic. Jiang Feng smiled and nodded, remaining silent as he intently watched the soup pot. When the soup was just about to boil, with tiny, fish-eye-like bubbles appearing on the surface, he picked up a wonton and, as if performing a sacred ritual, gently slid it into the pot along the edge. The thin wrappers tumbled lightly in the broth, like white butterflies dancing in the air. Just a few seconds. As the wonton wrappers became translucent and the filling revealed its tempting pink hue, Jiang Feng decisively turned off the heat. He used a slotted spoon to scoop out the wontons and place them in bowls. Next, he ladled in boiling hot broth, the clear liquid instantly submerging the wontons. Finally, he sprinkled a small handful of bright green scallions on top. A bowl of ultimate clear broth wontons is ready. The broth is as clear as water, yet it is filled with an indescribable rich and savory aroma. The wonton wrappers are as thin as cicada wings, wrapping the pink and tempting filling, floating half-submerged in the broth. The bright green scallions are garnished on top, like the finishing touch to a masterpiece. Uncle Lee, please have a taste. Jiang Feng handed the first bowl to Uncle Lee, who was already eager to try it. Uncle Lee took the bowl, initially stunned by the clear, fragrant soup. He leaned closer to the rim, inhaling deeply the complex, savory aroma that seemed to reach his very soul, his face showing unprecedented seriousness. He carefully scooped up a wonton, along with a little broth, and slowly brought it to his mouth. The wonton wrapper melts on the tongue, like the softest cloud, instantly releasing all the essence within. Fresh. Indescribably fresh. The tender, springy pork foreleg, the rich juices from the melting fat, mixed with the perfect touch of caramelized pork cracklings, explodes in your mouth. Salty, savory, sweet, from the touch of sugar and the natural sweetness of the meat, a hint of spiciness, from ginger and pepper, distinct yet perfectly blended. Even more wonderful is the soup. Seemingly light, yet incredibly rich on the palate, the essence of the bone marrow, the spiciness of ginger and scallions, the subtle spiciness of white pepper, the seafood flavor of dried shrimp, all the flavors are infused in this seemingly clear broth, transforming into a warm current that slides down your throat, instantly soothing your entire being. Uncle Lee froze completely. He closed his eyes as if petrified. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes, a light of indescribable, almost shocking gleam bursting forth from them. His throat bobbed violently, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word. He simply lowered his head and, almost reverently, quickly chewed and swallowed the wonton, then immediately scooped up a second one. This time, he ate even more carefully, savoring each bite as if it were the finest delicacy. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out from the ultimate enjoyment, even taking on a blush of near ecstasy. More and more people were drawn in by the aroma, all holding their breath to watch Uncle Li's reaction. Xiaoman nervously clutched her father's clothes. Finally, Uncle Li finished the last wonton in his bowl, drinking every last drop of soup. He put down the bowl, let out a long, satisfied, even slightly trembling breath, raised his head, looked at Jiang Feng, and said only one sentence, his voice so loud it drowned out all the noise at the alley entrance. Chapter 14. Amazing! Li Bo's loud voice was like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the entire alleyway. All the onlookers who were attracted by the aroma and were holding their breath to watch his reaction were stunned by his undisguised and extreme praise. The old lady selling tea eggs dropped her strainer into the pot with a clatter. The man selling savory pancakes forgot to flip them and stared blankly at her. Several passers-by who were about to leave suddenly stopped and turned around in unison. Uncle Li was completely oblivious to the stares of others. Holding the empty bowl, his fingers trembled slightly with excitement, his face displaying an undisguised, almost reverential awe. He rushed to Jiang Feng's cart, his eyes fixed on the bubbling broth and the floating wontons in the pot, his voice urgent. "Kid, this has only been a day. How did you do it? The soup, the wrappers, the filling." He pointed at the pot, rambling incoherently, amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. 10 yuan. This bowl of wontons is definitely worth 10 yuan. $10. Uncle Li's pricing was like a second thunderbolt. The crowd instantly erupted in uproar. 10 yuan? For a bowl of wontons? Has Old Manly gone mad? The savory pancakes over there are only 5 yuan. It smells nice, but it's way too expensive. This beat-up car, this environment, and you only charge 10 yuan a bowl? That's highway robbery. Questions and discussions flooded in like a tide. Uncle Li's reaction was too exaggerated. He subconsciously looked at the bowl of expensive wontons in the pot, the result of his hard work all night, and then at Uncle Li's excited, flushed face. "Uncle Li, you must be joking." Jiang Feng's throat was a little dry. "What a joke." Uncle Li glared, pointing to his empty bowl. "I, Li Guofu, have lived for over 60 years, and I've certainly tasted a bit of good food. This bowl of wontons, the broth is made from bones, isn't it? Real pork bone broth. The wrappers are so thin they're translucent, and the filling is genuine pork foreleg meat. The fat and lean are just right, so fresh it'll make your eyebrows fall off. And that touch of crispy fried pork fat, the finishing touch. This skill, this taste, in a big restaurant, it wouldn't cost less than 20 or 30 yuan. 10 yuan? This old man would think it's too little." Uncle Li spoke with conviction and reason. His heartfelt excitement and undeniable authority, at least in this old alley, instantly silenced many dissenting voices. People's gazes toward the bowl of wontons became filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Really that good? A young man in a suit, who looked like a white-collar worker in a nearby office building, couldn't help but ask. He was clearly intrigued by Uncle Li's words and had also caught a whiff of the domineering yet understated fragrance. "Give me a bowl. I want to see if it's worth 10 yuan. He took out 10 yuan and slammed it on the counter with a hint of defiance and challenge. "I'll have a bowl too. Let me try some too." Several bold and curious individuals, completely won over by Uncle Li's endorsement and the irresistible aroma, readily pulled out their money. 10 yuan for a bowl of wontons? The gimmick alone was enough to attract attention. Jiang Feng's heart pounded. 10 yuan. This exceeded all his expectations. He looked at the several crisp 10 yuan bills, then at Uncle Li's encouraging gaze, and a surge of courage welled up within him. Without further hesitation, he immediately turned on the stove and began cooking wontons with even more focused and steady movements. The broth was as clear as water, and the wontons, like jade-carved sprites, slid in. A few seconds later, the translucent wontons were scooped out, topped with piping hot broth and sprinkled with bright green scallions. The aroma reached its peak with each movement. The first bowl was handed to the white-collar worker in the suit. The man took the bowl and first scrutinized it critically. The soup was clear and bright. The wonton wrappers were thin, and the filling was translucent, and the scallions were bright green. The presentation was indeed impeccable. With a critical eye, he scooped up a wonton, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, his expression froze. Then, his eyes widened sharply. His chewing became extremely slow and meticulous. A few seconds later, his Adam's apple bobbed. He swallowed the food, and all the doubt and criticism on his face vanished instantly, replaced by the same shock and satisfaction as Uncle Lee. "Damn it," he stammered for a long time before finally managing to utter just 2 words. Then, without another word, he lowered his head and started munching away. The slurping sounds were even louder than Uncle Lee's. The reactions of the other diners were almost simultaneous. "This soup. My goodness. How can the skin be so smooth? The filling. So fresh and tender. And with an indescribable caramelized aroma. Absolutely amazing. Worth it. It's absolutely worth 10 yuan. Boss. Another bowl to go. No, 2 to go. Positive reviews. Explosive positive reviews. And these are from customers who actually paid 10 yuan. The alleyway was in an uproar. Crowds were drawn in like magnets, quickly gathering around. The sky-high price of 10 yuan for a bowl of wontons didn't scare people away. On the contrary, Li Bo's divine review and the first customers' "it's so delicious" reaction sparked huge curiosity and a herd mentality. "Give me a bowl. I want one too. 10 yuan, right? Here you go. Line up. Boss, cook mine first." A long queue instantly formed in front of the small stall. Jiang Feng was extremely busy, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, but his spirits were high. He strictly followed the system's requirements and his own understanding, controlling the heat and portion size of each bowl of wontons. Xiaoman looked at the sudden surge of people and her father's busy figure, her little face full of surprise and excitement. Hugging her teddy bear, she tried her best to shrink herself in a corner so as not to cause her father any trouble. However, the stock was still insufficient. Despite his best efforts last night to wrap over 100 wontons, they were quickly sold out in the face of the overwhelming crowd. When the last batch of wontons was sold, there were still more than a dozen people in line. "Boss, is there any more?" "That's it? I waited in line for 10 minutes. Disappointed complaints arose. Jiang Feng looked at the empty pot and wooden board, then at the thick wad of 10 yuan bills in his pocket, over 200 yuan, and a wave of immense joy and equally immense regret washed over him once more. This time, it was a happy kind of trouble. "I'm so sorry, everyone. We're really out. Tomorrow. We'll definitely stock up tomorrow." He could only bow repeatedly in apology. The crowd dispersed with regret, but the discussions lingered for a long time. "Is it really that delicious? 10 yuan. Old Lee is a picky eater. Whatever he says is good. It's definitely true. Come early tomorrow. I want to try this miracle wonton." "Boss, what time do you open your stall tomorrow?" Uncle Lee was still there, leisurely picking his teeth as he watched Jiang Feng frantically pack up. I knew it smile on his face. "Kid, how's it going? 10 yuan, didn't I rip you off?" Jiang Feng wiped his sweat, looked at the huge sum of money in his pocket, and was so excited that he couldn't speak. He could only nod vigorously. "Remember this lesson," Uncle Lee pointed to the empty pot. "Good stuff is worth the price. But the quantity has to be right. And," he lowered his voice, with a hint of mystery, "keep your skills a secret, don't let anyone learn them easily. That oil crackling trick is brilliant." Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded solemnly. Uncle Lee's reminder was like a bucket of cold water, waking him from his complacency. A bowl of wontons for 10 yuan had a huge profit margin, but the risks were also greatly increased. Competition, imitation, envy. Beneath the seemingly bustling alleyway lay a turbulent undercurrent. He tidied up the stroller and picked up Xiaoman, who was already a little sleepy. The little girl nestled on his shoulder and mumbled softly, "Daddy, So many people, money. Her little hands unconsciously clutched the bulging banknotes in Jiang Feng's pocket. Jiang Feng lowered his head and kissed his daughter's forehead. Looking at the still bustling alleyway under the setting sun, his eyes gleamed with an unprecedented light and a hint of barely perceptible vigilance. 10 yuan a bowl of wontons is selling like hotcakes. But this is just the beginning. Tomorrow, he must prepare more and better. And this alleyway is destined to never be peaceful again. Chapter 15. 200 yuan. A thick wad of 10 yuan bills was carefully tucked into Jiang Feng's inner pocket as if it were burning hot. Pushing his creaking old cart and carrying the sleeping Xiaoman in his arms, he walked home. His steps were lighter than ever before, yet he carried an unreal feeling as if he were walking on clouds. Back in the rented room, after settling Xiaoman in, Jiang Feng immediately took out his money and counted it over and over in the dim light. 22 bills. A full 220 yuan. This was more than he had earned from odd jobs over the past month. After deducting the 30-odd yuan he had invested yesterday, his net profit was close to 190 yuan. The immense sense of wealth and accomplishment overwhelmed him, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. However, Uncle Li's reminders, the quantity must keep up, and keep a little of your skill to yourself, served as a way-up call in his excited mind. Today's success is half due to the amazing taste, and the other half to the hype generated by Uncle Li's witty reviews and the 10 yuan price tag. But what about tomorrow? The day after? When the novelty wears off, when imitators appear, can he maintain that 10 yuan price and his booming popularity? A sense of crisis, like a cold snake, coiled around his joyful heart. He had to prepare for the worst. Stocking up is the top priority. With this money, he can purchase more ingredients, pork bones, high-quality four-leg meat, better flour, and enough dried shrimp to ensure the quality and quantity of wontons. He can even use some of the money to make some small upgrades to this old cart, such as buying a slightly more decent thermos to keep the broth at a higher temperature for longer, or buying a clean cutting board cloth to improve the hygiene a little. Secondly, it's about retaining customers. Those who queued for ages but didn't get a bite, those whose curiosity was piqued, they're all potential repeat customers. How do we let them know about tomorrow's stock? How do we notify them of our opening hours? Is it all just word of mouth and luck? A thought flashed through my mind: WeChat groups. Everyone has a smartphone now. Create a group, invite willing customers to join, post information about stock levels, opening hours, and even accept pre-orders, limited quantities. Wouldn't that solve the problem of information asymmetry? It could also cultivate a group of loyal, seed users. This idea thrilled Jiang Feng. He immediately took out his old phone with a cracked screen. Luckily, he hadn't sold it. Although it was laggy, its basic functions still worked. He studied it for a moment and quickly created a WeChat group. Group name? He thought for a moment and typed, Alleyway Wonton Stall Information Station. The group chat was created, but it was empty except for him. How to invite people? Jiang Feng looked at his phone, stumped again. He couldn't very well stand at the alley entrance with a QR code, stopping people one by one, could he? Too awkward and inefficient. Just then, my phone screen lit up. A friend request popped up. The message read, I'm the guy in the suit who was ranked #1 today. The wontons were amazing. Want to come again tomorrow? Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. He immediately accepted the application. The other party's nickname was Urban Night Owl, and their profile picture was a cartoon moon. Urban Night Owl, boss. The wontons are amazing. What time do you open tomorrow? Make extra. I didn't get enough today. Jiang Feng, thank you. We'll set up our stall at 7 a.m. tomorrow, and we've doubled our stock. There'll definitely be enough. Smiley face. Urban Night Owl, great. Add me to the group. I'll invite my colleagues to try it too. An opportunity. Jiang Feng immediately sent a screenshot of the newly created group's QR code and changed his group nickname to Alleyway Wonton, Jiang Feng. Soon, Urban Night Owl joined the group chat, and then he added 3 more people: Cube007, Programmer Not Bald, and Early Bird Bricklayer. The group instantly had 5 people. Urban Night Owl, at Jiang Feng, the owner of Alleyway Wonton, 10 yuan is a fair price. Save me 2 bowls for tomorrow. Cube 007 plus 1. I was so tempted by Grand Pali today. I'll definitely be there tomorrow. Programmer doesn't go bald. Please reserve. 1 bowl. Early bird construction worker. Same here. 1 bowl. Seeing the several booking messages that popped up in the group chat instantly, Jiang Feng's heart raced again. This WeChat group is so useful. He immediately replied. Alleyway Wonton, Jiang Feng, received. Thanks for your support. We'll prioritize group members tomorrow. Pre-order statistics. Urban Night Owl *2, Office Worker 007 *1, Programmer Not Balding *1, Early Morning Bricklayer *1. There's still, plenty of stock. Everyone come with confidence. Bowing. With this successful start, Jiang Feng's confidence soared. He decided that tomorrow, when he set up his stall, he would put a prominent QR code for a group chat on his cart, with the message, Wonton News, priority for reservations, scan to join the group. As long as the wontons tasted good enough, he wasn't worried about not having enough members. The next morning, when Jiang Feng pushed his shabby cart, which now had a QR code and a small wooden sign that read, priority for group members, and brought the equally excited Xiaoman to the alley entrance, he was surprised to find that several people were already standing under the sycamore tree. There were city night owls in suits, programmers with dark circles under their eyes, and a few familiar faces who hadn't been able to get in line yesterday. Boss, you've finally arrived. Hello, group owner. Boss, is there enough stock today? They said in the group chat that there's plenty. The warm greetings instantly dispelled the morning chill. Jiang Feng quickly parked the car, started a fire, and set up a pot. As the upgraded, more fragrant and mellow pork bone broth began to heat up, its domineering aroma once again filled the air. Several people who had pre-ordered in the group immediately gathered around, familiarly announcing the number of orders they had placed. Jiang Feng quickly cooked the wontons and served them, prioritizing the group members. Watching them slurp their wontons under the sycamore tree, some standing, some squatting, Uncle Lee brought his own small stool and sigh with satisfaction. He became the best living advertisement. Soon, passers-by, attracted by the aroma and the novel group member reservation model, gathered around. When they saw the QR code and the reservation priority sign on the cart and the group members eating with happy expressions, their curiosity grew even stronger. Boss, I can make a reservation by scanning the QR code and joining the group. Yes! Scan the QR code to join the group, get priority for pre-orders, and you can also check the stock status. Jiang Feng answered while busy working. Give me a bowl. I'll scan the code right now. I want to join too. Add me to the group. New customers pulled out their phones to scan the QR codes. Jiang Feng's phone began vibrating incessantly, notifications ringing out incessantly. Soy milk and fried dough sticks has joined the group chat. Neighbor Wang has joined the group chat. Greedy Cat has joined the group chat. The number of group members grew like a snowball. Jiang Feng was incredibly busy, cooking wontons, collecting money, packing orders, and constantly checking his phone to confirm reservations in the group chat. He kept a small notebook with the nicknames of the group members and the quantities of orders. Xiaoman, on the other hand, became a little order maintainer, saying in her sweet, childlike voice to those in line, Uncle, please line up. Scan the QR code to join the group and make a reservation faster. Chaotic yet orderly, busy yet fulfilling. The WeChat group acts like an invisible thread, connecting the scattered diners and forming a small sense of cohesion. Jiang Feng looked at the steady stream of people queuing in front of the cart, at the ever-increasing 10-yuan bills in his pocket, and at the alleyway wonton stall information station on his phone, which had already surpassed 50 members. A strong sense of belonging and hope welled up within him. The story of loyalty began with a bowl of 10-yuan wontons and a simple WeChat group, quietly taking root at the entrance of this old alleyway where the smoke of cooking rises. Chapter 16. The group chat for Alleyway Wonton Stall Information Station did not fall silent after the stall closed in the early morning. Instead, it was like a lake surface tossed with pebbles, with ripples that continued to expand. Urban Night Owl posted a close-up photo of wontons in the group chat. In the clear broth, the glistening wontons resembled white jade, their delicate pink fillings peeking through, garnished with vibrant green scallions. The caption read, "A truly comforting breakfast. 10 yuan for a moment of morning bliss, worth it." The owner's skills are unparalleled. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Cube007 immediately chimed in, +1. The soup is so delicious it'll make your eyebrows fall off. The skin is thin and the filling is tender. I'll have energy even for manual labor after eating this. Striving. Programmer doesn't go bald. I worked overtime until 3 a.m. last night, and I only managed to get through it by thinking about this bowl of wontons. Eating it today instantly recharged me. Boss, you're my savior. Kneeling. Early bird construction worker. Uncle Lee was right. 10 yuan, you can't go wrong. I'll come again tomorrow. Boss, 2 bowls to order. At Alleyway Wonton Jiang Feng. A greedy cat, new member, ah. This looks delicious. What time do you set up your stall tomorrow? Please reserve a bowl. Pleading. Soy milk and fried dough sticks. An elderly woman selling soy milk. Young man, your business is booming. It smells so good. I'll try some sometime. Smirking. Positive reviews spread like wildfire in the group chat. Photos, text, exaggerated emojis amplified the allure of a 10 yuan bowl of wontons to the extreme. Group members who hadn't had any that day or were still considering it were itching to try it. Reservation information began flooding the chat. During a break from his busy preparations, he'd bought even more meat, bones, and noodles today. Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile as he watched the messages popping up on his phone. This WeChat group was simply amazing. Not only did it secure repeat customers, but it also automatically did free advertising for him. The next day, just before 7 o'clock, when Jiang Feng pushed his cart to the alley entrance, the scene before him stunned him. Under the sycamore tree, a line of more than a dozen people had already formed. Besides the familiar faces who had made reservations in the group chat, there were also quite a few unfamiliar faces. When he arrived, there was a small commotion in the crowd. The boss is here. Good morning, group admin. Is there enough stock today? They said in the group chat that there's plenty. I've been craving these pictures all night after seeing them in the group chat. Jiang Feng felt a surge of warmth and quickly sped up his work. He started a fire, heated the soup, and cooked the wontons. His movements were even more fluid than yesterday. He prioritized processing the pre-orders in the group chat, handing the packaged wontons to those who had placed orders. Watching them leave satisfied with their bags or eagerly dig in right there unconsciously attracted even more passersby to join the queue. The positive word of mouth has spread from online to offline. The queues grew longer and longer, almost reaching the alley entrance. Other vendors watched in astonishment. The man selling savory pancakes saw his business affected, but he just smiled sheepishly and said nothing. The old lady selling tea eggs, however, was full of amazement. Boss, are your wontons really that amazing? A middle-aged woman who had been waiting in line for more than 10 minutes paid 10 yuan with some skepticism. You'll know once you try it. Jiang Feng smiled and handed over the bowl. The woman, holding her bowl, gazed at the clear broth and delicate wontons, muttering, 10 yuan. She carefully scooped up a wonton, blew on it, and put it in her mouth. A few seconds later, the doubt on her face was instantly replaced by shock, followed by immense satisfaction. She didn't say anything, but simply ate faster, even drinking the broth clean. Finally, she licked her lips with lingering enjoyment, gave Jiang Feng a thumbs up, and said, I'm impressed. Definitely worth the price. I'll be back tomorrow. She immediately pulled out her phone. Boss, where's the group QR code? I want to join. To reserve for tomorrow. This scene kept repeating itself. Almost everyone who tried it became a repeat customer and a self-proclaimed advocate, actively joining the group, placing orders, and recommending it to acquaintances or others in the group. The wonton stall's business exploded. However, beneath the surface of this explosive popularity, undercurrents are brewing. At the other end of the alley, a tall, thin man selling Jiang Feng Chinese crepes glanced menacingly at the long queue under the sycamore tree, then at the deserted state of his own stall. He spat out a curse. Damn it, 10 yuan for a bowl of lousy wontons? And so many people are buying it? Are they all out of their minds? The woman selling Odin next to him chimed in sourly, exactly. I wonder what kind of bewitching drug they put in. Even more troublesome were the preparation of goods and efficiency. Although Jiang Feng was desperately making wontons, he had only slept 3 or 4 hours almost all night. The surging crowds still kept him busy and flustered. Cooking wontons takes time, and serving them one bowl at a time simply couldn't keep up with the speed of the queue. The queue grew longer and longer, and the waiting time became longer and longer. Boss, hurry up. I've been waiting for almost half an hour. Didn't they say in the group chat that we had enough stock? Why is it still so slow? 10 yuan a bowl, is it worth waiting this long? Complaints began to emerge. Jiang Feng's forehead was covered in sweat, and his arms ached from constantly stirring and ladling soup. He felt like he was racing against time, racing against the customer's patience. Just then, a gaudily dressed, slick-looking young man with blonde hair squeezed into the stall and impatiently banged on the counter. Hey, boss, give me 5 bowls to go. Hurry up. Jiang Feng looked up and recognized the man as a notorious local thug nicknamed Yellow Hair. He frowned and said, sorry, there's a queue, and each person can only buy a maximum of 2 bowls. This was the unspoken rule in the group, to ensure that more people could get some. Queue up. Yellow Hair glared at himself, pointing at himself. Look who I am. Do I, Yellow Hair, need to queue to eat? Purchase limits? Believe me or not, I'll make sure your stall goes out of business. Hurry up. 5 bowls. Get it over with. Behind him were 2 equally nonchalant accomplices, arms crossed, sneering maliciously. The group fell silent instantly, everyone watching them with tense expressions. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. As he scooped up a spoonful of broth, a notification appeared again. Bone broth, kept warm for too long, surface oil oxidation is slight, flavor is slightly compromised. It is recommended to use it as soon as possible or replenish with fresh broth. Even as he picked up a wonton to put it in the pot, the prompt appeared again. Wonton wrapper, edges slightly dry, elasticity slightly reduced, cooking time reduced by 2 seconds. This is ingredient perception, beginner, upgrading. Or rather, under high pressure and extreme focus, this is the first time he has so clearly heard the sound of the ingredients themselves. Jiang Feng was deeply shocked. He subconsciously adjusted according to the prompts. He put the handful of scallions with slightly yellowed tips back and picked out a fresher, greener bunch. When scooping soup, avoid the slightly darker oil on the surface and scoop the clearer part from the bottom of the pot. When boiling wontons, control the time more precisely and take them out as soon as the skin becomes translucent to avoid the edges from becoming soggy due to slight dryness. When he handed the 3 bowls of wontons, slightly adjusted based on his perception, to the diners, he himself was unsure of his chances. However, the diners' reactions after eating them were remarkably positive. Huh? The soup seems even more delicious today. The texture of the skin is amazing. It's so smooth and chewy. It tastes even better than yesterday. Is it just my imagination? Subtle differences seemed to elevate diners' satisfaction by a notch. The positive reviews were even more enthusiastic. Jiang Feng was stunned. This ingredient perception was too powerful. It could not only judge the finished product, but also perceive subtle changes in the ingredient's condition in real time during the cooking process and provide optimal processing suggestions. This was practically a cooking cheat for culinary skills. He immediately focused his attention, trying to be more proactive in listening and perceiving. When processing pork, he could feel the state of the meat fibers, adjusting the force and direction of chopping to achieve a more perfect texture. When kneading dough, he could sense the flour's water absorption and gluten development, adjusting the amount of water and kneading time accordingly. When simmering soup, he could capture the moment when aroma molecules were most active, seizing the optimal time to turn off the heat. Although this perception was still very faint, requiring him to concentrate fully to capture it and extremely mentally taxing, the effect was immediate. The wontons he made, on top of their already high standard, seemed to have gained an indescribable spirit and just right quality, with a more harmonious and rounded flavor. "Boss, your skills have improved again today?" Even Uncle Lee noticed the difference and asked in surprise. Jiang Feng simply smiled, offering no explanation. He gazed at the long queue, sensing the faint yet incredibly powerful perception within his mind, and a thought began to frantically grow. If he could perceive the perfect state of the ingredients and incorporate that perception into every dish, then could his heartfelt intentions truly be conveyed through the food? Chapter 18. Jiang Feng's first experience with food perception was like opening a completely new door for him. He began to consciously and greedily use this ability, even though each time he concentrated on capturing those subtle sounds, he felt mentally exhausted. The results were remarkable. His wontons achieved a new level of popularity within the group. It was no longer just about being delicious and worth it, but included many more evocative descriptions. "Urban night owl, this bowl of wontons today felt like it completely smoothed me out. All the resentment of being an overworked worker vanished. Boss, did you add some kind of forget-me-not to the soup?" Laughing and crying emoji. Cube 007 plus 1. "It's the same recipe, but today it feels especially warm. I feel so warm inside after eating it, and I even have energy for work." Amazing! Programmer doesn't go bald. It's more than just warm. I feel like my coding logic is clearer now. Boss, can your wontons give me an intelligence buff? Doge. Early bird worker. It's not that mysterious, but I did feel very comfortable after eating it, like I was being taken seriously. Thinking. These comments made Jiang Feng thoughtful. Could it be that the extreme detail control brought about by ingredient perception can truly give food an emotional power that transcends the taste buds? Is this the heartfelt intention the system spoke of? To verify this idea, he conducted a small experiment. That morning, a middle school student in a school uniform, carrying a heavy backpack with a pale face and dark circles under his eyes, joined the line. He stood at the end of the line, head down, radiating a low-pressure aura that seemed unaffected even by the lively chatter around him, as if isolated from the world. As Jiang Feng ladled soup, he subconsciously focused his mind on perceiving him, not the ingredients, but trying to capture the emotions emanating from the boy. A faint yet incredibly clear signal entered my mind: exhaustion, depression, anxiety, confusion, as if carrying a 1,000-pound burden. Jiang Feng's heart stirred. He poured even more attention into cooking the wontons for the boy than usual. He activated all his ingredient perception, striving to make every detail as perfect as possible under the current conditions. Asterisk, I selected the freshest and plumpest scallions. Asterisk, when ladling the soup, avoid any foam or oxidized oil that might affect the taste, and only take the clearest and most mellow part. Asterisk, when cooking wontons, precise timing down to the second ensures the wrapper is at its smoothest, most elastic and chewy state, while the filling is cooked to perfection and bursting with juice. Even when serving the wontons, he subconsciously arranged them in the bowl with a little more care, like a blooming little flower. Your wontons, be careful, they're hot. Jiang Feng handed the bowl to the boy, his voice unusually gentle. The boy numbly took the bowl, paid, and without thanking him, walked to the base of the sycamore tree and squatted down. He seemed to have little appetite, mechanically stirring the wontons in the bowl with a spoon, staring blankly at the ground. Jiang Feng continued working while keeping a close eye on him out of the corner of his eye. The boy scooped up a wonton, blew on it, and unconsciously put it in his mouth. He chewed slowly. Suddenly, he stopped. He looked down at the clear soup and glistening wonton in the bowl, then scooped up another spoonful of soup and slowly drank it. A few seconds later, Jiang Feng clearly saw that the boy's tense shoulders relaxed very slightly, almost imperceptibly. The furrowed brows on his pale, tired face seemed to ease a little, and a faint light appeared in his empty eyes. He didn't express his admiration like the other diners. He simply ate the entire bowl of wontons, soup and all, silently, bite by bite. After finishing, he didn't get up immediately, but instead sat quietly by the tree roots for a while, hugging his knees, as if gathering his strength. When he slung his backpack over his shoulder and stood up again, although his complexion was still not good, his back seemed straighter and his steps were no longer so heavy. He walked to the cart, said to Jiang Feng very softly but clearly, "Thank you, boss." Then he turned around and merged into the flow of students going to school. At that moment, Jiang Feng felt as if his heart had been struck hard. An indescribable warm current and a tremendous sense of accomplishment instantly overwhelmed all his fatigue. He understood. This is what heartfelt intention means. By processing ingredients to perfection through ingredient perception, and then infusing the preparation process with an understanding and care for the diner's situation, even if it's just a fleeting moment, the final result is the food. This dedication is something diners can feel. It may not solve practical problems, but it can offer a touch of warmth, comfort, and strength to a weary soul in that moment. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully infused heartfelt intention into the food, triggering a deep emotional resonance in the diners. Heartfelt infusion, experience points +1. The system's cold notification sounded like heavenly music to Jiang Feng's ears at this moment. It turns out that the true meaning of being a foodie is not just about the ultimate taste, but also about the transmission and healing of emotions. Jiang Feng looked at the diverse crowd of diners queuing up before him. There were rushing office workers, elderly people returning from their morning exercise, parents taking their children to school. Each person seemed to carry a different story and emotion. He suddenly felt that his dilapidated wonton stall had become a small rest stop, a place filled with the warmth of everyday life and human kindness. He treated each bowl of wontons almost perfectly with extra care. For the middle-aged man with a furrowed brow, constantly checking his watch, he cooked the wontons faster and ladled out more soup, sensing the man's impatience and need for energy. For the elderly woman with gray hair and slow movements, he deliberately cooked the wontons a few seconds longer to make the wrapper softer and adjusted the soup temperature just right, sensing her sensitive teeth and fear of heat. He even subconsciously made a small smiley face shape when sprinkling scallions on a young girl who seemed preoccupied. The subtle changes yielded astonishing results. The anticipation and satisfaction on diners' faces seemed more genuine when they received their wontons. After finishing, their sincere, "Thank you, delicious, and I'll come again tomorrow" carried an even warmer touch. "Daddy," Xiaoman came over unnoticed, tilting her little face up and looking at the wontons bubbling in the pot with bright, sparkling eyes. "The wontons are smiling." Jiang Feng was taken aback. He looked down at the wontons floating in the clear soup. In the rising steam, they were crystal clear, plump and cute, as if they were really radiating a warm halo. Yes, food made with care will smile. Chapter 19. Dad, the wontons are smiling. Xiaoman's innocent words, like a seed, landed in Jiang Feng's heart and quietly took root and sprouted. Looking into his daughter's pure eyes, and then at the little wontons in the pot that carried his heartfelt wishes, an idea arose spontaneously. "Xiaoman," he squatted down, smiling as he gently pinched his daughter's nose. "Would you like to help Daddy with something very important?" "Yes!" Xiaoman immediately puffed out her little chest, her big eyes full of anticipation. "The wontons Dad makes every day might taste a little different," Jiang Feng explained, trying to use language his child could understand. "Xiaoman has the best palate. From now on, when Dad cooks the first bowl of wontons, Xiaoman, taste it for Dad first and tell him if it's especially delicious or super delicious, okay? Xiaoman will be Dad's little taste tester." Taste tester. Xiaoman felt incredibly excited and honored by this new title, her face instantly lighting up. "Great! Xiaoman is the taste tester. I'll help Daddy taste the wontons." She imitated what she saw on TV, giving a proper salute, which made Jiang Feng and the other diners laugh. From that day on, Xiaoman's career as a taste tester officially began. Every morning, as the first rays of sunlight stream into the alleyway, Jiang Feng, having cooked the first bowl of wontons of the day, would first scoop out a small bowl, blow on it until it was just the right temperature, and then solemnly hand it to Jiang Xiaoman. The taste tester, who had already prepared a small stool, sat upright beside the cart and waited with a serious and earnest expression. Reporting to the taster. Today's wontons, please taste. Jiang Feng also cooperated in the performance. Xiaoman would act like a little adult, taking the small bowl, picking up her special little spoon, the pink spoon Jiang Feng bought for her, and first seriously observing the appearance of the wontons, the color of the soup, and the shape of the wontons. Then she would carefully scoop one up, puff out her cheeks, blow on it a few times, and then eat it in small bites, chewing it carefully. This process always attracts the kind glances of queuing diners and nearby vendors. Everyone watches with great interest as this cute little thing earnestly works. Xiaoman swallowed the wonton, closed her eyes to savor the taste, then opened her bright eyes and gave her professional judgment. Today the soup is like the sun, so warm and comforting. It's super, super delicious. Meaning the soup base is rich and warming. The skin is like a slide during the lesser fullness of grain, a solar term, which you slide down it in no time. It's especially delicious. Meaning the skin is smooth and chewy. The meat inside is dancing. It smells so good. It's absolutely delicious. This means the filling is springy, juicy, and very fragrant. Occasionally, she would frown slightly and say, "The scallion babies seem a bit sleepy today. They don't smell as good, but they're especially delicious." Meaning the scallions weren't very fresh. Xiaoman's vocabulary is limited, and her judgment criteria are full of childlike fun, but what's amazing is that her senses are often exceptionally sharp. When she says warm and cozy, it often corresponds to the better feedback from diners that Jiang Feng perceives and pours more comforting feelings into. When she says Pippi slides down the slide, it often means that the batch of skin that Jiang Feng has cooked to its best elasticity using ingredient perception. When she says the scallions haven't woken up yet, Jiang Feng checks the remaining scallions and finds that the tips of the leaves are starting to wilt. Jiang Feng discovered that Xiaoman's sense of taste and intuition seemed to be purer and more acute than he had imagined. She could even detect the strength of the heartfelt intention he deliberately infused into the food through ingredient perception. Her judgment became an important reference for Jiang Feng to adjust the details of the day's preparation and the direction of his heartfelt intention. What surprised Jiang Feng even more was that Xiaoman's role as a little taste tester added a lot of friendliness and made the booth more talkative. "Little taster, how would you rate the wontons today?" "Xiaoman, is your bowl as delicious as Uncle's?" "Boss, give me a bowl of super delicious level." While diners lined up, they always enjoyed teasing Xiaoman, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Xiaoman gradually became less shy and would answer questions in her sweet, childlike voice, occasionally even instructing her father, "Daddy, give this auntie more fragrant soup." Her innocent words always brought a burst of good-natured laughter. Unconsciously, Xiaoman became the most popular ambassador and quality inspector at the wonton stall. Her affirmation was more convincing than any advertisement. That morning, Jiang Feng tried adding a little bit of freshly bought, higher-quality dried shrimp crumbs to the filling, hoping to enhance the flavor. As usual, he gave the first bowl to Xiaoman to taste after it was cooked. As usual, Xiaoman savored the food carefully, chewing slowly. Suddenly, her little brows furrowed slightly, and her little mouth pursed. "What's wrong, little taste tester?" "It's not good." Jiang Feng's heart tightened. Xiaoman tilted her head, seemingly trying to organize her thoughts. "Shrimp, it tastes a bit fierce. It's stealing the spot where meat is dancing." She pointed her little finger into the bowl. The shrimp flavor was too strong? Was it masking the natural freshness of the meat filling? Jiang Feng immediately scooped up a wonton from his bowl and tasted it. Sure enough, the fresh shrimp skin was a little too fishy. While it enhanced the flavor, it didn't blend perfectly with the complex aroma of the meat filling and pork cracklings. Instead, it somewhat overpowered the other flavors. He immediately adjusted the recipe, having the amount of dried shrimp and lightly sautéing them in oil to remove any fishy smell and enhance the aroma. When he cooked it for Xiaoman to try, the little girl's face lit up with a smile. The shrimp and meat are dancing together. It smells so good. It's super, super delicious. Looking at his daughter's radiant smile, Jiang Feng was filled with emotion. Xiaoman, his taste tester, was not only a source of joy and good fortune, but also his purest and most perceptive guide and sympathizer on his journey of creating delicious food with heart. Chapter 20. With the combined support of word-of-mouth, WeChat groups, and the taste tester program during the Xiaoman solar term, the wonton stall's business has finally gotten on track. The long queues every morning have become a common sight at the alley entrance. The sky-high price of 10 yuan a bowl of wontons has not deterred people. On the contrary, its excellent taste and wonderfully comforting sensation have made it a must-visit spot in the mornings for nearby office workers, residents, and even some diners who come specifically for it. Jiang Feng's pockets were visibly bulging. In just over a week, he had saved far more than he owed on rent. He paid back all the money he owed his landlord, principal and interest, and seeing the rare surprise and softening on his landlady's harsh face, Jiang Feng felt an unprecedented sense of triumph. With the extra money, the first thing he did was improve their lives. He bought Xiaoman a new, thicker cotton-padded coat, added some nutritious ingredients, eggs, milk, and even gritted his teeth to buy her a new set of picture books and colored crayons. Seeing his daughter wearing new clothes, holding her new picture books, and her little face beaming with happiness, Jiang Feng felt that all the hard work was worth it. He didn't forget those who had helped him. He bought a good pack of cigarettes for Uncle Lee to thank him for his repeated help and for speaking up for him. He gave the man selling savory pancakes a small jar of his own rendered lard to thank him for the scraps and his kindness. Even the old lady selling tea eggs received a small bag of high-quality black tea that he had specially bought. "Young man, you're so sensible." Uncle Lee patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder, his eyes full of satisfaction. "Thanks, brother. Your lard smells delicious." The pancake seller smiled sincerely. "Oh dear, I can't accept this." The old lady smiled broadly. Small acts of kindness have brought about more harmonious neighborly relations and potential allies. Jiang Feng knows that in this chaotic alley, having more friends is always better than having more enemies. With the money in hand, he upgraded his supplies. He bought a larger pot, capable of cooking 3 or 4 bowls of wontons at a time, greatly improving efficiency. He also bought a large, insulated container to ensure the broth remained piping hot and fragrant throughout. Clean, food-grade plastic mats were laid on the work surface, and the wonton wrappers were carefully covered with plastic wrap. Although the cart was still old and worn, the overall cleanliness and professionalism of the stall had improved significantly, which in turn increased customers' trust. The WeChat group alleyway wonton stall information station was bustling with activity, easily surpassing 200 members. Jiang Feng started posting limited daily supply information in the group, e.g., only 150 bowls available each day, while supplies last, and enabled pre-orders, 1 day in advance, 2 bowls per person. This not only effectively controlled queuing time and avoided the embarrassment of insufficient stock, but also created a sense of scarcity, making the wontons even more sought after. The atmosphere in the group was like a warm community, with members exchanging their experiences eating wontons, sharing everyday life stories, and even helping each other reserve a spot. However, beneath the calm surface, undercurrents never ceased. Although Huang Mao and his henchmen, intimidated by Uncle Lee's power and the local police's threats, dared not openly cause trouble anymore, their sinister gazes and occasional pointing fingers never disappeared. Jiang Feng knew they were like lurking vipers, waiting for their chance. An even more direct threat came from imitators. At the other end of the alley, the tall, thin man selling Jiang Feng Chinese crepes had, after observing for a few days, actually set up a small pot and hung up a sign that read "Secret Recipe Fresh Pork Wontons, 8 yuan a bowl." He used cheap minced meat, the broth was made with MSG, and the wrappers were store-bought thick ones. Although the taste was vastly different, the 8 yuan price still attracted some bargain hunters or customers who hadn't gotten a turn in Jiang Feng's queue. Jiang Feng initially didn't care. Taste was the most important thing. But soon, through WeChat groups and customer feedback, he discovered that the tall, thin man was spreading rumors behind his back. What bone broth? It's all made with artificial flavorings. 10 yuan? Are you kidding me? I don't even know what kind of meat that is. With a child running a stall, who knows if it's clean or not? Malicious slander, like dirty water, was attempted to tarnish Jiang Feng's newly established good reputation. Although most regular customers scoffed at it, it inevitably made some new customers suspicious. Jiang Feng was furious, but he didn't lose his composure. He chose to retaliate with action. He became even more stringent in his demands for ingredient quality, ensuring the origin of every pork bone and every piece of pork was clearly traceable. Receipts were kept. He proactively invited diners, including those who had questioned him in the group chat, to observe his ingredient preparation process. Of course, the secrets of enhancing aroma with pork cracklings and ingredient perception were not revealed, showcasing the pork bones used for simmering the soup. Uncle Lee and the pancake vendor also stepped forward to testify to his character and the quality of his ingredients. Most importantly, the focus, dedication, and sincerity he and Xiaoman displayed while making wontons were the best way to dispel the rumors. When customers watched Jiang Feng, drenched in sweat yet meticulously cooking the wontons, and saw Xiaoman earnestly fulfilling her duties as a taste tester, the malicious rumors crumbled on their own. The tall, thin man's wonton stall quickly became deserted again. After closing up shop that day, Jiang Feng didn't go home immediately. He pushed his cart, took Xiaoman with him, and went to a small second-hand market not far from his home. The market was bustling with people and filled with a dazzling array of second-hand goods. "Dad, shall we buy a big car?" Xiaoman asked curiously. She remembered that her father had said he wanted to get a car that didn't sing. "Let's take a look." Jiang Feng's sharp eyes scanned the area. His goal was clear: a larger, sturdier, and more fully functional second-hand food cart. This dilapidated cart was severely hindering his development. He needed more operating space, a place to store more ingredients, a more stable stove, and to completely shed the old and worn label. He lingered in front of several stalls selling used furniture and hardware, carefully examining the discarded freezer shelves, stainless steel countertops, and even the chassis of some tricycles, his mind racing with possible renovation ideas. Finally, his gaze settled on an old, dusty tricycle frame abandoned in a corner. The frame was mainly iron, fairly sturdy, and the wheels, though old, could still turn. Most importantly, it was big enough. Adding a large worktop and storage box to the back would be no problem at all. "Boss, how much is this frame?" Jiang Feng asked, suppressing his excitement. The stall owner, a lazy middle-aged man, glanced at it and said, "That one? It's scrap metal, 80 yuan. 80 yuan. Jiang Feng touched the thick wad of cash he had earned that day in his pocket, then looked at the promising bicycle frame, and a burning flame of hope ignited in his eyes. Transfer. Upgrade. He wants to make the alleyway wonton stall truly possess a battle chariot worthy of its taste and reputation. He wants to leave those who are envious and covetous speechless. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Jiang Feng pushed his creaking, old cart, its heavy, worn-out frame strapped to the back. Xiaoman sat on the cart, clutching her teddy bear, the shadows of father and daughter stretched long. The wheels rolled across the road with a dull thud, as if carrying a heavy weight of hope, heading towards a new future, full of challenges yet also brimming with light. Chapter 21. Jiang Feng towed the old tricycle frame back to his cramped rented courtyard, where it temporarily occupied the already limited space like a sleeping giant. Rusty and covered in dust, it stood in stark contrast to the equally dilapidated but gleaming handcart next to it, which exuded the aroma of food. However, in Jiang Feng's eyes, this pile of scrap metal shimmered with a glimmer of hope. He used his spare time after closing up shop to begin a preliminary cleaning and assessment of this future chariot. Xiaoman became the most loyal little supervisor, holding her little water bottle and earnestly helping her father spray water to wash away the dust, although most of the water ended up around her feet. "Daddy, the big truck is going to take a bath." Xiaoman giggled, her little nose covered in dust. Yes, clean it thoroughly so we can cook delicious food for more people in the future. Jiang Feng replied with a smile, vigorously scrubbing the rust off the frame with a steel wool pad, sweat mixed with rust-infused water dripping from his forehead. The renovation would require time, effort, and more money, but the business at hand couldn't stop. In fact, it needed even more work. Back at the wonton stall at the alley entrance, Jiang Feng could clearly feel the queue had grown longer again. The number of people in the WeChat group had exceeded 300, and the limited number of 150 bowls available for pre-order each day was almost sold out within half an hour of being posted. Those who couldn't pre-order could only queue up early, hoping to snag a leftover or wait for the remaining bowls to be taken by the pre-ordering customers. By 6:30 in the morning, the queue had already snaked deep into the alley, becoming a unique morning scene in the neighborhood. 10 yuan a bowl of wontons is no longer an obstacle, but rather a certification of quality. Diners willingly take out their money to enjoy those 10-odd minutes of delicious taste and the comfort of a warm morning. Jiang Feng is quick and efficient, but with the increasingly long queues, operating alone is still somewhat inadequate. Cooking wontons, adding soup, adding toppings, collecting money, packing, his movements are fluid, yet slightly tense. Boss, is it my turn today? A young white-collar worker at the end of the line anxiously looked at his watch. The pre-orders are almost all picked up the rest. I doubt it'll be enough. You should pre-order in the group tomorrow morning, Jiang Feng replied apologetically, his hands still busy. He saw some unfamiliar faces in the queue, but also some familiar figures who had arrived even earlier. Uncle Lee, who always walked his dog, now arrived at 5:30 with his dog to queue, becoming a loyal #1 fan. The man selling pancakes would sometimes take a break from his own business to help Jiang Feng maintain order, calling out, "Don't push, don't push, everyone can get some." In the crowd, a figure caught Jiang Feng's attention. It was a young woman wearing a beige trench coat and a mask, her aloof demeanor somewhat out of place in the slightly noisy surroundings. She stood in the middle of the queue, neither anxiously looking around nor talking to anyone, simply looking quietly at her phone. Occasionally, her gaze would drift to the counter, with a scrutinizing and inquisitive air, unlike ordinary diners who had come solely for the sake of their appetite. Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. The system hadn't given any notification, but he had a gut feeling this woman was different. Was she a competitor trying to gather information? Or, he remembered someone in the group mentioning that a food blogger seemed to be following this place? The thought flashed through his mind, quickly interrupted by the urging diners. Boss, 2 portions to go. Okay. In a brief moment of rest, Jiang Feng habitually glanced at Xiaoman. She sat on a small stool, hugging her teddy bear, with a small bowl in front of her containing half portion, perfectly warm wontons that Jiang Feng had specially cooked for her. She scooped one up with a small spoon, blew on it, took a careful bite, and then squinted her eyes contentedly, swinging her short legs back and forth. This scene always instantly soothed all of Jiang Feng's fatigue and anxiety. His daughter's smile and contentment were his greatest motivation to persevere, and the most direct and heartwarming source of his food perception ability. Xiaoman's happiness was the purest feedback of his heartfelt intentions. However, he noticed that Xiaoman seemed to be eating a little slower than usual today, and her brows would occasionally furrow slightly. Jiang Feng's heart tightened, and he took advantage of a break while ladling soup to squat down and touch Xiaoman's forehead. It wasn't hot. Xiaoman, what's wrong? Didn't you like the wontons? Xiaoman shook her head and whispered, Daddy, my tummy feels a little uncomfortable. Jiang Feng's heart jumped. Had he caught a cold last night? Or eaten something bad? Just then, a piercing engine roar came from afar, accompanied by a distorted tone of a police siren that sent chills down the spines of all the street vendors. Damn it! The city management officers are here, someone in the line shouted. In an instant, the once orderly queue erupted like a swarm of wasps. Those at the back of the line, feeling hopeless, turned and ran. Those at the front, about to be called, grew increasingly anxious, urging Jiang Feng to hurry up. Boss, quick! Pack my 2 orders. Mine is still cooking. Hurry up. If we get caught, we're finished. Jiang Feng's expression changed. This was the first time he had encountered a city management patrol since he started his stall. He hurriedly scooped out the cooked wontons, packed them into boxes, and collected money, his movements distorted with nervousness. Xiaoman was also frightened by the sudden chaos, dropping her little spoon and tightly gripping her father's trouser leg, her little face filled with fear. "Wah, Daddy." Xiaoman's voice was choked with sobs. "Don't be afraid, Xiaoman." Jiang Feng tried to remain calm, but his heart was pounding. He glanced quickly at the alley entrance and could already see a figure in a dark blue uniform appearing. He still had 2 bowls of wontons boiling in the pot, and the scalding hot broth in the thermos was now a huge burden. What to do? Run? With Xiaoman in tow and this heavy cart full of hot soup, there's no way we can escape. Don't run? Getting caught is a minor matter. Having the cart and tools confiscated would be a disaster. Chapter 22. At the critical moment. "Xiao Jiang! Don't panic." A deep, powerful voice called out. It was Uncle Li. He had somehow managed to squeeze to the side of the cart and pulled the frightened Xiaoman behind him protectively. "Quick! Come with me, push your cart." The man selling savory pancakes rushed over and, without saying a word, grabbed one of the handles of his cart. "Old Li, give me a hand." Jiang Feng reacted instantly. He swiftly lifted the pot of boiling broth. Thanks to the enhanced power of the system and his subtle perception of temperature, he held it steadily, while Uncle Li quickly grabbed the box containing wonton wrappers and meat filling. The pancake vendor and another regular customer and uncle worked together to push the heavy cart. "This way. Follow me." The pancake vendor was clearly very familiar with every nook and cranny of the alley, pushing his cart into an inconspicuous, narrow passage piled with miscellaneous items. Uncle Li carried Xiaoman, and Jiang Feng followed closely behind with a soup pot. They had only been hiding inside for a few seconds when 2 uniformed urban management officers arrived at the original location of the wonton stall at the alley entrance. Looking at the few tissues and empty bowls scattered on the ground, as well as the empty ground, one of them frowned. They ran fast. "Never mind, they've probably heard something. Let's go check it out." The other waved his hand. The narrow passageway reeked of clutter and years of dust. Jiang Feng leaned against the cold wall, panting heavily, his heart still pounding. A scalding pot of soup sat on a worn wooden box, steam rising from it. Xiaoman was held in Uncle Li's arms, her little face buried in his chest, her body still trembling slightly. Thank you, Uncle Li. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Uncle." Jiang Feng's voice trembled with relief and heartfelt gratitude. "No need to thank me, we're all neighbors." The pancake vendor wiped his sweat. "These bastards, they can't even keep quiet this early in the morning. It's good that everyone is all right." Uncle Li gently patted Xiaoman's back. "Xiaoman, it's all right now. The police officer is leaving." "Xiaoman, don't be afraid." Xiaoman raised her head, her big eyes still filled with tears, but when she saw her father and the familiar Grandpa Li, her emotions calmed down a little. The crisis was temporarily averted, but Jiang Feng's heart was heavy. This time he was lucky, with a benefactor helping him, but what about next time? The survival space for street vendors was always squeezed into the cracks. He looked down at Xiaoman. Her little hand was still tightly clutching the hem of his clothes. This fright, coupled with her earlier complaint of a stomachache. Jiang Feng felt a pang of heartache. After packing up and returning home, Jiang Feng carefully checked on Xiaoman, confirming that she had only caught a slight chill and been frightened. He fed her some warm rice porridge and lulled her to sleep. Looking at his daughter's slightly furrowed brow as she slept, Jiang Feng sat by the bed, overwhelmed by exhaustion and pressure. Upgrading the food cart was urgent, but it required money and time, while the uncertainty of running a stall hung like a Damocles sword over his head. Ding! The system detected that the host is facing severe survival pressure and deep concern for their loved ones, meeting the criteria for adversity protection. Special mission issued. The warmth of protection. Task requirements. Within 24 hours, prepare a special meal for your daughter, Xiaoman, to soothe her body and mind and dispel the cold. Task rewards. Unlock the basic recipe golden braised eggs, unlock basic braising technique, and receive 100 system points. The system notification sounded like heavenly music. Jiang Feng's spirits lifted. Exclusive food? Soothing to the body and mind? Dispelling the chill? Looking at the sleeping Xiaoman, he suddenly had an idea to cook a warm and nutritious boiled egg, but ordinary boiled eggs didn't seem special enough. He immediately sprang into action. He took out the few remaining fresh eggs from the refrigerator and carefully washed them. Then he boiled a small pot of water. Instead of putting the eggs directly into the pot as usual, he waited until the water was just beginning to bubble before gently placing them in. It seemed as if the system had injected some subtle knowledge about water temperature and heat control into his mind. He stood by the pot, completely focused. When the eggs were about 70% cooked, the yolks were almost set, the perfect soft-boiled egg, he quickly scooped them out and placed them in the prepared ice water. This was to prevent the residual heat from continuing to cook the yolks, maintaining the perfect soft-boiled texture. Next, he took out a small piece of his treasured, high-quality black tea, which he had originally bought to drink occasionally, added a few bay leaves, a small piece of cinnamon, 2 star anise, and a little rock sugar, and simmered it into a small pot of braising liquid with a bright red color and a unique aroma. The braising liquid was not strong in flavor, but rather carried the fragrance of tea and the mildness of spices. The chilled eggs were gently tapped to create fine cracks so the braising liquid could better penetrate the egg white, then soaked in the warm braising liquid. Jiang Feng didn't boil them over high heat, but let them slowly soak and absorb the flavor in the warm braising liquid. He stood by, occasionally stirring them gently with a spoon, as if creating a sacred work of art. Throughout the process, he could only think of Xiaoman's warm and satisfied smile when she ate them. When Xiaoman woke up and rubbed her eyes as she walked out of the bedroom, an indescribable, strange aroma, a mixture of tea, meat, an illusion created by spices, and a faint sweetness wafted into her nose. "Daddy, it smells so good." Xiaoman's drowsiness vanished instantly, and her big eyes sparkled. Jiang Feng smiled as he scooped a perfectly marinated egg from the warm braising liquid. The eggshell had an enticing amber color, with dark braising liquid seeping through the cracks. He carefully peeled off the shell. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the special mission, the warmth of protection. Task evaluation, perfect. The host's paternal love and focus have significantly enhanced the food's emotional impact. Rewards: unlocked basic recipe golden braised eggs, unlocked basic braising technique, and received 100 system points. The moment the shell peeled away, the translucent egg white was revealed, displaying a warm, jade-like, amber-like luster of light brown. The egg white was bouncy and firm, covered with beautiful patterns formed by the chilling and tapping, resembling the crackle glaze of goatware porcelain. Jiang Feng gently cut the marinated egg in half with a knife. Stunning! The egg white encases a runny yolk that resembles flowing molten gold. Its golden hue and rich, mellow texture seem to emanate golden light the moment it is cut open. The rich aroma of tea and the gentle scent of spices blend with the fresh fragrance of the egg, instantly filling the small room with warmth and enticing allure. Wow! A golden egg! Xiaoman exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide open. The fright and discomfort she had just felt seemed to have been dispelled by this magical, golden egg. Jiang Feng put half of the braised egg into a small bowl and handed it to Xiaoman, saying softly, "Try the golden egg that Daddy made for Xiaoman. It will warm your tummy and make you feel better." Xiaoman couldn't wait to scoop up a small piece of egg white with a spoon and put it in her mouth along with a bit of the runny yolk. The bouncy egg white had the unique complex salty and savory aroma of the braising sauce and a hint of tea, while the warm runny yolk was like the smoothest cream, with a rich egg flavor and a touch of sweetness, melting instantly on her tongue and bringing unparalleled satisfaction and warmth. "Delicious! Daddy is the best," Xiaoman said indistinctly, her little face beaming with pure happiness, her eyes curving into little crescents. Seeing his daughter's satisfied smile and feeling the notification from the system that a new recipe had been unlocked, Jiang Feng's gloom was largely dispelled by this small golden marinated egg. This wasn't just a new snack, it was hope in his predicament, the embodiment of the power to protect his daughter. Suspense. How will this amazing golden braised egg change the landscape of the wonton stall? Chapter 23. Xiaoman's love for the golden eggs exceeded Jiang Feng's expectations. The next morning, she clung to her father's leg, asking expectantly, "Daddy, are there more golden eggs to eat today?" Seeing his daughter's rosy cheeks and expectant eyes, Jiang Feng smiled and ruffled her hair. "Yes, but the golden eggs need to be cooked slowly, Xiaoman. Be a good girl and wait patiently." Last night's success gave him immense confidence. The golden braised egg recipe and basic braising techniques unlocked by the system gave him a completely new understanding and control over this seemingly simple snack. He went to the market early in the morning to buy fresh eggs and the necessary spices: black tea, bay leaves, cinnamon, star anise, and rock sugar. Thanks to his ingredient perception, he could easily select the freshest, most uniformly sized eggs, and the quality of the spices was also scanned by him. After returning home, he immediately began to prepare the food. This time, instead of experimenting in small batches, he prepared a large pot. The steps remained rigorous: washing, adding to warm water, precisely timing until 7/10 cooked, chilling in ice water, and tapping to create cracks. When simmering the braising liquid, he was even more adept at controlling the heat, spice ratios, and soaking time. The skills imparted by the system became almost instinctive, allowing him to clearly perceive the subtle changes in the fusion of flavors in the braising liquid. As the first batch of 20 marinated eggs slowly soaked and colored in the warm braising liquid, the entire courtyard was filled with that unique, captivating, complex aroma. The fragrance of tea was delicate, the spices warm, and the sweetness of rock sugar was subtle, perfectly complementing the rich flavor of the eggs themselves. Xiaoman, like a little tail, circled around the stove, constantly sniffing and swallowing hard. "Daddy, Xiang." She looked up at him with a face full of admiration. Jiang Feng carefully scooped out a few marinated eggs, which he took to the stall as his secret weapon for the day. He placed the eggs in a clean, small insulated container, alongside a large insulated container filled with broth, in a corner of his cart. The container was covered, but the wisps of strong, enticing aroma still stubbornly escaped. The long queue at the wonton stall remained unchanged. As customers eagerly awaited their arrival, a strange aroma, distinct from the savory fragrance of the wonton soup, suddenly wafted into their nostrils. "Huh? What's that smell? It smells so good. The aroma of tea? And the aroma of meat? No, it's even more unique than the aroma of meat." It looked like it floated out of the boss's cart. All eyes turned to Jiang Feng's work table, focusing on the new insulated container with its lid on. Even the aloof, masked, mysterious female diner, Yiwei, couldn't help but glance at it a few more times, her nose twitching slightly beneath the mask. Jiang Feng chuckled inwardly, but remained outwardly calm. He busied himself with cooking and packing wontons as usual. Only when the first batch of pre-ordered wontons had been mostly collected and the queue had loosened up a bit did he casually open the lid of the small insulated container. Whoosh! A richer, more mellow, and warm complex aroma burst forth as if it were a tangible thing, instantly sweeping across the entire alleyway. The golden red, translucent marinated eggs were neatly stacked in the insulated container, like meticulously crafted works of art, shimmering with an alluring amber luster in the morning light. "Boss, what kind of egg is this? It smells so good." A middle-aged man at the front of the line couldn't help but ask, his eyes fixed on the insulated container. "Freshly made braised eggs, golden braised eggs, 5 yuan each," Jiang Feng introduced with a smile, a hint of pride in his voice. He picked up an egg and gently broke it open in front of everyone. The golden red egg white, like the finest agate, is bouncy and tempting. But the most stunning part is the flowing, liquid gold-like yolk. The rich aroma of egg, mixed with the subtle notes of tea, spices, and a hint of sweetness, spreads even more unrestrainedly as the yolk flows. The dual impact of sight and smell makes everyone who sees and smells it unconsciously swallow. Give me one. No, two. The middle-aged man pulled out his money without hesitation. I want one too. Boss, please add a braised egg to my takeout wontons. Me too. Give me the braised egg first, and I'll cook the wontons slowly. The line that had originally come just to buy wontons was instantly ignited by the braised eggs. At 3 yuan each, they weren't cheap, but with the perfect 10 yuan wontons before them, coupled with the unparalleled aroma and appearance, diners were exceptionally quick to open their wallets. The braised eggs in the insulated container were visibly decreasing at a rapid pace. Yue, the mysterious female diner, finally reached the front of the line. Unlike the others, she wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she carefully examined the braised eggs in the thermos and then looked at the half of the egg that Jiang Feng had broken open, its runny yolk still flowing. One hard-boiled egg, please. Her voice came through the mask, still cool and aloof, but Jiang Feng keenly caught the fleeting look of surprise and curiosity in her eyes. Okay. Jiang Feng deftly used food tongs to take out a warm braised egg, carefully put it into a small paper bag, and handed it to her. Yue didn't leave immediately. Instead, she walked to a slightly clearer spot, removed half of her mask, and took a small bite. Her movements were elegant, yet quick. The egg white was bouncy and flavorful, with a complex blend of saltiness and tea notes. The texture was exquisite. When her teeth broke through the egg white and touched the warm, runny yolk, her usually cool eyes widened for a moment. The rich aroma of egg mixed with the essence of the braising sauce exploded in her mouth, silky and mellow, bringing a strange, soul-stirring sense of satisfaction and warmth. This taste far exceeded her expectations of a street-side braised egg. She even forgot her surroundings, focusing intently on savoring it, her expression beneath the mask more serious than ever before. Ding! Received high-quality, amazing, emotional feedback. Your proficiency with the recipe golden marinated eggs has slightly increased. The system notification made Jiang Feng's lips curl into a slight smile. He knew that this egg had conquered an extremely discerning palate. The introduction of braised eggs has greatly increased the average order value and revenue. Many diners choose the wonton plus braised egg combo, getting a double dose of top-notch enjoyment for just 13 yuan. Jiang Feng was busy while keeping an eye on Xiaoman. She sat on a small stool, taking small bites of her own special, less salty braised egg, watching the increasingly bustling scene in front of her father's stall, her big eyes filled with happiness and pride. However, the popularity also meant selling out even earlier. When the last bowl of wontons and the last braised egg were sold, it was almost half an hour earlier than usual. Some customers left disappointed, but Jiang Feng, while packing up his stall, felt a surge of excitement. The success of the braised eggs showed him even more possibilities. His wallet was a little fuller, and he was one step closer to that battle car. Just as he finished packing and was about to push the cart home, a simply dressed, kind-faced, slightly plump middle-aged woman walked over. It was Aunt Li, the owner of the small convenience store at the alley entrance. She looked at Jiang Feng, then at Xiaoman sitting in the cart playing with her teddy bear, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Young Master Jiang, are you busy?" Chapter 24. Jiang Feng was a little surprised by Aunt Li's initiative to strike up a conversation, but he immediately stopped what he was doing and politely replied, "Aunt Li, we're closing up shop. Is there anything I can help you with?" Aunt Li rubbed her hands together, a slightly embarrassed smile on her face, and glanced at Xiaoman, who was sitting quietly. "It's like this. I see your business is getting better and better. You're busy running around and taking care of Xiaoman. It's really not easy. Especially in the morning when there are a lot of people, Xiaoman sits there alone. Although she is sensible and doesn't make a fuss, it's always worrying to have people and cars coming and going." She paused, and seeing that Jiang Feng was listening attentively, she continued, "Well, you know how that convenience store is. It's basically empty before 7 in the morning, just open. I was thinking, if you don't mind, could you leave Xiaoman at my store during the busiest time when you're setting up your stall in the morning? I have a small stool, hot water, and some snacks in my store. I can watch her for a while. You can come pick her up after this busy period, okay? This suggestion completely surprised Jiang Feng. He was stunned. Ever since he started taking care of Xiaoman alone, whether he was setting up his stall or at home, he had gotten used to having Xiaoman by his side. Even if it was tiring, he always felt that Xiaoman was safest only under his watchful eye. He had never considered entrusting Xiaoman to his neighbor's care, even for a short time. On the one hand, he was afraid of troubling others. On the other hand, deep down, there was a subtle, almost imperceptible, doubt about trusting others. After all, Xiaoman was his lifeline. He subconsciously looked at Xiaoman. Xiaoman also heard what Aunt Li said, blinked her big eyes, looked at Aunt Li curiously, then looked at her father, without immediately showing fear or resistance. Aunt Li seemed to sense Jiang Feng's concerns and quickly added, "Young Master Jiang, don't worry. I've been running this shop at the alley entrance for over 10 years, and all the neighbors know me. My son is a few years older than Xiaoman, and I love children the most. I will definitely not mistreat Xiaoman. During the busiest part of the morning, I promise to keep a close eye on her, not let her run around, and not let her eat any random things." Aunt Li's eyes were sincere, and her words were simple and honest. Jiang Feng recalled her kindness when he delivered lard before, and the neighbors' chivalrous help when the city management officers came last time. The ice in his heart seemed to crack. During the morning rush hour, especially after adding braised eggs recently, he was indeed as busy as a spinning top, almost bumping into the cart several times, or being pushed next to Xiaoman by the people in line. Moreover, if an emergency occurred again like last time, city management officers or other chaos, it would be too dangerous to bring Xiaoman along. It's too much trouble for you, Aunt Li." Jiang Feng's tone softened slightly, but he still hesitated. "What's the trouble? We're neighbors. It's only right that we help each other out." Aunt Li waved her hand cheerfully. "Besides, Xiaoman is such a good girl. I love her more than anything. Xiaoman, would you like to come to the shop with Grandma Li for a while? Grandma has some lollipops." She teased Xiaoman with a smile. Xiaoman looked at Aunt Li's kind face, then at her father, and asked softly, "Will Dad come to pick Xiaoman up when he's done with his work?" "Yes. Dad will pick you up as soon as he finishes his busiest part." Jiang Feng squatted down and said earnestly to his daughter, "Well, okay then." Xiaoman nodded, hugged the teddy bear even tighter, but still agreed. Seeing his daughter's sensible expression, Jiang Feng's heart softened, and he finally made up his mind. He stood up and said solemnly to Aunt Li, "Aunt Li, thank you so much. You've really helped me a lot. How about this? From now on, I'll bring Xiaoman to your shop every morning and pick her up around 7:30. Is that all right?" "Okay, great. It's settled then." Aunt Li happily agreed. "You can leave Xiaoman in my care tomorrow morning without worry." With Xiaoman's care resolved, Jiang Feng felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. Early the next morning, he took Xiaoman to Aunt Li's convenience store as promised. Aunt Li opened the store early, as expected, and even placed a small chair by the door. She greeted Xiaoman warmly and gave her a milk-flavored lollipop. "Xiaoman, be good. Stay with Grandma Li for a while. Daddy is at the alley entrance. I'll come pick you up when I'm done." Jiang Feng squatted down and instructed. "Okay, good girl, Xiaoman." Xiaoman nodded obediently with a lollipop in her mouth. Although there was still a trace of unease in her eyes about the unfamiliar environment, Aunt Li's kindness and the sweetness of the lollipop eased her anxiety considerably. Jiang Feng returned to his stall, free of worries, feeling much more relaxed, and his movements became even more swift and fluid. He devoted himself entirely to the preparation, cooking wontons, scooping out braised eggs, collecting money, and packing orders, all in one smooth motion. His efficiency improved significantly, shortening the waiting time for customers and reducing complaints. He even had a little time to wipe the work surface until it shone brighter. "The boss is even faster today." "Yes, The group seems to be moving much faster now. The diners praised it highly. Yue, the mysterious female customer, came again today, ordering wontons and a braised egg as usual. She keenly noticed that Jiang Feng was acting differently today. He seemed less tense, constantly watching his surroundings, and his movements were more fluid. She glanced thoughtfully in the direction of the convenience store at the alley entrance. Business was booming as always. The wontons and braised eggs sold out ahead of schedule again. Jiang Feng packed up his stall and immediately headed to the convenience store. Through the glass door, he saw Xiaoman sitting on a small chair, with Aunt Li holding a colorful children's picture book and telling her a story with great expression. Xiaoman listened intently, a smile on her face, completely unlike the unease she had when she first arrived. Seeing Jiang Feng enter, Xiaoman immediately jumped off the chair and rushed over. "Daddy." "Oh, Xiaoman is such a good girl." Jiang Feng picked up his daughter and kissed her little face, his heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt Li. You've gone to so much trouble." "No trouble at all. Xiaoman is such a good girl. She just sits and listens to the story without making a fuss." Aunt Li smiled and closed the picture book. "I'll bring it every morning from now on, so you can focus on your business." With Aunt Li's help in looking after Xiaoman, Jiang Feng felt his life and work had entered a more positive cycle. He could focus more on preparing goods and setting up his stall every day, improving his efficiency and steadily increasing his income. In return, he would quietly place a bowl of freshly cooked wontons and a braised egg in a food box on Aunt Li's convenience store counter before closing each day. Aunt Li declined several times, but couldn't resist Jiang Feng's persistence and accepted them, further strengthening their neighborly relationship. With his wallet getting fatter, Jiang Feng's plan to renovate the food cart was put on the agenda. He used his spare time to clean and polish the old tricycle frame and went to hardware stores and scrap yards to scavenge for usable stainless steel sheets and angle iron. The pancake vendor also enthusiastically offered suggestions and even introduced him to a skilled welder. Just when everything seemed to be going well, one Friday evening, Jiang Feng was squatting in the yard, clanging and banging on the bicycle frame, while Xiaoman played with her newly bought building blocks nearby. Suddenly, Aunt Li rushed over, a hint of anxiety on her face. "Xiao Jiang! Quick! Go check. Your Xiaoman seems to have run away with someone." Chapter 25. "What?" Aunt Li's words struck Jiang Feng like a bolt from the blue. The wrench in his hand clattered to the ground, and he jumped to his feet, his face deathly pale. "Aunt Li, explain yourself. What happened to Xiaoman?" Aunt Li was so anxious she kept slapping her thigh. "Just now. About half an hour ago, right? Xiaoman was looking at picture books in my shop. A neighbor, an elderly lady, came in to buy something and chatted with me for a bit. She mentioned a vendor selling colorful cotton candy at the other end of the alley, saying it was really pretty. I turned around and said a couple of words to the old lady, and when I turned back, Xiaoman was gone. The little chair by the door was empty. I rushed out to look for her, but I couldn't find her anywhere. Someone said they thought they saw a little girl, hugging a teddy bear, running towards the east end of the alley. There are a lot of cars there. Colorful cotton candy." Jiang Feng's mind went blank. Xiaoman had seen other children eating it at the kindergarten gate a few days ago, and she'd been talking about it for ages since, her big eyes filled with envy. He'd promised to buy her some this weekend, but he hadn't yet. The child must have heard about the cotton candy for sale and couldn't resist running out to see it. Fear washed over Jiang Feng like a cold tide. The east end of the alley connected to a secondary road with considerable traffic. Xiaoman was only 3 years old. What if she ran onto the road? He didn't dare think about it. "Aunt Li, watch over this place for me." Jiang Feng's voice trembled as he rushed out. His mind was blank, with only one thought remaining: find Xiaoman. He had to find her. Xiaoman. Xiaoman. Jiang Feng rushed out of the courtyard and ran wildly eastward along the alley like a madman, shouting his daughter's name at the top of his lungs. His heart was pounding, as if it would jump out of his throat, and fear made his whole body cold, his hands and feet trembling. The neighbors in the alley were all startled when they saw Jiang Feng's appearance. Boss Jiang, what's wrong? Looking for Xiaoman? I think I just saw a little girl go that way. What happened? Jiang Feng didn't have time to answer. He just kept running forward, his eyes scanning every corner and every fork in the road. Passing Aunt Lee's convenience store, he saw a few people gathered at the entrance, and Aunt Lee was anxiously talking to them. He didn't stop, continuing eastward. Just as he was about to reach the alley entrance and dash onto the busy road, a familiar voice rang out with delight. "Daddy! Daddy!" Jiang Feng abruptly stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. Right next to the alley entrance, beside the stall of the man selling savory pancakes, Xiaoman was standing there. She was tightly hugging her teddy bear in one hand, and in the other hand, she was holding a fluffy pink and blue cotton candy that was bigger than her face. The man selling the pancakes was bent over, looking both frightened and relieved, protecting Xiaoman by her side. "Xiaoman." Jiang Feng practically lunged forward, pulling his daughter into a tight embrace. The overwhelming joy of finding her again choked his voice. "You scared Daddy to death. Where did you run off to?" Xiaoman was held tightly by her father, but feeling his trembling, she became a little scared and whispered, "Xiaoman." Xiaoman heard cotton candy and wanted to show it to her father. Grandma Li was talking, so Xiaoman ran out by herself, and then she got lost. As she spoke, her little mouth twitched, and she looked like she was about to cry. "It's all right. It's all right. It's good that you found her. It's good that you found her." Jiang Feng hugged his daughter tightly, feeling the warmth and reality of the small body in his arms. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense, gradually settled down. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. "Oh my! We finally found her." Aunt Lee and several neighbors also caught up, panting. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Xiaoman was safe and sound. "Xiaojiang, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't watch the child properly," Aunt Lee said with a face full of guilt, her eyes red. "It's not your fault, Aunt Lee. It's the child's own fault," Jiang Feng quickly said, knowing that he couldn't blame Aunt Lee entirely. "Thank goodness." The pancake vendor interjected, still shaken, pointing to the road not far away. "I had just set up my stall when I saw Xiaoman standing alone on the roadside, craning her neck to look at that cotton candy stall across the street. With cars coming and going, it was so dangerous. I quickly called her over and asked her where her dad was. She said she was looking for her dad to buy cotton candy, so I guessed she had run away by herself. I was just about to call you when you came running over." So that's how it is. The pancake vendor found Xiaoman when she got lost, sheltered her by his stall, and even bought her a big cotton candy to comfort her. Holding Xiaoman in his arms, Jiang Feng bowed deeply to the pancake vendor, Aunt Lee, and the kind neighbors who had gathered around him. "Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Aunt Lee. Thank you, neighbors." His voice was hoarse from the ordeal and filled with deep gratitude. At that moment, he truly understood the meaning of a close neighbor is worse than a distant relative. Without these kind neighbors, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiaoman seemed to realize she had caused trouble. She nestled in her father's arms and whispered, "Daddy, I'm sorry. Xiaoman won't run around like that next time. Grandma Li, I'm sorry." Seeing his daughter's pitiful yet remorseful expression, Jiang Feng couldn't bear to scold her anymore. He gently wiped away the tears from Xiaoman's eyes and said softly, "It's good that you know you were wrong. From now on, if you want to go anywhere, you must tell Daddy or Grandma Li. You can't just run away by yourself, okay?" "Yes." Xiaoman understands. Xiaoman nodded vigorously. The false alarm actually deepened Jiang Feng's trust in Aunt Lee. He knew that Aunt Lee genuinely liked Xiaoman, and this was purely an accident. He was also even more grateful to the pancake vendor for his timely help. He hugged Xiaoman, thanked him repeatedly, and then went home. Back home, Xiaoman ate the cotton candy she'd risked so much, and her mood quickly improved. Jiang Feng, however, sat by the bed, looking at his daughter, his heart heavy with emotion. This incident had served as a wake-up call. Upgrading the food cart was important, but his daughter's safety was always the top priority. He needed to make more comprehensive arrangements. He picked up his phone and opened the WeChat group for the alleyway Wonton stall information station. After thinking for a moment, he typed a message. At everyone, dear neighbors and customers, thank you so much for helping me find my daughter, Xiaoman, today. She ran away while playing, but she has been found safe and sound. All thanks to the kind neighbors, especially Aunt Lee and Brother Bing. I'm sorry for the trouble. To express my gratitude, and for the safety of children, I have a small idea. I'd like to customize a batch of child safety bracelets with our Wonton stall logo and emergency contact information, and give them away for free to parents who bring their children in the group. What do you think? Or do you have any better suggestions? Chapter 26. Jiang Feng's suggestion in the WeChat group was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. Within seconds of the message being sent, the group chat was flooded with various replies. Boss, you're too kind. I'm so glad the child is all right. Of course, of course. We're neighbors. Anti-loss bracelet? That's a great idea. It's practical. I support Mr. Jiang. My kid is also mischievous. He almost got lost in the supermarket last time. It scared me to death. The boss is so thoughtful. I'll pre-order one of these bracelets. Yes, yes, yes. It's good to have a logo. If it gets lost, people will immediately recognize it as one of our alleyway food station. Boss, you're so generous. This bracelet must have cost a lot to make, right? How about we crowdfund it? Crowdfunding +1. We can't let Boss Jiang spend all the money. Seeing the messages of kindness and support on the screen, Jiang Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He hadn't expected such a warm and positive response. He quickly replied, "Thank you all for your understanding and support. Don't worry about the cost. This is just a small token of my appreciation. My main goal is to do my part for the children's safety, and I appreciate everyone's help. I'll let you know the specific wristband design and how to receive it once I've finalized those details." The discussion in the group became even more lively, with some even spontaneously designing logo sketches, an abstract image of steaming wontons in a small bowl, with a cute little girl silhouette next to it. An atmosphere of neighborly mutual assistance and shared protection permeated the group. Jiang Feng's unintentional suggestion unexpectedly became an opportunity to strengthen the cohesion of the alleyway food community. After the scare of Xiaoman getting lost, Aunt Lee took even better care of her. She even cleared out a small corner in the convenience store, placing Xiaoman's favorite picture books and a few safe toys, and specially prepared a children's water bottle. Every morning, when Jiang Feng brought Xiaoman to the store, Aunt Lee would greet her with a smile, holding Xiaoman's hand. "Xiaoman's here? What story would you like to hear today?" Xiaoman gradually got used to Aunt Lee's care and would even share the cookies she brought with her. With no worries about the future, Jiang Feng's business flourished. His braised eggs became a signature dish on par with his wontons, in high demand and short supply. He increased the number of braised eggs he prepared daily from 20 to 30, then 40, and they still sold out quickly. His turnover steadily climbed. With his wallet full, the plan to renovate the food cart could finally be carried out in earnest. He contacted Master Zhang, the welder recommended by the pancake vendor. Master Zhang looked at the old tricycle frame and pile of materials that Jiang Feng had found and listened to Jiang Feng's ideas: a large work surface, storage space, a fixed stove position, and preferably a small canopy for sun and rain protection, and confidently said it was no problem. The renovation project officially started in Jiang Feng's courtyard. The screeching sound of cutting steel, the sparks of welding, and the clanging of hammering iron sheets became the new background noise of the courtyard. Xiaoman was a little scared at first and hid behind her father to watch, but she was soon attracted by the scene of building a big car and became a loyal little audience member and would cheer for Master Zhang in her childish voice from time to time. Jiang Feng became the most diligent laborer, helping to hand over tools, support materials, and polish weld points. He used his enhanced learning ability and understanding of the structure to put forward many practical improvement suggestions, such as designing a lockable storage box under the workbench to store valuables and materials. adding a foldable small table to the side of the cart to store takeout boxes and seasonings, and even reserving space at the front of the cart to install a small light box with the alleyway wonton stall logo. Master Jiang praised Jiang Feng's comprehension and practical skills. Young Master Jiang, you're really quick-witted. You don't seem like a street vendor, you're more like an engineer. As the framework of the chariot took shape day by day, Jiang Feng's expectations grew higher and higher. He could almost see a brand new, practical food cart, bearing his and Xiaoman's marks, appearing at the alley entrance, carrying their hopes and dreams. That afternoon, the renovation project was nearing completion, and Master Jiang was doing the final reinforcement and polishing. Jiang Feng took Xiaoman to the market to buy ingredients for tomorrow. When he returned to the alley entrance carrying heavy pork bones, fresh pork, and eggs, he saw a group of people surrounding his stall, pointing and commenting. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickened his pace. Squeezing through the crowd, the sight before him instantly ignited his fury. His old but meticulously maintained and neatly arranged handcart was now overturned. The thermos containing the remnants of broth lay upside down, the greasy liquid spilled all over the floor. The plastic box of wonton wrappers was crushed, the scattered wrappers covered in dust. The bowl of minced meat was overturned, the fresh meat mixed with filth, a truly appalling sight. Several empty beer bottles and cigarette butts lay scattered nearby. Beside the cart, Huang Mao and his two henchmen, smoking cigarettes, looked at the onlookers and Jiang Feng, who had rushed over, with a look of provocation and schadenfreude. "Hey, Boss Zhang's back," the blonde-haired guy said sarcastically, exhaling a smoke ring. "Sorry, we guys had a bit too much to drink, slipped, and accidentally knocked over your golden rice bowl. How about we compensate you for the damages?" He deliberately emphasized the words damages, his eyes revealing no attempt to hide the threat. Chapter 27. The arrogant faces of the blonde-haired gang and the mess on the ground were like a bucket of ice water poured on Jiang Feng's boiling anger. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his teeth clenched, and he almost couldn't control himself from rushing forward. But the terrified sobs of Xiaoman in his arms and the worried gazes of the neighbors around him instantly pulled him back to his last shred of reason. Fight? He can't beat 3 thugs by himself. Even if he wins, he'll get into even bigger trouble. Who will take care of Xiaoman? What will happen to his hard-earned stall? What about the new food truck that's almost finished? Daddy, I'm scared. Xiaoman buried her face in the crook of his neck, her small body trembling. Don't be afraid, Xiaoman. Don't be afraid. Daddy's here. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his surging killing intent, and gently patted his daughter's back. His icy gaze swept over the blonde-haired men, and his voice was terrifyingly low. Get lost. Yellow Hair chuckled, seemingly pleased with Jiang Feng's cowardice. That's more like it. Harmony brings wealth. Guys, let's go. He and his cronies swaggered out of the crowd, leaving behind a mess and a heavy silence. Xiao Jiang, call the police. Aunt Li said, her face turning pale with anger. These bastards. They're bullying us, the pancake vendor said indignantly. Yes, boss, we can't just let this go. Jiang Feng shook his head, crouched down with Xiaoman in his arms, carefully avoiding the oil stains and broken glass on the ground, and began to silently clean up the mess. Would calling the police do any good? At most, they'd give you a warning, lock you up for a few days, and then release you. They'd only get worse then. His voice was calm, but carried a chilling undertone. I'll remember this. But now I need to clean this up first. I need to set up my stall tomorrow. His calmness and resilience inspired those around him. Aunt Li quickly brought a broom and dustpan, the pancake vendor helped lift the cart, and several familiar customers squatted down to help pick up anything still usable. The thermos had a dented corner, but it was still usable. The wonton wrappers were all ruined. Most regrettably, the bowl of fresh meat filling was completely unusable. The losses were considerable, but Jiang Feng's face showed little frustration, only an almost cold focus. After tidying up and thanking his neighbors, Jiang Feng carried Xiaoman home. Xiaoman seemed terrified and slept restlessly that night, so Jiang Feng stayed with her all night. The next morning, he set up his stall on time as usual. The cart was scrubbed exceptionally clean, but the dented thermos and the empty meat-filling bowl silently testified to yesterday's ordeal. The diners had clearly heard about what happened last night, and when they saw Jiang Feng appear, their eyes were filled with sympathy and admiration. "Mr. Jiang, are you all right? Those bastards are awful. I'll buy 2 extra bowls today to support the boss." Jiang Feng simply smiled calmly. "Thank you, everyone. It's all over now. There's plenty of wontons." He deftly began preparing the food, as if nothing had happened yesterday. However, his tightly pursed lips and the coldness deep in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Just then, a familiar figure rushed over. It was Nurse Lu, who often worked the night shift. She was wearing a slightly tired nurse's uniform, clearly having just finished her night shift. Seeing Jiang Feng's trolley, she breathed a sigh of relief, then her face showed deep apology. "Boss Jiang, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry." Xiao Lu apologized repeatedly, his eyes a little red. "Nurse Lu? What's wrong?" Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised. "Yesterday. I was wrong yesterday." Xiao Lu spoke quickly, filled with self-reproach. "I was starving after my night shift last night, so I wanted to have a bowl of wontons. But then I saw Huang Mao and his gang surrounding your car. I'm a coward, so I didn't dare go over and just stayed away. Later I heard they smashed up the stall. If I had shouted or called the police, maybe." She couldn't finish her sentence, clearly feeling extremely guilty. Jiang Feng understood. It turned out that Xiao Lu was one of the witnesses yesterday. Looking at this kind yet timid nurse, a warmth melted away the chill in his heart. He shook his head and said gently, "Nurse Lu, don't say that. As a young woman, protecting yourself in that situation was the right thing to do. What if you got hurt if you rushed in? It wasn't worth it." But Xiao Lu was still very upset. "It's really nothing." Jiang Feng interrupted her, quickly filled a bowl with wontons, and added a braised egg. He handed it to her. "Here, it's fresh out of the pot. Eat this to warm your stomach and go back to get some rest. What happened yesterday has nothing to do with you." Looking at the steaming bowl of fragrant wontons and the golden braised egg, and then at Jiang Feng's calm and gentle face, Xiao Lu almost burst into tears. She didn't say anything more, took the bowl, nodded heavily, paid, and slipped an extra 10 yuan into Jiang Feng's change box before leaving with the bowl, turning back every few steps. For the next few days, Xiao Lu came almost every day, rain or shine. Sometimes it was after her night shift, sometimes before her shift. She not only came alone, but also brought several colleagues who were also on the night shift. They became the most loyal night shift party members at the wonton stall. Each time she came, Xiao Lu would chat with Jiang Feng for a few minutes, showing concern for Xiaoman, her eyes filled with sincere gratitude and a sense of closeness born of shared hatred. Her presence was like a faint but persistent light, dispelling the gloom in Jiang Feng's heart brought on by Huang Mao. Jiang Feng gradually learned that Xiao Lu faced immense pressure at the hospital, especially during night shifts. A bowl of steaming wontons and a comforting braised egg became a vital solace in her weary life. This feeling of being needed and trusted strengthened Jiang Feng's resolve to continue. He wasn't just selling food, he was spreading warmth. Ding! Received stable, trust, and healing emotional feedback. Host's mental resilience has slightly improved. The system notification made Jiang Feng's lips curl into a slight smile. He watched Xiao Lu and his colleagues leave with satisfaction, then looked at Xiaoman quietly reading a book in Aunt Li's shop, and at the nearly completed new food truck frame in the courtyard, its metallic sheen reflecting the sunlight. His conviction was unwavering. The renovation of the new food truck has entered its final sprint. Chef Zhang is busy polishing the stainless steel work table, installing the custom-made stove bracket, and the small but eye-catching alleyway wonton stall light box. Jiang Feng is busy adjusting the positioning of the insulated containers and the locks on the storage boxes. Xiaoman runs around in the yard, excitedly announcing, "Daddy's big truck is almost finished." However, at this hopeful juncture, an undercurrent began to surge in the alleyway Wontons stall information station WeChat group. The reason for this was that the mysterious female diner who had been quietly observing the scene, independent food blogger Yue Ideat, finally made her move. She simultaneously published a sharply titled restaurant review on her WeChat official account and a local food forum. The alleyway charm and hidden worries. Can a feast for the tastes of 10 yuan wontons and 3 yuan braised eggs live up to higher expectations? In the first half of the article, she used extremely professional language to lavishly praise the clear and mellow soup base of Jiang Feng wontons, the fresh and sweet texture of the meat filling, and the amazing taste impact brought by the flowing yolk of the golden braised egg. She even captured the wonderful, comforting feeling contained in the food, calling it a brief haven for the weary soul of the city. However, the article takes a sharp turn, with the latter half sharply pointing out the problem. 1. Limited product variety and limited choices. With only wontons and braised eggs available, it's difficult to satisfy diners at different times and with different needs. Offering only these two items for breakfast is rather monotonous. 2. Bottleneck in food preparation efficiency. Long queues during peak hours severely impact the customer experience. The fact that the owner is handling everything alone has become even more strained since the addition of braised eggs. 3. Hygiene concerns and environmental limitations. In adverse weather conditions, as exposed by the previous urban management incident and unforeseen circumstances, the rudimentary pushcart makes it difficult to guarantee food safety. The limited operating space also presents an inherent risk of food exposure. 4. Controversy surrounding pricing strategy. While the taste is amazing, the 10 yuan bowl of street-side wontons and 3 yuan braised eggs are indeed priced higher than the general market level, creating a barrier for some people. The article questions its sustainability, especially in the face of potential cost increases, such as upgrading the food truck. The article concludes, taste is the foundation, but it's not everything. This young father with a child possesses amazing culinary talent and a rare sincerity. His food warms the heart. However, if he wants to transform from a stunning roadside stall into a truly vibrant city landmark, addressing the aforementioned pain points and seeking breakthroughs in balance are unavoidable challenges. We look forward to his transformation and to the richer, more relaxed aromas wafting from the alleyway. This objective yet incisive article, which blends praise with criticism, is like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. It quickly sparked heated discussions in the local food circle and the alleyway wonton stall information station group. The group chat exploded with discussion. Blogger Vivi is right. My legs always ache from waiting in line. Indeed, it would be great if there were more options. Sometimes I want to change things up when I only eat wontons. The price is a bit pricey, but it's so delicious. The boss is working too hard by himself. It's time to hire a helper. I think the hygiene is fine. The owner is very clean. Upgrade the food truck. It's a must. Support the boss. Jiang Feng also saw the article. He sat beside the still unfinished new food cart, reading it word by the light of his phone screen. Yue's praise made his heart race, while her criticism felt like fine needles, precisely piercing the sore spots he was already aware of. There was no anger, but rather a complex feeling of being awakened by someone in the know. She had voiced the problem he had always wanted to solve, but lacked the ability to address. Ding! External in-depth evaluation and potential business crisis detected. Mission triggered. The key to breaking the impasse. Task requirements. Within 72 hours, unlock and successfully launch a brand new staple food product to effectively alleviate the problem of product category limitation, and initially verify the efficiency improvement effect of the new food truck. Task reward. Unlock basic noodle soup skill. Gain 200 system points. New food truck. The new food truck is nearing completion. The new food truck was created to solve problems related to efficiency, space, and product variety. And the unlocking of this new product is a timely boon. Jiang Feng's gaze instantly locked onto the mission reward, basic noodle soup skill. Noodle soup. Plain noodles. The recipe heartwarming plain noodles that the system had previously suggested immediately flashed into his mind. a bowl of seemingly simple noodle soup that actually demands immense skill. It requires a richer, more mellow broth. It can share the same wonton soup base, but needs adjustment. It needs smooth and chewy noodles. He needs to find or make them himself, and it needs the finishing touch of lard and scallions. Most importantly, it needs a warm, authentic power that touches the soul. That's it. Jiang Feng's eyes blazed with determination. Upgrading the food truck and introducing plain noodles was his best response to Yue's doubts, the diner's expectations, and his own limitations. He immediately took action. First, he contacted his usual noodle shop and requested a custom-made alkaline noodle that was thinner, smoother, and less prone to clumping during cooking. At the same time, using his ingredient perception, he fine-tuned the spice ratio based on his wonton broth, adding more pork bones and chicken frames, and extending the cooking time to extract a richer, more mellow, and collagen-rich upgraded broth for the yangchun noodles. The most crucial element, lard. Jiang Feng decided to render it himself. He carefully selected thick, fatty pork fat, cut it into small pieces, and slowly rendered it over a low flame. Watching the glistening fat gradually seep out, turning clear and golden, and the rich aroma of lard filling the air, even Master Jiang couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious. So delicious. Young Master Jiang, your skills are amazing." Thanks to Chef Zhang's overtime work, the new food cart was finally completed. A brand new, multifunctional electric food cart appeared in the courtyard. The silver-gray stainless steel body gleamed, with a spacious work table, a fixed double-burner stove, lockable storage cabinets, a neat condiment rack, a foldable takeout table, and that eye-catching alleyway wonton stall, light box emitting a soft, warm light. There was even a small retractable sunshade, rain awning, on the roof. "Daddy, the big car is so beautiful." Xiaoman excitedly jumped and bounced around the new car. Jiang Feng stroked the cold metal of the car body, his heart surging with emotion. This was his new beginning. The morning after the new food truck went into service, Jiang Feng didn't go to his usual spot. He moved his heartwarming food truck, his name for the new truck, to a more spacious and prominent location at the alley entrance. The brand new truck gleamed in the morning light, instantly attracting the attention of all passers-by and diners. The WeChat group had already announced in advance, the new food truck Heartwarming is now online, and we're also launching a new dish, Heartwarming Plain Noodles, 12 yuan per bowl. Welcome to try it. Yue also arrived. She was still wearing a mask, but her eyes were filled with surprise and keen interest. She looked at the transformed food truck and then at the newly added plain noodles on the menu. Jiang Feng took a deep breath and lit the wok. He ladled a large spoonful of boiling, upgraded broth into a bowl. The clear soup was like amber. Then he added a spoonful of lard, the pure white fat melting quickly in the hot broth, releasing enticing oil droplets and an irresistible aroma. He drained the blanched, custom-made alkaline noodles and neatly arranged them in the bowl. Finally, he sprinkled a pinch of bright green scallions on top and drizzled a few drops of his special soy sauce, with a hint of caramel. A seemingly simple bowl of heartwarming yangchun noodles is ready. The broth is clear, the noodles are white, glistening with oil, and the scallions are green. The rich and comforting aroma of lard mixed with the savory broth is like an invisible hook, instantly captivating the senses of everyone present. "Give me a bowl of plain noodles. I want one too. I want to try the new product. This fragrance is amazing." Yue stood in the queue, watching Jiang Feng's smoother and more composed operation on the new food cart. His efficiency had clearly improved. Looking at the simple yet irresistibly tempting bowl of noodles, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile curved her lips beneath her mask. She wanted to see if this bowl of noodles could carry the new, warm aroma of the alleyway. Chapter 29. The aroma of heartwarming yangchun noodles is like a drop of water thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the alleyway in the early morning. The rich, mellow aroma of the broth, infused with the soulful scent of lard, powerfully dispelled the morning chill, awakening in everyone the primal craving for a bowl of hot noodle soup. The diner's enthusiasm was completely ignited. The queue, far from shortening due to the new menu, actually grew longer. The spacious countertop and double-burner stove of the new heartwarming food truck immediately proved their worth. Jiang Feng could cook noodles, wontons, and scoop out braised eggs simultaneously, nearly doubling his efficiency. Although still busy, his movements were more organized and less chaotic than before. A bowl of plain noodles, and a braised egg, 2 bowls of wontons, and 1 bowl of plain noodles to go. Boss, noodles. Hurry up. I'm so hungry. The diners urged him on, but their eyes were fixed on Jiang Feng's every move, especially the moment when the bowl of plain noodles, drizzled with soy sauce, sprinkled with scallions, and with an enticing broth, was served. Yue finally reached the front of the line. She ordered a bowl of plain noodles and paid 12 yuan. The new product's price was based on cost and time, slightly higher than wontons. When Jiang Feng handed her the bowl, their eyes briefly met. Jiang Feng's gaze was calm and focused, while Yue's was scrutinizing and expectant. She carried the bowl of noodles to a spot a little further away. The morning sunlight shone on the clear soup, giving it a golden sheen. Bright green scallions dotted the surface, simple yet full of life. She picked up her chopsticks, gently separated the noodles, scooped up a small spoonful of soup, blew on it, and put it in her mouth. Boom! Her taste buds were instantly awakened. The incredibly delicious broth, rich and flavorful as if it were a concentrated essence of meat and bones, was exceptionally clear without the slightest hint of greasiness. The rich, fatty aroma of the lard was perfectly infused into the soup, creating a comforting and substantial feeling, while a few drops of special soy sauce provided just the right amount of savory base and a subtle, slightly caramelized aftertaste. This soup was 100 times more amazing than she had expected. She picked up a mouthful of noodles. The noodles were thin and smooth, with a subtle alkaline aroma, chewy and springy, and held the broth exceptionally well. The noodles, soaked in the broth, were then placed in her mouth. The savory soup, the rich aroma of lard, and the wheat flavor of the noodles blended perfectly, bringing unparalleled satisfaction. This seemingly simple bowl of noodles was filled with solid skill and profound care in every bite. It had no complicated toppings, yet it used the most basic ingredients, broth, oil, noodles, and scallions, to construct a palace of flavor. Yue ate slowly and carefully. She finished the bowl of noodles, even drinking the broth clean. She took off her mask, let out a long sigh, and a barely perceptible blush rose on her cold face, the satisfaction and warmth of the food. She looked at the busy Jiang Feng, her gaze completely changing. From initial scrutiny and criticism, to later curiosity and inquiry, and now to deep amazement and a hint of admiration. This young father, with a bowl of simple noodles, perfectly answered all the doubts in her article. Limited product variety? Got it. Efficiency bottleneck? The new food truck solved that. Environmental limitations? The new truck is much cleaner and more spacious. As for the price, the taste of this bowl of noodles is definitely worth 12 yuan. Or even more. Instead of leaving immediately, she took out her phone and took several photos of the empty bowls, the busy Jiang Feng, and the new food truck. The WeChat group for Wonton Stall Information Station at the alleyway is buzzing with excitement. Yangchun noodles. Absolutely amazing. The soup is so delicious I could cry. Lard is the soul of the dish. It's so fragrant I want to swallow my tongue. The noodles are incredibly chewy. They soak up all the broth, it's heavenly. The new food truck is so cool. The boss is much faster now. 12 yuan? Worth it. It's such a great deal. I'll eat this again tomorrow. Boss, are you still making this tomorrow? I missed out today and I'm so upset. At Boss Jiang at the alley entrance, please add Yangchun noodles to the menu. The group chat was flooded with rave reviews of the plain noodles, interspersed with praise for the new food truck. The group membership surged again, instantly surpassing 500 members. Many new members' first questions were, are there still plain noodles left, and how do I order? While busy at work, Jiang Feng glanced at his phone occasionally. Seeing the screen full of praise and the influx of new members, a genuine smile spread across his tired face. The new product was a success. The new food truck had withstood the test. He had powerfully responded to Yue's doubts with his abilities and actions. However, the surge in popularity has also brought new troubles. The surge in orders, especially for Yangchun noodles, which require cooking and take slightly longer than wontons, has significantly increased the pressure on inventory preparation. The demand for various ingredients, such as pork bones, pork, eggs, and flour, has more than doubled. In particular, the consumption of high-quality pork bones used to make the broth and Yangchun noodle soup base is enormous. Returning home after closing up shop in the evening, Jiang Feng looked at the empty sacks, used for flour and bones, and empty egg baskets piled up in the yard. Rubbing his aching arms, he felt the pressure of happiness. Good business was a good thing, but the pressure on the supply chain was beginning to show. Old Zhao, the butcher shop owner he had previously worked with, seemed to be running out of high-quality pork bones to meet his demand. Ding! A surge in raw material demand and potential supply pressure have been detected. The host is advised to optimize procurement channels and establish a more stable supply chain. The system notification was timely. Jiang Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the phone number for Old Zhao's butcher shop on his phone. Was it time to have a serious talk with Old Zhao or find a new, more reliable supplier? Chapter 30. The popularity of Yangchun noodles and the increased efficiency of the new food truck have propelled the Warm Heart restaurant to new heights. Reservations are snowballing, especially after the Yangchun noodles plus braised egg combo was available for pre-order in WeChat groups, selling out almost daily. The immense pressure to maintain stock forced Jiang Feng to move his alarm clock forward by half an hour to 3:30 a.m. Most corners of the city were still asleep, with only the streetlights casting a dim, yellow glow. Jiang Feng quietly got out of bed, tucked Xiaoman in, then wrapped his coat tighter around himself, pushed a borrowed old flatbed cart, and joined the sparse crowd heading to the large wholesale market on the outskirts of the city. The cold wind was biting, cutting like knives on his face, but a flame of determination to fight for his family burned in his heart. The wholesale market was already brightly lit and bustling with activity. This was the source of the city's food supply, the air thick with the complex yet vibrant aromas of fresh produce, earth, seawater, and spices. Huge trucks came and went, vendors called out their wares, and porters hauled heavy loads with ease. Jiang Feng took a deep breath and activated his food perception, his greatest asset for his early morning shopping. His goals were clear: the freshest, highest quality pork bones, pork fat, ground pork, foreleg meat, eggs, and custom-made alkaline noodles. First, he arrived at the meat wholesale area. The strong smell of raw meat hit him. In front of rows of stalls with half-pigs hanging, the owners brandished cleavers, making dull thuds. Jiang Feng's gaze swept over them quickly, like a precise scanner. Guided by his ingredient perception, he quickly locked onto a stall. The marrow bones hanging on the stall were full of marrow, bright in color and dense in texture. They had no odor and emitted the unique halo of high-quality ingredients. The owner was a strong, middle-aged man surnamed Sun, known as Sun the Cleaver. "Boss Sun, how much for the pork bones?" Jiang Feng asked as he stepped forward. "Hey, young boss, you don't look like anyone here? How much do you want?" "These just arrived this morning. They're very fresh." Sun Yidao slapped the meat counter. "Give me 20 catties first." "The best ones with full bone marrow," Jiang Feng said confidently. Sun Yidao glanced at the young but composed buyer with some surprise. Without saying much, he deftly selected the best pork bones and weighed them. "A connoisseur. You have a sharp eye. 21 jin, but I'll give you a full 20 jin." Jiang Feng readily paid and loaded the bones onto the flatbed cart. He then selected the best foreleg meat. He'd feel more at ease grinding it himself, and thick slices of pork fat. He had established a preliminary connection with Sun Yidao, agreeing to reserve some if the order was large. Next was the poultry and egg section. Using his food perception, Jiang Feng easily avoided eggs that had been stored for a while and had larger pores in their shells. He chose a stall with clean shells, natural color, and a fresh halo and ordered 5 trays, 150 eggs. Then he went to the noodle shop to pick up his pre-ordered custom-made alkaline noodles. After the procurement was completed, the flatbed cart was piled high like a small mountain. Jiang Feng dragged the heavy cart back, the sky just beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. Although physically exhausted, looking at the cart laden with high-quality ingredients, thinking of the satisfied smiles of the diners and Xiaoman's future, he felt a deep sense of peace. When he got home, it was already dawn. Without even resting, he immediately began preparing the ingredients. He blanched and cleaned the pork bones, then put them into a huge soup pot to simmer. He cut the pork fat into chunks to render the lard. He cleaned the pork shoulder and prepared to mince it. Xiaoman was still fast asleep, but the small rented room was already filled with the aroma of the newly boiled broth and the scent of fresh pork. The stall opened in the morning, and the heartwarming stall was still packed with people. Jiang Feng could clearly feel that the soup base was richer and the aroma of pork fat was pure today. Customer feedback confirmed this. "Boss, the soup tastes even better today. The plain noodles are amazing. The lard is so fragrant, it's intoxicating. The wonton soup is delicious too. It tastes even richer now." Yue came today as well and, as usual, ordered a bowl of plain noodles. She ate attentively, and after finishing, she quietly paid and left. But Jiang Feng noticed that before she left, she secretly took a picture of the food cart and him, who was busy at work. Business was booming, but Jiang Feng remained constantly on edge. He noticed that while the pork bones provided by Butcher Son today were still carefully selected, their overall quality seemed slightly inferior to the best batch from the wholesale market yesterday morning. In terms of quantity, 20 jin was about the limit he could reliably supply. As business continued to boom, the demand for top-quality pork bones would only increase. In the afternoon, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and the wind became damp. The weather forecast predicted heavy rain. When Jiang Feng packed up his stall, he made a point of settling the remaining payment at Old Zhao's butcher shop, his former small supplier, and subtly indicated that due to the large demand, he might not be able to source all his goods from him anymore. Old Zhao's expression wasn't good, but he didn't say much. Late at night, Jiang Feng was simmering broth for the next day when a blinding flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the window, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Large raindrops began to pelt down, quickly turning into a torrential downpour. A fierce wind howled, rattling the windows. Jiang Feng frowned as he looked out the window at the white curtain of rain. With such heavy rain, would he still be able to set up his stall tomorrow? He walked into the yard and looked at the brand-new Warm Heart food cart. Although it had a small shed, the wind and rain were too much. More importantly, he remembered the several bags of flour and some pork bones piled up in the corner of the yard, not yet fully covered. He rushed into the rain, frantically searching for a plastic sheet to cover himself. The rain soaked him through instantly. After finally managing to cover the flour and bones, he wiped the rain from his face, and looking at the relentless downpour, a strong sense of unease welled up inside him. This rain had come too suddenly and too violently. Chapter 31. The torrential rain, like a celestial river overflowing its banks, raged all night. Gale-force winds whipped raindrops against the windows and roof, howling menacingly. The rented room was old, and several places began to leak. Jiang Feng barely slept a wink, busy catching water in basins and moving damp items, especially Xiaoman's picture books and toys. Xiaoman was awakened several times by the thunder and the sound of rain, and she kept burrowing into her father's arms in fright. Jiang Feng held his daughter and gently comforted her, but his heart was filled with anxiety. He kept looking out the window, praying that the rain would stop by dawn. However, as dawn broke, the rain not only failed to subside but intensified. The sky was as overcast as dusk, and the rain was so dense it almost formed a curtain of water. The floodwaters on the streets were already ankle-deep, and the murky water, carrying garbage, swirled and surged forward. It was difficult for anyone to even walk out, let alone push a food cart out of the stall. Jiang Feng's heart sank to the bottom. He couldn't set up his stall. This meant zero income for the day. More importantly, what about the large quantity of ingredients he had carefully prepared yesterday? What about all the wontons and noodles that had been pre-ordered? What about the customer's anticipation? He immediately posted an urgent notice in the alleyway wonton stall information station WeChat group. At everyone, we are very sorry. Due to the continuous torrential rain, the roads are severely flooded, posing a safety hazard. Therefore, our Warm Heart stall will be temporarily closed today, X month X day. For all customers who have already pre-ordered meals today, your deposit will be automatically carried over to your next pre-order or deducted from your next meal. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Please be careful and minimize going out. Boss Jiang at the alley entrance. As soon as the message was sent out, the group chat was filled with cries of sorrow and concern. My plain noodles. Tears. The rain is really heavy. Boss, safety comes first. I understand. It's too dangerous to go out in this weather. No need to refund the deposit. Support the boss. Let's wait for the weather to clear up. Are Xiaoman and the boss all right? Is the house leaking? At Boss Jiang at the alley entrance, do you need any help? Seeing the messages of understanding and concern in the group chat, Jiang Feng felt a surge of warmth, but his anxiety did not lessen. Not setting up his stall was a last resort, but the spoilage of the ingredients was the more pressing problem. He rushed into the yard and lifted the plastic sheet that had been hastily put up the previous night. My heart sank. Although the plastic sheeting blocked most of the rain, the strong wind still managed to blow open the edges, letting in water. The 2 bags of flour at the bottom, near the ground, were soaked through and had hardened into clumps, clearly unusable. The pork bones next to them, though wrapped in a plastic bag, were also quite wet, significantly reducing their shelf life. Even more troublesome was the large pot of upgraded stock that had been prepared yesterday and intended for today. Its large size meant it was fine in the kitchen, but it would only last for 2 days at most. The losses were devastating. Flour and some pork bones were wasted, meaning a huge waste of resources. The unused broth and the pre-ordered meat filling, 4-leg meat, were also at risk of spoiling. Money was evaporating before their eyes like water. Dad, can't we sell food anymore? Xiaoman, wearing her little rain boots, stood at the doorway, looking at the wet mess in the yard and her father's somber face, and asked softly. Jiang Feng forced a smile and picked up his daughter. Well, the rain was too heavy today, so the car couldn't go out. Be good, Xiaoman, let's play at home. He couldn't pass on the pressure to his daughter. Back inside, Jiang Feng frowned as he looked at the pot of broth in the kitchen, broth that had taken countless hours and resources to prepare. It couldn't be wasted. Absolutely not. His mind raced, searching for a solution. He and Xiaoman certainly couldn't finish it all. Give it away? To whom? How? In this pouring rain. He opened the WeChat group again. Looking at the concerned messages, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Since the customers are so supportive, could he find a way to give back to them the ingredients that might go to waste because they can't be sold at the stall? Especially the broth that embodies their heartfelt wishes? Chapter 32. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating, instead intensifying. The Meteorological Observatory issued a red alert for heavy rain, and many parts of the city were flooded, bringing traffic to a near standstill. Setting up a stall was completely hopeless. Jiang Feng looked out the window at the vast expanse of water, his face clouded with worry. The loss of ingredients and the shelf life of the broth weighed heavily on his mind like 2 enormous stones. He sat on the edge of the bed, watching Xiaoman sleep soundly, then glanced at the lively WeChat group on his phone. The understanding and support of the diners warmed his heart and inspired him. A bold idea gradually took shape. He took a deep breath and typed a long message in the group. At everyone, thank you again for your understanding and support. The rainstorm was merciless, but Jiang Feng and Xiaoman felt everyone's warmth. We are currently facing a practical situation. The large amount of fresh ingredients prepared yesterday for our stall, especially the well-cooked broth, are at risk of spoilage because we cannot set up the stall. We really can't bear to let this food, made with such care, go to waste, and we don't want to disappoint everyone. Therefore, I have a humble request and an alternative plan. Please take a look and see if it's feasible. 1. Broth sharing. I've brewed an upgraded broth for wontons and plain noodles with a rich flavor. Since I can't set up my stall, this broth, approximately 10 liters, can be portioned out. If any neighbors, within walking distance of XX Lane, need it, please bring a clean container, 1 to 2 liters is best, to collect it for free. Quantities are limited, first come, first served. This broth is excellent for cooking noodles, wontons, stews, and as a soup base. Collection time, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. today. Location, no. XX Lane, Courtyard. The road is slippery due to rain. Please be careful. 2. Meat filling preparation. Approximately 15 gene of fresh foreleg meat filling, already seasoned, only basic salt and a small amount of ginger and scallion water to remove any fishy smell. If any neighbors need to make wontons, dumplings, or meatballs, they can purchase it at cost price, XX yuan/gene. Please bring your own container or food bag and pick it up between 2 to 4 p.m. 3. Supply of braised eggs. There are about 50 cooked golden braised eggs left, which can be sold normally, 3 yuan per egg. Please pick them up this afternoon. The above measures are a last resort, aimed at reducing waste and giving back to the neighborhood. Please take necessary precautions and be careful when collecting them. We're all in this together, thank you. Mr. Jiang from the alleyway. The message was sent, and there was a few seconds of silence in the group. Then, like cold water poured into boiling oil, it completely exploded. Free broth. The boss is so generous. I need broth. I need broth. This noodle cooking machine is amazing. Minced meat. Save me 2 pounds. I was worried about not being able to buy groceries and make dumplings because of the rain. 5 hard-boiled eggs, please. The owner is so honest. This broth would cost a fortune outside. I'll go no matter what. I support the boss. At Boss Jiang at the alley entrance, please be careful. Let's take it slow, no rush. Do you need help repackaging? I can come over earlier. The enthusiastic support overwhelmed Jiang Feng instantly. He hadn't expected such a warm response. He quickly started a group chat, asking everyone to register their needed items and approximate time in order to avoid overcrowding. Around 1 p.m., the rain lessened slightly, but it was still drizzling. At the entrance to Jiang Feng's courtyard, some people were already waiting with umbrellas. Wearing a raincoat, he set up a table under the eaves, placing a large bucket of broth, a bowl of minced meat, and a thermos containing braised eggs. Aunt Lee also came over with an umbrella to help maintain order and register people. The first to arrive was surprisingly Nurse Lu, wearing a raincoat and rain boots, carrying a large thermos. Boss Jiang, I'm here to pick up some broth. And also to buy 2 pounds of minced meat and 5 braised eggs, she said with a smile. I'm on night shift tonight, so I'll make some hot noodle soup for my colleagues. Thank you for your support. Jiang Feng felt a warmth in his heart and quickly filled a pot with broth for her, weighed out the minced meat, and wrapped up the braised eggs. Next came Grandpa Wang, who lived nearby, carrying an old kettle. Little Jiang, give this old man some broth too. I'll cook some plain noodles tonight to warm myself up. All right, Grandpa Wang, here you go. Then came a young working couple, carrying lunchboxes. Boss, 1 pound of minced meat, 2 braised eggs. Broth, our lunchboxes are small. Please fill them with as much as you can. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. It's so wonderful to be able to enjoy the taste of alleyway on a rainy day. People came in an endless stream. Some came alone, some with their children, and everyone thanked Jiang Feng. Despite the wind and rain, a small queue formed at the entrance of the courtyard, yet it was all orderly. Those who received broth, minced meat, or braised eggs beamed with satisfaction and joy. That bucket of broth, imbued with Jiang Feng's painstaking efforts, that bowl of fresh minced meat, and those golden braised eggs became a bond of warmth among neighbors during those turbulent days. Yue arrived, holding an umbrella. She remained quiet, waiting in line. When it was her turn, she handed over a delicate, sealed glass jar. broth, fill it up." "Thank you." Her voice came through the rain, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Feng's rain-drenched bangs and busy figure, her expression complex. "Okay." Jiang Feng didn't say much and carefully filled her bowl with broth. In less than 2 hours, all the broth, minced meat, and braised eggs were gone. Not only was there no waste, but they also recouped some of the cost of the minced meat. More importantly, Jiang Feng was deeply moved and felt a strong sense of community. The WeChat group was flooded with posts from customers who had received their ingredients. "I've got the broth. I'll be making noodles tonight. Looking forward to it. The minced meat looks so fresh. Time to make dumplings. Thank you, Boss Jiang." A true gentleman in the face of adversity. "Xiaoman's dad, you've worked hard. Take a rest." Looking at the lively feedback in the group chat and the empty containers, Jiang Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. The crisis seemed to have been resolved in an unexpected way, even bringing him closer to the diners and neighbors. He patted Xiaoman's head beside him. The little girl was helping to seal the bag containing the braised eggs, her little face serious. However, the effects of the torrential rain were not over. That evening, when Jiang Feng contacted Mr. Sun, the butcher, to inquire about delivering pork bones and pork the next day, he received bad news. "Boss Jiang, it's not that I don't want to help you. This heavy rain has flooded several pig farms and slaughterhouses outside the city. The roads have also been washed away. Now, let alone the top-grade pork bones you need, even ordinary pork is in short supply, and prices are skyrocketing. The amount of goods I can supply tomorrow is less than half of what it usually is, and the price will increase by at least 30%. And the quality. I really can't guarantee it will be as good as before." Boss Sun's voice was full of helplessness. Chapter 33. Mr. Sun's words struck Jiang Feng like another heavy blow. The torrential rain not only washed away the roads, but also disrupted his newly stabilized food supply chain. A shortage of top-grade pork bones and soaring prices for ordinary pork with questionable quality. This was simply adding insult to injury. He put down the phone, looking out the window at the relentless rain, his heart heavy. The forecast for tomorrow was for moderate rain, theoretically enough time to set up his stall. Reservations in the WeChat group were already full, customers had been waiting all day and were incredibly enthusiastic. But what would he use to cook? Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. Without high-quality pork bones, you can't make that rich and delicious broth. Without good pork, the quality of the lard, the soul of wonton filling and plain noodles will also decline. Are you going to use inferior ingredients to make do? Absolutely not. That would not only violate his principles, but also ruin the reputation and heartwarming brand he had just built. Ding! A sudden supply chain disruption crisis has been detected. Emergency mission triggered. Finding flavor in adversity. Task requirements. Within 24 hours, under the existing conditions, find alternative solutions or high-quality substitute ingredients to ensure that the core quality of the food sold tomorrow does not fall below the original standards. Soup base, minced meat, lard. Task reward. Unlock the basic skill of ingredient substitution and flavor harmony and receive 300 system points. Failure penalty. A significant drop in reputation and a decrease in customer trust. The system's task prompts carried a sense of urgency. Jiang Feng forced himself to calm down. Complaining and anxiety wouldn't solve the problem. He had to find a solution. Top-quality pork bones are in short supply. Could other parts of the bones be used as substitutes? Chicken frames? Beef bones? He immediately activated ingredient perception, quickly filtering through his mind. Chicken frames are inexpensive and readily available, but the broth made from them would be too thin and lack flavor. Beef bone broth has a rich flavor, but the taste is too overpowering and would completely mask the delicate freshness that wontons and plain noodles should have. Neither would be suitable. So, how can one maintain or even enhance the flavor of the broth while reducing the amount of top-grade pork bones? His ingredient perception combined with the flavor harmony skill rewarded from the new mission gave him inspiration, increasing the natural sources of umami substances. He thought of dried scallops. Dried scallops are rich in natural glutamic acid, an excellent natural flavor enhancer. Although expensive, the effect is significant with a small amount used. There's also dried flounder powder, ground dried flounder, another secret weapon for enhancing the flavor and aroma of Cantonese broth. If he could find high-quality dried scallops and dried flounder powder, even reducing the amount of pork bones would allow him to create a more complex broth with more layers of flavor. Perhaps even surpassing the original version? Pork is in short supply and prices are rising. Pork lard is key. The quality of the pork lard must be ensured. He immediately called several familiar butchers, including Lao Zhao, with whom he had previously worked. Finally, he managed to pre-order the last few pieces of high-quality pork lard from a butcher in a relatively remote market at a high price. As for the meat filling, he decided to reduce the supply of meat-filled wontons, prioritizing the limited amount of high-quality foreleg meat for mincing and strictly controlling the lean-to-fat ratio and seasoning. At the same time, he increased the supply of plain noodles. Plain noodles don't require minced meat, but they do need pork lard. Without further ado, Jiang Feng donned his raincoat and dashed into the downpour, heading straight for the dried goods market. Using his ingredient sensing ability, he carefully selected dried scallops from several shops, finally finding golden yellow, plump pieces with a naturally fresh aroma, not a pungent chemical smell, and dried flounder powder with a pure fragrance and no fishy odor. The price was high, but for the sake of quality, he gritted his teeth and bought them. Back home, he immediately began simmering his adversity version stock. He reduced the amount of pork bones to 2/3 of his usual amount, but added crushed dried scallops, about 50 grams, and a large spoonful of dried flounder powder, about 20 grams. As the stock pot boiled, a magical transformation occurred. The rich, meaty aroma of the pork bones remained the base, but the unique salty-savory flavor of the dried scallops, like a concentrated essence of the sea, and the distinctive marine notes and smoky sweetness of the dried flounder powder blended perfectly, instantly elevating the aroma and umami of the entire broth to a whole new level. The aroma became more complex and profound, and the umami more lingering and full-bodied. Jiang Feng scooped up a spoonful and tasted it, his eyes suddenly lighting up. It was a success. This broth was even more amazing than his original upgraded version. Rich and mellow with the sweetness of the ocean, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Was this a blessing in disguise? Next, he processed the pork fat he had bought at a high price. Simmering it over low heat, the golden fat slowly rendered out, releasing a rich aroma of pork fat, its quality in no way inferior to before. Looking at the clear, golden pork fat and the fragrant adversity broth, Jiang Feng's tired face finally showed a relieved smile. He took photos of the soup simmering process and the clear lard and posted them in the group chat. At everyone, thank you for your concern. The food issue has been resolved. Warm Heart Stall will resume operations tomorrow, X month X day. Wontons, plain noodles, and braised eggs will be available as usual. The soup base has been slightly adjusted and upgraded due to the addition of special ingredients. Welcome to try it. After the storm, the warmth and aroma remain. Boss Jiang at the alley entrance. The group erupted in cheers. Boss is awesome. I'll definitely be there tomorrow. I'll try the upgraded version. Rain or shine. Support the boss. Yue looked at the messages in the group chat and the photo of the soup being cooked. Her gaze fell on the words special ingredients and flavor upgrade, and a strong sense of curiosity and anticipation flashed in her eyes. This Jiang Feng always managed to bring her surprises. Chapter 34. The torrential rain finally stopped. Although the sky was still overcast, it was no longer the despairing gray. The flooded streets were slowly receding, leaving behind mud and debris. Early in the morning, Jiang Feng pushed his brand-new heartwarming food cart, carefully avoiding puddles and floodwaters, and reappeared at the alley entrance. The cart's silver-gray body gleamed even brighter from the rain, seemingly glowing under the gloomy sky. The diners, who had been waiting for a long time, erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause. The heartwarming ship is back. Thank you for your hard work, boss. Finally, we can eat it. I'm so hungry. The queue quickly formed, appearing even more impressive than before the downpour. The pent-up appetite from the past 2 days and the longing for the flavors of alleyway exploded at that moment. Jiang Feng took a deep breath of the crisp, post-rain air and lit the stove. As the first spoonful of adversity broth was scooped up and poured into the noodle bowl, a complex aroma, a blend of rich meaty flavor, salty ocean scent, and unique smoky sweetness burst forth. It instantly overwhelmed the earthy smell of the rain, dominating the entire alleyway. Wow! It smells so good. This smell is different. What a unique aroma. It tastes even fresher. Quick! Give me a bowl of plain noodles. With a braised egg. The diners were instantly captivated by the new and irresistible aroma. Yue was also at the front of the queue, her nose twitching slightly beneath her mask, her eyes sharp as an eagle's. She ordered a bowl of plain noodles, and carrying the bowl, she walked to her familiar spot, carefully observing the broth, clearer than before, with a faint amber hue. She picked up her chopsticks and began by drinking the soup. The moment the soup touched her lips, Yue's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. It was an unprecedented taste experience. The rich flavor of the pork bones remained, but it was no longer the sole base. The exquisite sweetness of the dried scallops was the finishing touch, instantly elevating the soup's layers, while the subtle smoky flavor and profound ocean essence from the dried flounder powder made the aftertaste incredibly long and complex. Delicious. Indescribably delicious. More sophisticated and more stunning than the previous version. She ate the noodles again, the noodles soaking up the upgraded broth, each bite a delightful surprise. She ate more slowly than ever before, as if meticulously unraveling every secret within the bowl of noodles. After finishing the last bite and the last drop of broth, she put down the bowl and remained silent for a long time. Her eyes, visible above her mask, were filled with an indescribable shock and a hint of defeat. Her usually discerning palate, so proud of itself, couldn't find a single fault with this upgraded version of Yangchun, born out of crisis. In fact, it was utterly conquered. Ding! Received extremely high-quality shock and satisfaction emotional feedback. Proficiency in the recipe heartwarming plain noodles has been greatly increased. Host reputation has increased. The system notification lifted Jiang Feng's spirits. He knew he'd made the right bet. This bowl of noodles amidst adversity had been a success. Business was booming. Reservations and queues kept Jiang Feng extremely busy. The efficiency of the new food truck was on full display, but it still struggled to keep up with the surging crowds. Just then, a clear voice rang out, "Boss, let me help you collect the money and pack the food." Jiang Feng looked up and saw it was Nurse Lu. She was on her day off and had come early to help. Before Jiang Feng could reply, she had already put on her own disposable gloves and mask and stood in front of the packing station. "Huh? Nurse Lu? I can't accept this." Jiang Feng was taken aback. "Don't mention it, boss. You're too busy. I can handle the money and pack the food." Xiao Lu quickly started packing for the customers ahead of him in line. "Next, what would you like?" Xiao Lu's arrival was like a timely rain, instantly relieving Jiang Feng's pressure. She was quick and efficient, her accounting was clear, and her attitude was enthusiastic, quickly winning the favor of the diners. Not long after, another figure joined in. "Boss Jiang, let me help you cook the wontons and make the dough. I'll keep an eye on the heat for you." It was the pancake vendor. He had come to help during a break from his morning business. His control over the heat was surprisingly good. He cooked the noodles and wontons quite skillfully. "Me too. I'll help maintain order." Aunt Lee also came out of the small shop to help guide the line and remind everyone to watch out for the slippery ground. Looking at the spontaneously formed neighborhood mutual aid group before him, and at the busy and sincere figures of Xiao Lu, Brother Bing, and Aunt Lee, Jiang Feng felt a strong warmth flow through his body, and his eyes welled up with tears. He didn't say anything, but just tossed the spatula more vigorously, making braised eggs and soup, infusing this heavy gratitude into every dish. With everyone's help, the food service speed increased significantly. The waiting time for diners was shortened, complaints decreased, and the atmosphere became more harmonious. Yue watched the scene from afar, Jiang Feng and his neighbors working busily, but in perfect harmony, the long queue of diners waiting in an orderly fashion, and the heartwarming food truck exuding the aroma of food and warmth in the post-rain morning light. She silently took out her phone and captured this touching scene. This time, her lens captured more than just the food. Chapter 35. Thanks to the selfless help of the neighbors, the morning rush hour was efficiently and warmly resolved. When the last customer left with his bowl of noodles, satisfied, it was more than 10 minutes earlier than usual. Phew. I'm exhausted. But it felt so good. The pancake vendor wiped his sweat, a satisfied smile on his face. Young Lady Lu is so capable. She can calculate accounts faster than my store's cash register. Aunt Li praised with a smile. Xiao Lu was a little embarrassed. Aunt Li, you flatter me. I was just helping out with a small favor. It's the boss who's working so hard. She looked at Jiang Feng, her eyes full of admiration. Looking at the three people before him, their foreheads beaded with sweat but their smiles genuine, Jiang Feng felt an indescribable surge of emotion. He put down his spoon and bowed deeply and solemnly to them. Aunt Li, Brother Bing, Nurse Lu, thank you so much today. I really couldn't have managed without you. His voice choked with emotion. This helping hand extended after the storm, in times of hardship, is more precious than anything else. Oh dear, Mr. Jiang, don't do this. Aunt Li quickly helped him up. We're neighbors. It's only right that we help each other out. That's right. It's not easy for you to take care of your child and run a stall all by yourself. I'll help you out if I can. The pancake seller patted his chest. Boss, your noodles are so delicious. I'm happy to be able to help. Xiaolu said sincerely. Xiaoman ran over, tilted her little face up, and said in her childish voice, Thank you, Grandma Li. Thank you, Uncle Bing. Thank you, Aunt Lu. The innocent child's voice melted the hearts of the three, and they all laughed and tried to tease Xiaoman. The sun finally broke through the thick clouds and golden rays streamed down, shining on the damp alley, on the brand new, heartwarming dining car, and on everyone's faces, which were covered in sweat and smiles. The air after the rain was exceptionally fresh, mixed with the aroma of lingering food and the fragrance of damp earth, filled with the hope of new life. Jiang Feng insisted on treating everyone to breakfast. Using the remaining ingredients, he carefully cooked 4 bowls of upgraded Yangchun noodles, each topped with a golden brown braised egg. The 4 of them sat around a small table set up outside Aunt Li's convenience store, enjoying the steaming noodles in the warm sunshine. The simple food tasted especially delicious because of the camaraderie forged through shared trials. Boss, your soup base is amazing. The pancake vendor slurped his noodles, praising it indistinctly. It's even fresher than before. How did you make it? Xiaolu nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. The flavor is richer now, and it's especially fresh. Although Aunt Li didn't know much about it, she still smiled and said, delicious. Really delicious. Jiang Feng smiled and explained the secret to enhancing the flavor by adding dried scallops and dried flounder powder. The 3 listened with amazement, admiring Jiang Feng's culinary talent even more. Just then, Jiang Feng's phone beeped repeatedly. He opened it and saw that Yiwei's official WeChat account had been updated. The title was, Warm Sunshine at the Alleyway After the Storm, a bowl of upgraded plain noodles and the neighborhood warmth of a city. With exquisite detail and a professional perspective, the article vividly describes the heartwarming Yangchun noodles, born from a food crisis and featuring a surprisingly enhanced flavor. It offers near-perfect praise for the complex layers of its broth, the crucial role of lard, and the smooth texture of the noodles. She writes, this bowl of noodles is not merely a sensory delight, but a shining example of craftsmanship and wisdom in adversity. It proves that true deliciousness can transcend material barriers and shine even brighter in dire circumstances. What's even more captivating is the latter half of the article. Yiwei uses warm, evocative images, the very scenes she captured of neighbors helping each other, and words to record touching moments. Nurse Xiaolu voluntarily helping with the cash register, the pancake vendor assisting with cooking noodles, and Aunt Lee maintaining order. She likens the warm heart food truck to a lighthouse in the storm, and the neighbors who spontaneously offered their help are the warmest beams of light emanating from that lighthouse. She writes, "The power of food lies in connecting hearts. When a bowl of noodles is no longer just something to fill one's stomach, but becomes a bond that unites the community and conveys goodwill, the warmth of everyday life it carries possesses the weight of warming the entire city." The wonton stall at the alleyway, no, now it should be called the Warm Heart truck, embodies the most touching essence of food, healing, and connection. This article, like a bombshell, triggered a tsunami-like reaction in the local community. Read counts, likes, comments, and shares skyrocketed. Alleyway heartwarming station, upgraded plain noodles, and neighborhood warmth quickly became trending search terms. The WeChat group Alleyway Wonton Stall Information Station was overwhelmed by the article and countless new members who came seeking its help. The group's membership instantly surpassed 1,000. I cried. The boss is awesome. The neighbors are so kind. This is real, everyday life. I'm going to check it out tomorrow. Excuse me, boss, are you open for business tomorrow? I want the upgraded version of plain noodles. We're in this together through thick and thin. It really gets my blood pumping. At Boss Jiang at the alley entrance, you guys are awesome. Shared. Supporting the kind-hearted boss and neighbors. A wave of praise, support, and emotion surged forth. Jiang Feng, Aunt Lee, Brother Bing, and Xiao Lu, looking at their phones, were all overwhelmed by the tremendous response. They looked at each other, seeing excitement and warmth in each other's eyes. Jiang Feng stood up, looking at the brand-new food truck bathed in golden sunlight, at his neighbors and friends with warm smiles, and at the constant stream of kindness and support from strangers in the group chat. The gloom of the downpour had been completely dispelled. After the storm, the warm sunshine not only filled the alleyway, but also illuminated a wider world in his heart. He knew that the Warm Heart train and everything it carried no longer belonged only to him and this alley. Chapter 36 Old-Fashioned Cake Unlocked. Yue's article was like a boulder thrown into a lake, creating ripples far beyond Jiang Feng's imagination. The Warm Heart food truck and the Alleyway Food Station WeChat group became an instant hit. In the following days, the alleyway was bustling with unprecedented activity. A long line. A truly long line. Starting at 6 in the morning, the queue snaked its way into the depths of the alley and even onto side streets. The number of people far exceeded the capacity of the Warm Heart Express shuttle bus. The reservation system was filled instantly, and on-site waiting times often exceeded an hour. The WeChat group exploded to over 1,500 members, with messages flooding the screen at an unbearable pace. The shadow effect manifested itself on such a stunning scale for the first time. The long queues themselves became the best advertisement, attracting even more curious passersby to join in. Jiang Feng, Xiao Lu, who still helps out during her days off, and the pancake vendor were so busy they didn't even have time to drink water. Aunt Lee's small shop also became popular, with the long queues significantly boosting her convenience store's business. The massive traffic brought considerable revenue, but also unprecedented pressure. 1. Physical limits. The three of them worked from morning till night, and their bodies were severely exhausted. 2. Food supply. Although we had informed Mr. Sun and the dried goods store in advance, the surge in demand still put enormous pressure on procurement and caused costs to rise accordingly. 3. Diner experience. The long wait time sparked dissatisfaction and complaints from some new diners. If it tastes bad after such a long wait, how can I complain? Is it just the influencer effect? Is it really that amazing? These kinds of doubts began to emerge. 4. Xiaoman's emotions. Jiang Feng is too busy, leaving early and returning late, drastically reducing the time he has to tell Xiaoman stories. Although Xiaoman stays obediently at Aunt Lee's shop, seeing her father so tired every day that he can barely speak, the smile on her face gradually fades. What makes her even sadder is that the adjustment period for kindergarten's toddler class has begun. While other children have their parents accompanying them to prepare for starting kindergarten, only she. That evening, Jiang Feng dragged his nearly broken body home from his stall. In the courtyard, the new food cart stood silently in the twilight, seemingly weary as well. In the kitchen, Xiaoman didn't rush over as usual. Instead, she sat sullenly on a small stool, hugging her teddy bear, her little head drooping. "Xiaoman, what's wrong?" Jiang Feng forced himself to stay awake and squatted down to ask. Xiaoman looked up, her big eyes brimming with tears. "Daddy, tomorrow the kindergarten teacher asked us to bring a cake that we made together with Mommy and Daddy, to share. All the other kids have one, Xiaoman doesn't." She became more and more aggrieved as she spoke, her little mouth pouting, and tears streamed down her face. "Daddy's so busy, Xiaoman doesn't have Daddy to play with," sob. His daughter's tears and aggrieved words pierced Jiang Feng's heart like needles. A wave of immense guilt overwhelmed him. He had been so focused on his booming business that he had neglected the emotional support and security his daughter needed most. At kindergarten, while other children had their parents participate in group activities, Xiaoman only had him, and he was absent. He hugged Xiaoman tightly, his voice hoarse. "Xiaoman, don't cry. It's Daddy's fault. Daddy will. Daddy will definitely." He wanted to say he would make time to bake a cake with Xiaoman tomorrow, but thinking of the packed reservations and long lines of customers, the words stuck in his throat. Could he really make time for her tomorrow? Ding! Detected that the host is facing a severe conflict between career and family, as well as a daughter's strong emotional needs. Special mission triggered. Sweet comfort. Task requirements. Within 24 hours, personally make a traditional style cake for your daughter, Jiang Xiaoman, filled with love and bringing her joy and a sense of security, and accompany her during her kindergarten sharing activity. Task rewards. Unlock the traditional cake recipe, unlock basic baking skills, and receive 500 system points. Failure penalty. The daughter remains depressed, causing a rift in their father-daughter relationship. The host's mental stress intensifies. The system's notification was like a lifeline. A traditional cake. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. He remembered that as a child, he only got to eat that simple, egg-scented cake on his birthday, his sweetest childhood memory. If he could make one for Xiaoman himself. "Don't cry, Xiaoman." Jiang Feng wiped away his daughter's tears, his tone firm yet gentle. "Daddy promises you, I'll make you the best cake in the world tomorrow. Daddy will make it with you. Tomorrow afternoon, Daddy won't go to his stall. He'll stay and make the cake with you, okay?" Xiaoman opened her teary eyes wide, incredulous. "Really? Daddy's not going to sell food anymore? Really? Daddy keeps his word. Pinky promise." Jiang Feng held up his little finger. "Pinky promise, never to change for 100 years." Xiaoman stopped crying and smiled, hooking her little finger around her father's, her face finally breaking into a long-lost bright smile. Looking at his daughter's smiling face, Jiang Feng felt a sudden sense of relief. Money can't be earned forever, but Xiaoman's childhood and happiness, once missed, are gone forever. He immediately posted an urgent notice in the WeChat group. "At everyone, we sincerely apologize. Due to an important family event that the owner needs to attend to tomorrow afternoon, month X, day X, our restaurant will only be open in the morning, 6:30 to 10 a.m., and will be closed in the afternoon. Morning reservations have been postponed according to system records. Those who are unable to make a reservation are kindly requested to visit another day. Customers who have already reserved lunch today will receive double their deposit or have it deducted from their reservation. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Thank you for your understanding." Boss Jiang at the alleyway. The announcement was met with a mix of lamentation and understanding in the group chat. But Jiang Feng's mind was made up. For Xiaoman, it was worth it. The next morning, Jiang Feng completed his morning stall setup with maximum efficiency. At 10 a.m. sharp, he packed up his cart, ignoring the disappointed looks of the few customers who hadn't gotten a table, and hung up the temporarily closed sign. He then took Xiaoman and headed straight to the largest supermarket to buy ingredients: fresh free-range eggs, high-quality low-gluten flour, pure milk, unsalted butter, granulated sugar. He used his ingredient sensing ability to select the highest quality for all the ingredients. Back home, the courtyard became a temporary sweet workshop. Jiang Feng tied on an apron, and Xiaoman put on a tiny chef's hat made of folded paper, excitedly circling around her father. The unlocked basic baking skills flowed like instinct. Separating egg whites and yolks was done with smooth and precise movements. Whipping egg whites required a clean, dry environment, with sugar added in 3 batches until stiff peaks formed when the whisk was lifted. The preparation of the egg yolk batter was equally meticulous. Melted butter and milk were mixed, flour was sifted in, and gently stirred until smooth and free of lumps. The most crucial step: gently fold the whipped egg whites into the egg yolk mixture in 3 batches, not stirring, to prevent defoaming. Jiang Feng was completely focused, his movements gentle and steady, as if performing a precise ritual. Xiaoman, helping by handing things to him, looked on with admiration. "Daddy's so amazing." The mixed cake batter should be a perfect pale yellow, delicate, fluffy, and glossy. Pour it into a square mold lined with parchment paper. Square molds are typically used for traditional cakes. The most crucial step is the water bath method. Fill a baking pan with warm water and place the mold in the water. This method will result in a cake with an exceptionally moist and fluffy texture. The oven was preheated, maintaining a constant temperature and time. Jiang Feng and Xiaoman stood by the oven, watching the cake batter slowly rise and expand in the warmth, turning an enticing golden color. The rich aroma of eggs and milk filled the entire courtyard, sweet and comforting, dispelling all fatigue and anxiety. "It smells so good, Daddy." Xiaoman kept sniffing, her big eyes fixed on the oven. "Yes, Xiaoman's cake is almost ready." Jiang Feng smiled and gently hugged his daughter. Chapter 37. The next day, Xiaoman, carrying a traditional cake carefully made by her father, flew into the kindergarten's toddler class like a happy little bird. When the teacher organized the children to share the food they had brought, Xiaoman proudly presented the golden cake in a pretty cardboard box. The simple yet tempting cake, exuding a pure and warm aroma of eggs and milk, instantly attracted the attention of all the children and teachers. After the sharing began, Xiaoman's cake became the most popular focus. The children used their forks to pick up a small piece, put it in their mouths, and were immediately captivated by its soft, moist, sweet, and rich texture. "Wow! Xiaoman's cake is so delicious. Soft and fragrant. Like a cloud. Teacher, I want more." Even the kindergarten teacher praised it after tasting it. "Xiaoman's dad, your skills are amazing. It tastes even better than the cakes sold in bakeries. Did you make it yourself?" The teacher was even more surprised after Xiaoman proudly confirmed it. Watching her friends devour her cake and hearing their praise, Xiaoman puffed out her chest, her face beaming with unprecedented pride and joy. It wasn't just the delicious cake that made it special, but also the glory brought by her father's love. She was no longer the little girl who made cakes without her mother's help. She had a father who could bake the best cakes in the world. When school was over, Xiaoman, like a triumphant little general, rushed into Jiang Feng's arms, chattering excitedly about how popular the cake was and how her friends praised her dad. Jiang Feng held his daughter, listening to her excited stories, his heart filled with warmth and a sense of accomplishment. Nothing could make him more satisfied than seeing his daughter so happy and proud. However, happy times are always fleeting. Back to reality, the afternoon stall was still bustling. The huge customer flow hadn't decreased due to yesterday afternoon's suspension. On the contrary, it had increased thanks to the continued buzz and word-of-mouth spread of Yue's article. Jiang Feng, Xiao Lu, and the pancake vendor were once again working at high speed. Xiaoman was taken to Aunt Li's shop. Although Aunt Li was still very welcoming and Xiaoman was very well behaved, Jiang Feng keenly noticed that deep in his daughter's eyes, there seemed to be a lingering joy from the afternoon when her father had been with her the whole time. This contrasted subtly with the loneliness she felt now, watching her father's busy figure. She sat quietly on a small chair, hugging her teddy bear, watching the bustling queue outside the window, no longer swinging her legs happily as before. Jiang Feng felt a slight pang in his heart. He recalled Xiaoman's proud smile as she shared the cake yesterday and then looked at her now. An uncontrollable thought popped into his head. Why not share this joyful, old-fashioned cake with the customers of the heartwarming stall, especially those parents who bring their children to queue? This would not only expand the product line, alleviating the pressure of queuing for pure main dishes, but also spread this sweet comfort. Perhaps it would also let Xiaoman feel that her father's love doesn't just belong to her, but to everyone warmed by this food. Moreover, the cake can be made in advance, saving precious time when setting up the stall. That evening, after Xiaoman fell asleep, Jiang Feng began researching the possibility of scaling up the traditional cake recipe. The techniques unlocked by the system were incredibly detailed, including how to adjust the recipe proportions to fit larger molds, how to whip and fold egg whites more efficiently, and most importantly, how to maintain the moist texture resulting from the water bath method during large-scale production. He tried baking a larger version of the cake, and it was a resounding success. The next day, before setting up his stall, Jiang Feng got up early and baked 3 large traditional-style cakes. The cakes were cut into evenly sized squares, individually packaged in clean food bags, and placed in an insulated box before being brought to the stall. He didn't set it up immediately, but observed first. Only when he saw parents with children patiently or impatiently waiting in line, or when he saw children getting upset because of the wait, would he say to the parents, "Hello, we've recently launched a new traditional flavor cake that kids love. It's 15 yuan a piece, made with pure eggs and milk, no additives, and has a very soft texture. Would you like your child to have a piece to tide them over while they wait?" The golden yellow cake, despite its simple packaging, exuded a pure, creamy aroma. Many children's eyes lit up at the sight. With their children's eager gazes and Jiang Feng's sincere explanation, most parents were willing to try it. The moment a child takes a bite of the first piece of cake, their eyes light up and their satisfied smile is the best advertisement. "Mommy, this cake is so delicious. It's so soft and smells so good." A little boy who had just been throwing a tantrum suddenly quieted down and ate it slowly and carefully. "Baby, eat slowly. Is it really that delicious?" The young mother watched her daughter wolf down the food and couldn't resist trying a bite herself. She exclaimed in surprise, "It's really good. The egg flavor is so rich. The texture is so smooth. Boss, another piece, please. Dad, we want to eat this cake again tomorrow." At 15 yuan a slice, costing about 6 to 7 yuan, including packaging and time, the price isn't outrageous for a cake made with high-quality ingredients and with an amazing taste, especially in the current consumer environment. The cake quickly became a hit with families with children. It not only soothed the children waiting in line and greatly improved the parents' experience, they could eat while waiting, but its delicious taste also won over many adult diners, making it an excellent choice for breakfast or afternoon tea. More importantly, Jiang Feng noticed that when Xiaoman saw other children in Aunt Li's shop eating cakes made by their fathers, their faces beaming with the same happy and content smiles as hers had the day before, a happy and proud smile also appeared on her little face. She would whisper to Aunt Li, "Grandma Li, that cake was made by my dad. It's so delicious." The sense of loss seemed to be diluted by the joy of sharing. Chapter 38. The addition of traditional-style cake is like pouring hot oil on the already booming business of the heartwarming ship. Sweet troubles followed one after another. 1. Explosive demand. Word of mouth spread about the cake's delicious taste and its magical effect on soothing children, causing demand to skyrocket. Jiang Feng's 3 large cakes, about 30 slices, baked every morning at dawn would be sold out within an hour of the morning rush hour starting. Many parents and children who missed out were extremely disappointed. 2. Time constraints. Making cakes, especially whipping egg whites and baking using the water bath method, takes up Jiang Feng's already limited preparation time in the early morning. He needs to get up even earlier, further compressing his sleep time and putting his physical strength to a severe test. 3. Operating space. Although the new food cart is spacious, its main function is for cooking hot food. Storing cakes. requiring insulated boxes. Cutting and packaging require additional space and workbenches, which can feel somewhat cramped during the busy morning rush hour. 4. Pricing and positioning. A cake priced at 15 yuan per slice is too high for some customers, especially those who only buy main dishes. How can the cake be balanced between its role as a profit driver and a customer acquisition product? The group chat exploded with discussion. I need a cake. It's impossible to get one every day. Boss, increase cake production. The kids are begging for some. 15 yuan is a bit pricey, but the ingredients are really good. The taste is excellent. It's worth it. Has the boss considered selling cakes specifically during afternoon tea time? At Boss Jiang at the alley entrance, are you taking on apprentices? I'd like to learn how to make cakes. Faced with this sweet dilemma, Jiang Feng did not blindly expand production. He knew that quality was the lifeline. He first optimized the cake-making process, separating egg whites and yolks the night before, refrigerating them, and preparing dry ingredients, purchasing a more powerful egg beater, customizing a larger square deep pan mold, which could bake more cakes at once, and even designing a simple cutting table with rails that could be installed on the side of the food cart to improve cutting and packaging efficiency. Production increased from 3 large cakes, about 30 small cakes, per day to 5 large cakes, about 50 small cakes, and a cake pre-order system was implemented in the group, limited to 2 cakes per person, linked to the main course pre-order, which alleviated the pressure of panic buying to some extent. At the same time, he declined all requests to take on apprentices, saying it was not the right time yet. The cake's popularity also had an unexpected effect. It significantly diverted some of the morning rush hour customers who were simply there to try it or with children, alleviating the queues for main dishes, wontons/plain noodles. To some extent, some families who received the cake chose to take their main dishes home or waited more patiently. Overall revenue and profits increased again. However, the huge success also attracted more attention. At the other end of the alley, the tall, thin stall owner who had once failed in his attempt to imitate wontons looked at the long lines that formed in front of the Warm Heart stall every day and the expensive cakes that were constantly being bought, his eyes gleaming, as if he was plotting something. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, an account with the ID received a private message from a fan, filled with excitement. Sister Weiwei, I have a super recommendation for you. You know what? That super heartwarming little shop at the end of the alley has a new product. This time it's a traditional flavor cake. Oh my god, I dare say it's the purest and most amazing cake I've ever eaten in my life. It's not one of those fancy cakes that are empty inside, but rather a simple and unpretentious one that lets you feel the most original flavor of eggs and milk. Every bite is like savoring happiness. The texture is so moist and creamy that it brings tears to your eyes. You absolutely have to try it. I guarantee it will blow away all those so-called trendy cake shops. Those shops may be incredibly popular, but the taste often falls far short of their advertising. This little shop's cakes, however, are an ultimate temptation for your taste buds with every bite, leaving you wanting more. However, I must warn you that this cake is extremely popular and sells out very quickly every time it comes out of the oven. So, if you decide to try it, be prepared to wait in line or pre-order. But trust me, all the waiting and effort will be worth it. Chapter 39. As Yiwei's article spread rapidly online, the traditional style cake she described seemed to become the focus of heated discussion overnight. The article not only detailed the cake's unique flavor and production process, but also told the heartwarming story behind it. The article's influence was like an unstoppable tide, causing the queue in front of the heartwarming food truck to reach an unprecedented peak. At 5:30 a.m., just as dawn was breaking, a line had already formed at the alley entrance. Among these early risers were loyal fans who trusted Yiwei's articles and her food recommendations implicitly. Others were drawn by friends' recommendations, curious to try this legendary old-fashioned cake for themselves. As time went on, more and more people joined the queue. By 6 a.m., when the stall officially opened, the queue had stretched for nearly 100 meters, winding and quite a sight. People waited patiently, exchanging their anticipation for the cake and their thoughts on Yiwei's article. The queue included not only young people, but also many middle-aged and elderly people, some there to try it out, others to reminisce about happy times. This queue became a unique morning scene in the nearby neighborhood, attracting the attention and curious inquiries of passers-by. The owner of the heartwarming food truck, a kind and amiable middle-aged woman, chatted with customers while busily making cakes. She knew each customer's name, understood their preferences, and even remembered their orders from their last visit. This warm atmosphere, combined with the delicious cakes themselves, made the long queues worthwhile. As time went on, the legends surrounding the heartwarming Express food truck and its traditional cakes continued to grow. People not only shared their queuing experiences and cake photos in WeChat groups, but also posted various food reviews and experiences on social media. This viral effect of word of mouth has made the heartwarming Express food truck increasingly well known, turning it into an unmissable local culinary landmark. This is the shadow effect that Jiang Feng had only heard about in the system description before, the powerful attraction created by the queue itself. Passing office workers, elderly people doing morning exercises, and even people driving by were all attracted by this exaggeratedly long queue. Wow! What are they selling? Why is there such a long line? I heard it's a popular food truck, and the wontons and cakes are especially delicious. Really? The line is so long, should I give it a try? Look, there's a blogger doing a live stream over there. In the queue, someone was indeed live streaming on their phone. Look, everyone. This is the recently viral, heartwarming account. They say the owner is a super dad, and the food is incredibly delicious. Look at this queue. I've been waiting for almost an hour, and it's still not over. Today I have to try it for you all to see just how amazing it is. Long queues bring not only a decrease in customers, but also increased pressure. Maintaining order. Antley and several enthusiastic elderly diners spontaneously became volunteers, guiding the queue, reminding people not to cut in line, and urging them to be careful. However, with so many people, some friction was inevitable. Waiting anxiety. Long queues are causing noticeable frustration among some new diners and busy office workers. Complaints are increasing. Why is it taking so long? Is it even worth the wait? Is this the beginning of scalping? Jiang Feng vaguely heard people in the queue whispering, "I'll help you queue. You give me 20 yuan for the service. I guarantee you'll get it." This made him alert. Xiaoman's space. Antley's shop was also packed with people queuing up, and Xiaoman's activity space was severely compressed, so she could only shrink into a small corner to read books. Jiang Feng looked at the dense crowd before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He was pleased that business was booming and the income was considerable. However, he was worried that this uncontrolled growth had exceeded the current capacity of him and the warm heart fairy, leading to a decline in the customer experience and an increase in potential risks. He had to find a way to control it. He further optimized the reservation system, strictly limiting the total number of daily reservations, especially for cakes, and dividing the pickup time slots into more precise periods, such as 6:30 to 7 o'clock, 7 to 7:30, requiring those who made reservations to arrive within their designated time slots. Latecomers would not be waited for, and the slots would be released to those queuing on site. At the same time, notices were posted in the group chat and in prominent locations of the stalls to remind everyone to estimate their waiting time and consume rationally. These measures had some effect, but the shadow had already formed, and completely eliminating it wouldn't be a matter of a day or two. Jiang Feng realized that he might need a more fundamental solution, such as increasing manpower or opening up new time slots/locations. Just as he was pondering how to deal with his current predicament, a crisp phone notification sound interrupted his thoughts. He picked up his phone, and the screen displayed the latest messages in the WeChat group. A new request to join the group caught his eye, seemingly bringing him a glimmer of hope. User nickname, Weiwei. My message to join the group: I'm a passionate food enthusiast with a deep curiosity about all kinds of cuisine. I recently heard about your food group and am very interested. I hope to join to learn more about food reservations. The profile picture is a simple landscape photo of a tranquil lake with crystal clear water reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, a sight that soothes the soul and allows one to temporarily forget their troubles. Looking at the application, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. This user, named Weiwei, seemed to share his deep interest in food. He imagined that perhaps she, like him, sought more than just culinary pleasure. It was a reflection of her lifestyle. He decided to accept the application, looking forward to sharing the joy of food with her and perhaps even gaining valuable information about food reservations from her. He gently tapped the Agree button on the screen, and a welcome message was immediately sent. Welcome, Vivi, to our food group. Here, food lovers from all over gather to share food information, exchange cooking tips, and find great deals on restaurant reservations. We hope you find your culinary paradise here. As he sent the message, he felt a surge of anticipation and excitement. Perhaps this new member would bring new energy and more food information to the group. He began to look forward to Vivi's response and the surprise she might bring regarding food reservations. Chapter 40. In her elegant apartment, Yiwei had just finished a video conference and rubbed her temples. On her computer screen, the private message from a fan about old-fashioned cake was still displayed. The two photos were simply taken. The golden yellow cross-section of the cake, with its delicate honeycomb structure clearly visible, seemed to convey its exquisite softness. Old-fashioned cake? Yiwei murmured to herself. She was no stranger to this kind of simple Taiwanese cake, but the fact that her longtime fan described it as beating all the trendy shops and so moist and creamy it's almost unbearable piqued her curiosity. Especially since it came from the hands of Jiang Feng, the young dad who had already surprised her several times. She opened her previous post, The Warm Sun at the Alleyway After the Storm, and read it again. The Jiang Feng described in the article, who displayed wisdom in adversity and was surrounded by the warmth of his neighbors, seemed to subtly overlap with, yet also seemed somewhat contradictory. The image of him in her mind who might be making the ultimate cake? How can a man who can make amazing plain noodles from a humble food cart and unite the community also create cakes that conquer even the most discerning dessert lovers? What kind of extreme focus and mastery of ingredients does that require? Curiosity, like a vine, began to creep up on her. Almost without thinking, she clicked on the group chat link for the Alleyway Wonton Stall information station. The group already had nearly 2,000 members, and messages were scrolling by rapidly. She quickly browsed through them, looking for cake ordering tips. I waited in line for 70 minutes today, but it was all worth it the moment I finally got to eat the cake and the plain noodles. Is the boss considering opening a branch? That cake was absolutely amazing. My son is usually a picky eater, but he ate 2 slices in one go. The price is a bit high, but you can taste the quality of the ingredients. The group discussion was lively and genuine, filled with praise for the food itself and admiration for the owner. Yiwei noticed that the group admin, Boss Jiang at the Alleyway, didn't post much, but each time he did, his comments were concise and impactful, clearly outlining the reservation rules, temporary closure notices, and other information. The group administrators, who seemed to be the nurse and the convenience store owner, were also very responsible. She made up her mind. With a tap of her finger, she sent a request to join the group. She used the most ordinary nickname, Weiwei, and casually chose a landscape photo as her profile picture. Her message was also very low-key, a food lover, looking for reservation information. The application was approved almost instantly. Upon joining the group, a deluge of information overwhelmed her. She didn't speak, but quietly observed. She saw detailed reservation rules, especially the difficulty of getting a cake, photos shared by diners, including the simple cake, complaints about long queues and mutual reassurance, and the group members' spontaneous efforts to maintain order. This group was more vibrant and cohesive than she had imagined. It wasn't just a food ordering group, it was more like a small, lively community formed around Warm Heart Express and Jiang Feng. Yiwei realized that to truly understand Warm Heart Express and that cake, a single restaurant visit wasn't enough. She needed to immerse herself in this community and observe from within. She clicked on Boss Jiang at the alleyway's profile picture, a warm silhouette of a man holding his daughter, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided against a private chat. It wasn't the right time yet. She closed the group chat, opened a document, and began brainstorming a commentary on community food and emotional connection, but her thoughts kept drifting to that golden cake and the alleyway tomorrow morning. She made up her mind. Tomorrow, she would go to that renowned noodle shop as an ordinary customer. She longed not only to taste the legendary noodles, but also to try the much-praised old-fashioned cake. She knew this was more than just a simple dining experience. It was a rigorous test of her discerning palate. She imagined that bowl of noodles. What kind of deliciousness would it possess to captivate countless diners and elicit rave reviews from even the most discerning gourmets? She had heard of the noodles' chewy texture, the rich broth's depth, and the carefully selected and seasoned ingredients, each meticulously chosen and prepared by the chef. She eagerly anticipated every moment the noodles would melt in her mouth, hoping that their unique flavor would satisfy her ultimate culinary pursuit. She was especially curious about the traditional style cake. She had heard that its production process was very traditional, requiring a long fermentation and baking time to achieve its unique texture and flavor. She imagined the cake's softness, its melt-in-your-mouth texture, and its subtle sweetness and rich, milky aroma. Was it truly as unforgettable as the legends suggested? She knew that this was more than just a cake. It was a piece of history, a culture, and a respect for and inheritance of traditional craftsmanship. She decided that tomorrow, she would set aside all her identities and labels and simply be an ordinary diner to experience the atmosphere of the restaurant, observe the reactions of other diners, and listen to their evaluations of the food. She wanted to experience it with her heart, to feel it with her taste buds, and to verify whether the legends about the restaurant and its food were true. She knew this would be a comprehensive test of her taste buds and aesthetic sense. She was looking forward to it, nervous, but even more so, filled with an infinite longing for delicious food and a desire to explore the unknown. Chapter 41. The perspective shifts back to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng saw the message that Wei Wei had joined the group. The nickname was too common, the profile picture too ordinary, and the message she left was unremarkable. It was lost among the dozens or hundreds of group applications received daily and didn't attract his attention. He was focused entirely on dealing with the increasing customer flow and maintaining quality. The next morning, Jiang Feng woke up earlier than usual. Baking 5 large cakes was a demanding task. He skillfully worked, separating the egg whites and yolks, whipping the meringue, folding the batter. Every step was meticulously executed. His basic baking skills made him like a precision instrument. As the 5 large molds were placed in the oven, and the warm, comforting aroma of eggs and milk filled the courtyard once more, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Xiaoman was also awakened by the aroma. Rubbing her eyes, she ran to the kitchen and hugged her father's leg, saying, "Daddy, it smells so good. Xiaoman's cake is almost ready, just wait a little longer." Jiang Feng smiled and patted his daughter's head. Carrying freshly baked cakes and prepared ingredients, Jiang Feng pushed the heartwarming cart to the alley entrance. Although he thought he had arrived early enough, the scene before him still surprised him. The queue was already 20 or 30 meters long. Several familiar faces, old customers wrapped in coats, stamped their feet in the morning chill. "Good morning, Mr. Jiang. I've been waiting for this. Is there cake today? Save me 2 slices." Jiang Feng quickly agreed and began the busy preparations. Xiao Lu and the pancake vendor also arrived one after another to join the effort. Aunt Li's convenience store opened early and became a temporary command center and waiting area for the children. Yi Wei arrived. She deliberately dressed more modestly and simply than usual, a dark down jacket, ordinary jeans and flat shoes, her long hair simply tied back, her face only with the most basic moisturizing, no makeup, and a woolen hat and mask that covered part of her forehead. She blended into the middle of the line, inconspicuous, like an ordinary office worker willing to get up early for a delicious meal. She observed silently. Asterisk efficiency. The new food cart makes excellent use of space. Jiang Feng is in charge of cooking noodles, wontons, and pouring soup, his movements fluid and efficient. Xiao Lu is responsible for collecting money, packing, and handing out cakes, speaking quickly and clearly. The man selling pancakes mainly cooks wontons and noodles, controlling the heat precisely. The three work together seamlessly, and their efficiency is indeed much higher than that of a typical small stall. Asterisk order. Those with reservations can quickly collect their food on the other side using the last 3 digits of their mobile phone number. Although the queue is long, it was relatively orderly thanks to the guidance of Aunt Lee and several regular customers. There were some complaints, but more than anything, there was mutual encouragement and anticipation. Asterisk details. The work surface was always kept relatively clean, food was covered, and trash was disposed of promptly. Jiang Feng would occasionally spray his hands with disinfectant while busy. These details, in Yue's eyes, were all pluses. Asterisk cake. She watched as golden cakes were quickly cut and bagged in the insulated box. Parents and children who bought them wore expressions of satisfaction, and some children even started eating them on the spot. Finally, it was her turn. She lowered her voice and said, "A bowl of plain noodles and a piece of old-fashioned cake." "Okay, that'll be 27 yuan in total. Do you want the cake cut into pieces?" Xiao Lu asked quickly. "No need, just the whole piece." Yue scanned the code to pay. Jiang Feng was ladling soup when he heard the request. He subconsciously looked up at the female customer who wanted the whole cake and felt that her eyes, which were exposed outside her mask, seemed somewhat familiar, but he didn't think much of it and continued to focus on his work. Yue carried the bowl of noodles and the whole cake, about a quarter of a large cake, in a paper bag to a slightly farther, relatively quiet corner. She looked at the cake first. It was square and neat, with a uniform golden color, the crust baked to perfection, and completely undecorated, utterly simple. She gently pressed it. It was bouncy and soft to the touch, springing back very quickly. Bringing it closer, she smelled a pure, rich aroma of eggs and milk, without any trace of artificial flavoring, warm and enticing. Instead of eating the noodles first, she couldn't resist breaking off a small piece of cake and putting it in her mouth. Instantly, my taste buds were gently enveloped. The cake melts in your mouth, achieving an amazing balance of moisture. It's neither too wet nor too dry. The rich egg flavor is as pure as sunshine, followed by the sweetness of pure milk and the rich, creamy aroma of high-quality butter. The sweetness is just right, perfectly highlighting the natural flavors of the ingredients without being cloying. The texture is smooth and delicate, as if countless tiny bubbles are gently bursting in your mouth, bringing ultimate pleasure. Simple, yet executed with exquisite skill. Yue was deeply impressed. The technical sophistication of this cake was no less than that of a bowl of plain noodles. The degree to which the egg whites were whipped, the folding technique, and the temperature and time control of the water bath method all required extremely high precision. This Jiang Feng. She looked at the figure busily working in front of the food cart, her gaze becoming even more complex. Just how many more skills was he hiding? She put down the cake, she needed to save room for noodles, and lifted the lid of the bowl of plain noodles. A familiar, upgraded, complex aroma wafted out. The broth was clear, with melted pork fat forming enticing golden rings, garnished with vibrant green scallions. She took a bite of noodles and a sip of broth. The quality was still impeccable. The rich, savory flavor and comforting warmth remained undiminished. However, perhaps the cake was too stunning, or perhaps her expectations were too high. Yue keenly noticed an extremely subtle difference. The temperature of the soup base seemed slightly lower than at its peak. The noodles also seemed to have lost some of their chewiness. This might be completely overlooked by an ordinary diner, but to her discerning palate, it was clearly detected. Was it a slight fluctuation in cooking temperature caused by continuous high-intensity food preparation? Or was it an extremely subtle fluctuation in the quality of the ingredients due to immense demand? Yue pondered. This wasn't a decline in quality, but rather, a peak state of heartfelt dedication that was difficult to maintain constantly under high-load conditions. She ate her noodles silently, watching the long queue in front of her, watching Jiang Feng and the other two so busy that they barely had time to look up, watching the crowd in Aunt Lee's shop and Xiaoman's small figure huddled in the corner. Behind the booming business were the operators, nerves stretched to the limit, and undeniable worries. Chapter 42. The perspective continues to follow Yue. Yue finished her noodles, but only ate a small portion of the cake, saving it for a snack. Her mood wasn't as satisfied as her taste buds suggested. Instead, it felt somewhat heavy. The food was still top-notch, but the perfect experience, the powerful emotional impact and neighborly warmth she felt after the storm, seemed diluted by today's massive queues and efficient yet somewhat mechanical food preparation process. She saw Jiang Feng's exhaustion, though he concealed it well, Xiaoman's slight helplessness in the crowded environment, and the frantic efforts of Xiao Lu and the pancake vendor under extreme conditions. The booming business was like a high-speed train, and the warm heart train seemed to be nearing its limit. The exquisite craftsmanship displayed on that cake only made her more worried about whether this situation could continue. She took out her phone and opened the WeChat group for the alleyway Wontons stall information station. The group was still bustling with activity, mostly filled with praise. Her finger hovered over the input box, hesitating. Should she simply type delicious, like any other customer? Or should she offer her observations and concerns from an observer's perspective? Ultimately, she chose silence. Now wasn't the time to pour cold water on things, and her position was sensitive. She simply took a quiet photo of the half-eaten cake, showcasing its perfect internal structure, and the long queue in front of the heartwarming bus, without showing anyone's face, without any caption, and posted it on her WeChat Moments, visible only to herself. Tags: hashtag local life, hashtag community food, hashtag growing pains, hashtag traditional taste. Leaving the alleyway, Yue returned to her quiet studio. She sat in front of her computer, but couldn't concentrate on her work. The scenes she had witnessed that morning kept replaying in her mind: the amazing taste of the cake, the subtle differences in the broth of the plain noodles, Jiang Feng's focused yet tired profile, Xiaoman's small figure in the crowd, and the enthusiastic discussions in the group chat that seemed to ignore the underlying problems. She opened the fan's private message and replied, "I've tasted the cake, and it's truly amazing, top-notch craftsmanship. But the crowds at the alley entrance are already beyond reasonable limits. I hope the owner can withstand the pressure and stay true to their principles." Her words seemed more like a reminder to herself. For the next few days, Yue remained a ghost, lurking in the group chat to observe. She saw Jiang Feng working hard to optimize the process, such as increasing cake ordering times and more strictly defining pickup times, and she also saw complaints about long queues and scalpers starting to appear sporadically in the group. What caught her attention even more was that a small oven had somehow appeared in front of the tall, thin imitator's stall, displaying a sign that read "Secret Recipe Traditional Cake, 12 yuan/piece." Although no one was buying yet, this was undoubtedly a dangerous sign. She realized she might need to understand Boss Jiang more deeply and the real situation he faced. Simply observing from afar as a customer seemed insufficient. She needed to know how this young father thought behind the booming business. Was he aware of the underlying concerns? Did he have long-term plans? A thought gradually became clear in her mind, like a ray of sunlight in the morning light piercing through the fog and illuminating her thoughts. She began to seriously consider whether it was time to find a suitable opportunity to have a deep conversation with him, who was always busy in the kitchen. She imagined that scene. She would no longer be the food blogger with many followers online, but an ordinary diner, a diner who genuinely appreciated his skills and cared about the future of his heartwarming account. She imagined herself sitting in his cozy little shop, surrounded by the aroma of various ingredients, each dish a work of art, mouth-watering to behold. She would order a few of his best dishes, and as she savored them, she would tell him, with the most sincere words, how these dishes touched her heart. She would tell him that she was not just a food enthusiast, but a customer who understood his painstaking efforts. She would ask him about the story of Warm Heart, learning how he had gradually developed the small shop to what it is today. She wanted to know the stories and emotions hidden behind those unique recipes. She would encourage him to share his dreams and challenges, letting him know that even in this highly competitive food industry, there are people who genuinely support and believe in him. She even imagined offering suggestions, such as how to promote the Warm Heart account on social media to let more people know about the shop's existence. She would tell him that she was willing to use her influence to help him let more people taste his craftsmanship and feel the warmth he conveyed. She knew that such a conversation could change many things. She could be a turning point in his career or an important friend in his life. She took a deep breath and decided to take the plunge, to realize this idea, and to have that long-awaited conversation with him. Chapter 43. The perspective shifts back to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was not unaware of Yi Wei's worries. On the contrary, as the center of the vortex, he felt them even more deeply. Physical exhaustion was critical. The continuous overwork had left Jiang Feng, Xiao Lu, and the pancake vendor completely exhausted. Jiang Feng was making cakes and preparing goods in the early hours of the morning, serving meals at high intensity during the day, and cleaning up and shopping at night. He was severely sleep-deprived, and his arm muscles ached from constantly flipping the wok and beating eggs. Xiao Lu's dark circles had also deepened, and the pancake vendor sometimes almost missed his own business. Quality fluctuations. He himself noticed that during peak meal service periods, the temperature of the broth, the precise seconds of noodle cooking, and even the degree of flavor absorption in the braised eggs would occasionally experience extremely subtle, unavoidable fluctuations. Although 99% of diners couldn't detect it, Jiang Feng knew that this was a slight difference from the perfect infusion of heart state he pursued. Xiaoman's mood. With Aunt Li's shop packed with people, Xiaoman has less and less space to stay, and she's becoming increasingly quiet. She no longer looks at picture books with the same joy as before. More often, she hugs her teddy bear and stares blankly at her father queuing outside the window. Her kindergarten teacher has also subtly reminded her that Xiaoman seems less active at kindergarten lately. The imitator's provocation. Although the tall, thin man's secret recipe traditional cake tasted far inferior, Jiang Feng had Aunt Li buy a piece to try. It was dry, had a strong eggy smell, and was cloyingly sweet. The price of 12 yuan still attracted some people who were looking for a bargain or who hadn't been able to get in line. This made Jiang Feng feel disgusted and wary. Dissenting voices in the group. Although the majority of voices in the group were supportive, some started to complain about the long queues, questioned whether the limited cakes were a form of hunger marketing, and even suspected that the boss has become arrogant after becoming famous and is not as dedicated as before. The pressure weighed heavily on Jiang Feng's heart like an invisible boulder. Upgrading the food truck solved the hardware problem, but the bottleneck of manpower, the complexity of management, the stability of quality, and most importantly, Xiaoman's happiness and companionship, all became new and more challenging issues. After closing up shop that day, Jiang Feng didn't go home immediately. Instead, he pushed his cart and slowly walked down the gradually quieting alley. The setting sun cast a long shadow over him. He needed space to think. "Daddy." Xiaoman sat in the stroller, hugging her teddy bear, and called out softly. "Huh? What's wrong with Xiaoman?" Jiang Feng stopped in his tracks. "Daddy, I'm so tired." Xiaoman reached out her little hand and touched Jiang Feng's stubble-covered, weary face. "Xiaoman, give Daddy a good breath." She puffed out her little lips and gently blew on her father's cheek. His daughter's innocent concern was like a warm current, instantly melting the ice and weariness in Jiang Feng's heart. He knelt down, hugged his daughter's small body tightly, and his eyes welled up with tears. "Daddy isn't tired. With Xiaoman here, Daddy isn't tired." However, the real problems remained. He knew he had to make a change. If things continued this way, his health would collapse, his quality of work would decline, his reputation would crumble, and most importantly, he would completely lose the time and energy he needed to spend with Xiaoman. This went against his original intention in striving for success. He needs help. Real help that can share the core workload. Not just well-meaning neighbors like Xiaolu and Bingu who can only offer temporary assistance. He needs to build a more stable and resilient supply system. He needs to optimize his business model to give himself and Xiaoman some breathing room. Ding! Systemic business pressures and a family balance crisis detected in the host. Triggered phase task, strengthening the foundation and nourishing the body. Task requirements. Within 1 week, initially establish a core assistant mechanism, at least one person, optimize supply chain stability, and ensure high-quality time spent with daughter Xiaoman at fixed intervals, greater than or equal to 2 hours each day. Task rewards. Unlock introduction to effective team management knowledge, basic supply chain optimization, and receive 1,000 system points. Failure penalty. Continuous deterioration of physical and mental health, exponential increase in business risk, and long-term lack of emotional support for the daughter. The system's objectives are clear and urgent. Helpers? Supply chain? Spending time with clients? Each is a challenge, but they must be solved. Jiang Feng held Xiaoman in his arms, his gaze sweeping across the alleyway. He saw Aunt Li closing her shop, the pancake vendor packing up his stall, and Nurse Lu hurrying off work. Perhaps a helper was right beside him? He needed someone he could trust, someone who could endure hardship, someone with basic knowledge and enthusiasm for things. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a WeChat group message. He opened it and saw that it was from a group member with the ID Weiwei, who had posted a question. But the question made Jiang Feng's heart stir slightly. At Xiangko Jiang, hello boss, I've always loved your food. I'm happy to see your business booming lately, but I'm also a little worried. Have you considered how to balance the high customer flow with the stability of quality? For example, could you increase staff or optimize the food preparation process? Also, the cakes are delicious, but making them in the early morning is too tiring. Have you considered opening a dedicated cake-making session in the afternoon? This is just a personal suggestion. Sorry to bother you. This message stood out as remarkably calm and rational amidst a sea of reservation requests and cake requests. It precisely pinpointed the core issue Jiang Feng was pondering. Jiang Feng stared at Weiwei's profile picture, a landscape photo, and fell into deep thought. This group member seems a little different. Chapter 44. Yi Wei sat at her desk, her computer screen displaying photos she had just taken, a bowl of clear, light noodles with emerald green scallions and golden butter rings floating on top, a simple, square, old-fashioned cake with delicate, golden slices, and a distant view a long, winding queue in front of a brand-new Warm Heart food truck at the entrance of a humble alley. As she looked at the photos, a fierce internal struggle was raging within her. Affirmative, professional instinct. Taste is paramount. The broth of that bowl of plain noodles is a textbook example of a clear soup, a complex blend of rich pork broth, savory dried scallops, and deep, complex flavors from dried flounder. The soul of the dish lies in the lard, and the noodles are smooth and chewy, all demonstrating the maker's profound skill and ultimate understanding of the ingredients. The cake pushes the simple aroma of eggs and milk and its moist, creamy texture to the extreme, showcasing a high level of artistry. In terms of taste alone, these two dishes would be signature items in any high-end restaurant. Craftsmanship and talent. Jiang Feng's culinary talent and focused dedication impressed even this seasoned food blogger. Maintaining such a high standard under such simple conditions and immense pressure is truly remarkable. Community value. The Warm Heart food truck is more than just a food cart. It has become a connecting point for community emotions. Neighborly mutual assistance, the lively WeChat group, and even diners spontaneously maintaining order all demonstrate its unique value. This bowl of noodles, this piece of cake, contains not only flavor, but also a heartwarming power. The opposing view, critical and concerned. Environmental limitations. No matter how much a food truck is upgraded, the nature of street vending dictates that its hygiene, operating space, and resistance to interference, whether city management, can never compare to those of a formal store. This is a major flaw in UA's hygiene rating system. Quality fluctuation risk. The subtle differences in soup temperature and noodle elasticity that she keenly observed are irrefutable proof that quality cannot be absolutely consistent under high-load operation. In the long run, a collapse in reputation is inevitable. The huge customer flow is draining this craftsmanship. Unsustainable. Relying on Jiang Feng's excessive workload, plus the help of two unprofessional neighbors, is like walking a tightrope in the face of such enormous demand. Once he collapses from exhaustion, or Xiaoman needs more companionship, the entire system will crumble. Pricing and positioning contradict each other. 10 yuan wontons, 12 yuan noodles, and 15 yuan cake are definitely high-end in street food. Customers paying a premium naturally expect consistent quality and experience. But can the current environment and service capabilities of Warm Heart Express sustain this positioning in the long run? Waiting 2 hours for a bowl of noodles is itself a discount on the experience. The core contradiction is this world-shaking flavor from a humble cart merely a fleeting internet sensation, or will it withstand the test of time and grow into a truly vibrant city's calling card? Yue's professional ethics and palate demand that she point out the problems objectively, even harshly, but deep down, she is touched by the authentic craftsmanship, the warmth of the community, and the story of Jiang Feng and Xiaoman, and cannot bear to see it spiral out of control and decline amidst its disorderly expansion. She recalled the calm question posed by the user Weiwei in the group chat and Jiang Feng's continued silence in the group. Perhaps he was reflecting on it privately. She also remembered her reply to a fan's private message. I hope the boss can withstand the pressure and stay true to himself. Ultimately, professional ethics and a sense of responsibility as an observer prevailed. She decided to write, neither praising nor smearing, but simply writing about everything she saw, tasted, and felt, everything truly authentic. She would present the stark contrast between simplicity and astonishing reality, and the potential and crisis hidden behind that contrast, to the reader in its entirety. Perhaps this dose of objective cold water could become an opportunity for Jiang Feng to calmly reflect and seek change? She took a deep breath, her fingers landing on the keyboard, and typed the title, An Encounter at the Alleyway, a stunning clear soup from a humble cart. She decided to start with the most impactful element, plain noodles. Chapter 45. Jiang Feng also saw Weiwei's calm question in the group chat. This message was like a small pebble, precisely thrown into the already turbulent lake of his heart, stirring up even bigger ripples. Balancing customer flow and quality, increasing staff, optimizing processes, afternoon cake time. Every word hit the nail on the head. Who is this Weiwei? Why can she see things so clearly? Is she a fellow professional? A seasoned restaurateur? Or some astute diner? He clicked on Weiwei's profile picture, a landscape photo, but her moments were completely blank and her location wasn't set. It was incredibly mysterious. He hesitated for a moment, then decided against replying privately. Firstly, he didn't yet have a mature solution. Secondly, discussing business issues in a public group chat could easily trigger unnecessary speculation and gossip. He needed time to think. Yue's question, coupled with the system strengthening the foundation and nourishing the vitality task, was like two whips, urging Jiang Feng to take immediate action. Key assistant, this is the most urgent matter. He already had a preference in mind, Nurse Liu. His reasons were quite valid. 1. Trustworthy and reliable, Xiao Lu has offered help on many occasions. She has good character and a sense of responsibility. She was also very concerned about Xiaoman when she went missing. 2. Strong learning ability. She helped with cashier and packing, quickly got the hang of it, was organized, and calculated quickly and accurately. 3. Hardworking and resilient. Working the night shift improved her physical strength and endurance. 4. Passionate about food. She is a loyal fan of the Warm Heart brand and knows the products well. 5. Relatively flexible hours. Nurses work shifts, so perhaps it's possible to negotiate adjustments to some shifts. Jiang Feng found a relatively quiet afternoon after closing up shop and invited Xiao Lu to Aunt Li's shop. Xiaoman was playing in the back room. He got straight to the point. Nurse Liu, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. As you've seen, business is incredibly busy right now, and I can't manage it all by myself. I'd like to invite you to work full-time as an assistant at Warm Heart. Your main responsibilities would be cashiering, packing, and greeting customers, and, if possible, you could learn some simple tasks, like cooking noodles and making wontons. We can discuss the salary and benefits, but it will definitely be higher than your current night shift pay, and we can try to adjust the hours to fit your shift schedule. What do you think? Are you interested? After hearing this, Xiaolu was stunned, then her face lit up with surprise and excitement. Boss Jiang. I really can do it? Full-time. Of course. You've helped so many times, and you've done a fantastic job. I believe in you. Jiang Feng said confidently. I'm willing. I'm more than willing. Xiaolu said almost without hesitation. At the hospital. I'll talk to the head nurse and see if I can switch to a day shift or a relatively fixed shift to make time. I couldn't ask for more than the opportunity to learn from Boss Jiang and work in such a wonderful place. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. The issue of the core assistant has been resolved, marking a crucial first step. Jiang Feng felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. The two tentatively agreed on the probationary period salary and working hours, initially covering the busiest morning rush hour, gradually increasing. Supply chain optimization. Jiang Feng contacted the butcher, Mr. Sun, and the dried goods store again, signing more stable supply agreements, guaranteeing priority supply of high-quality pork bones and pork fat, with a slight but acceptable price increase, and prepaid a partial deposit to show his sincerity. At the same time, he began looking for a second backup supplier and also secured more reliable wholesale channels for eggs and flour. The time spent together, this was the part that touched Jiang Feng the most. He re-examined the stall schedule and made a difficult but decisive decision: cancel the afternoon stall plan. The Warm Heart stall's operating hours would be strictly limited to 6:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. There were 3 reasons. 1. Focus resources to ensure quality and experience during the morning rush hour. 2. Afternoon time will be used for A. High-quality time with Xiaoman, pick-up and drop-off from kindergarten, parent-child activities, storytelling. B. Preparing supplies and making cakes, no longer taking up early morning sleep time. C. Rest and self-improvement, studying recipes, thinking about business. 3. Reserve space for exploring a possible afternoon cake/drink special time slot in the future, not to be implemented immediately. He posted an official announcement in the WeChat group. Important notice to everyone: to better ensure food quality, optimize the customer experience, and balance business and life, Warm Heart Restaurant will adjust its business hours starting today, 6:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. daily, while supplies last. Closed in the afternoon and evening. Cake making time has been adjusted, with a daily supply of 60 cakes, advance pre-order required, tied to a main dish. Thank you for your understanding and support. We will strive to provide a more consistent and heartfelt taste within the limited time available. Boss Jiang at the alleyway. As expected, the announcement caused an uproar in the group chat. Those who couldn't get a table that afternoon or evening lamented their loss, but also garnered a lot of understanding and support. The boss has finally come to his senses. I support him. Health is the foundation of everything. It's a bit of a shame that we can't have it in the afternoon, but it's worth it to be able to have a more consistent quality in the morning. I support the boss spending more time with Xiaoman. Xiaoman is more important than anything else. 60 cakes. Ordering has become easier. Great. Jiang Feng looked at the comments, especially those mentioning Xiaoman, and felt a warmth and determination in his heart. He knew this decision would result in a loss of revenue, but for long-term development, and for Xiaoman's smile, it was worth it. Just as he was dealing with group messages, his phone pushed an update notification to follow a public WeChat account. He casually tapped it, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Post title: A chance encounter at the alleyway, a stunning clear soup from a humble cart, author at Weiwei's Picky Taste. Chapter 46. Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. Yi Wei, that sharp and professional food blogger. When did she go there again? And she even wrote a new article? He took a deep breath and, with a mix of nervousness and anticipation, clicked on the article. In the opening of the article, Yue uses an extremely calm and objective style to describe the environment in which the Warm Heart delivery truck is located: an ordinary alleyway in the old city, slightly messy utility poles, damp ground, and a food cart that, although brand new, still cannot change its essential nature as a mobile vendor. She doesn't shy away from pointing out the inherent limitations of street vending: limited space, hygiene conditions constrained by the environment, and weak ability to withstand risks, weather, policies. She even mentions the historical problem of her previous encounter with the urban management officers. Upon seeing this, Jiang Feng's heart sank slightly. Was this an indication of criticism? However, the writing style suddenly changed. However, in this seemingly unremarkable environment, which is completely devoid of top-notch cuisine, I encountered the most shocking taste experience of my career: a bowl of heartwarming plain noodles priced at 12 yuan. Next, Yue, with almost dazzling professional writing skills, dissected this bowl of noodles. Broth. The description details the broth's clear, amber-like color and analyzes the complex layers of its aroma. The richness of the pork bones forms the foundation, the salty umami of the dried scallops adds a finishing touch, and the smoky sweetness of the dried flounder powder gives it a profound soul. She marvels at the fullness and lingering umami flavor, calling it a model that brings the art of clear broth to the ultimate street level. Lard. The importance of that spoonful of soul lard is emphasized, describing how the golden oil rings formed after it melts envelop the taste buds, bringing an unparalleled sense of rich, fatty satisfaction, and pointing out that it is of extremely high quality, without any of the greasiness of inferior oils. Noodles. Praise for the smooth and chewy texture of the custom-made alkaline noodles, as well as their ability to perfectly absorb broth. Overall review. This bowl of noodles, using the simplest ingredients, noodles, soup, oil, and scallions, has built a sanctuary for the senses. Its exquisite craftsmanship and pure intention are enough to put many self-proclaimed high-end restaurant kitchens to shame. It is a stunning flower blooming in a humble environment, and one of the pinnacles of taste that homely warmth can achieve. The description of the old-fashioned cake was equally lavish in its praise. Texture. Its texture can be described as cloud-like lightness, moist and creamy that melts in your mouth, and amazingly airy. Flavor. Emphasizing pure and exquisite egg and milk aroma, rich creaminess from high-quality butter, and just the right amount of sweetness that doesn't overpower the flavor. Technical aspects. Pointing out the difficulty of its production, the degree of egg white whipping, the folding technique, and the water bath temperature control, it is described as a master's work that takes basic baking back to its essence. Up to this point, the article was filled with high praise for Jiang Feng's culinary skills. But Yue did not stop there. She shifted her focus again, calmly pointing out the hidden concerns behind the hype. 1. Challenges to consistency and quality. Subtly mention the extremely subtle fluctuations, soup temperature, noodle texture, that may occur during peak meal times, and emphasize the risk that such fluctuations will be amplified under the pressure of huge customer traffic. 2. Overspending by the operators. This describes the state of Jiang Feng and his two companions working at high speed under the pressure of long queues, barely able to hide their exhaustion, highlighting that this model relying on individual limits is unsustainable. 3. The contradiction between experience and pricing. It points out the potential conflict between high-priced, relative to street food and long waiting times and limited environment, reminding diners to have realistic expectations. 4. Imitators and market risks. The mention of imitator cakes appearing at the other end of the alley suggests the possibility of diluted reputation and the bad driving out the good. Finally, Yue returned to the core of the theme: human beings. She mentioned Xiaoman's tiny figure in the crowded throng, and Jiang Feng's responsibilities as a father and the potential pressure to spend quality time with his child. She wrote, "The soul of good food lies in the heart and vitality poured into its creator. When this heart is squeezed by endless queues and exhaustion, When time spent with children is taken up by the smoke from the stove, can the most touching warmth in that bowl of noodles or that piece of cake still remain the same? This young father with his child has created a culinary miracle in a humble alley with his amazing talent. We admire this miracle, but perhaps we should also consider how to make it more stable and sustainable, rather than just a fleeting phenomenon in the frenzy of popularity. Protecting this warm aroma at the alley entrance requires the wisdom of the operator, as well as the understanding and restraint of the diners. This concludes the article. There is no conclusion, only profound observations, high praise, and sober reflections. Jiang Feng read it word by word, remaining silent for a long time. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. There was the excitement of being highly praised by a top food blogger, the sting of having his sore spots accurately hit, and a complex feeling of being deeply understood. Yi Wei meant no harm. She was even, reminding him and protecting the warm heart account in her own way. He immediately opened the WeChat group to see the reaction to the article. Sure enough, the article link had been forwarded like wildfire, and the group was in an uproar. Yi Wei's new work. Check it out. It's so well written. It says everything I wanted to say. Boss is awesome. Yi Wei has become a legend. But it hits the nail on the head. The queues are just too long. We support the boss's optimization. We're willing to wait for a better experience. That imitator is disgusting. Amidst the uproar, Jiang Feng noticed that the user with the ID Weiwei had quietly left the group chat after the article was published. She left no message, just as quietly as she had arrived. Chapter 47. Yi Wei's article, An Encounter at the Alleyway, a stunning clear soup from a humble cart, was like a bombshell dropped into the local food scene. Its impact far surpasses any of her previous works. Speed of dissemination, leveraging the prestigious Yi Wei production brand, a striking title, simple versus groundbreaking, professional descriptions of flavors, insightful industry observations, and heartwarming humanistic concern. The article instantly went viral on social media platforms like WeChat Moments, local forums, and food communities. Readership, likes, comments, and shares skyrocketed exponentially. Public reaction. 1. Amazement and admiration. The vast majority of readers were awestruck by Yi Wei's exquisite descriptions of the noodles and cake. It makes me hungry. Want the address? I'm going to try it tomorrow. To describe clear soup and cake like this, Yi Wei is truly amazing. The praise for Jiang Feng's culinary skills reached its peak. The name Boss Jiang at the Alleyway became a legend in the local food scene overnight. 2. Resonance and reflection. The analysis of potential risks in the latter part of the article also resonated with many. That's so true. The queues are unbelievable. The owner has it so tough all by himself. I hope the owner can stay calm and not let the influx of customers overwhelm him. That imitator should be exposed. Many diners began to reflect on their own consumption habits, expressing their willingness to understand and support the idea. 3. Controversy and skepticism. Of course, there were also skepticisms. How can a roadside stall be so hyped up? How much money are they charging? 12 yuan for a bowl of noodles, 15 yuan for a piece of cake? Is that robbery? 2 hours of queuing? Haha, they're really good at using scarcity marketing. But these voices were quickly drowned out by support and rational discussion. 4. Concern for Xiaoman. The mention of Xiaoman at the end of the article touched many people's hearts. Being a stay-at-home dad isn't easy. Spend more time with your kids, boss. Direct impact on the heartwarming train. 1. WeChat group explosion. The number of people applying to join the Alleyway Wonton Stall Information Station WeChat group surged instantly. The group's member limit was adjusted repeatedly, quickly surpassing 3,000. Messages were flooding the screen at an unreadable speed. Many new members' first questions were, address please. How to order? Are there cakes left tomorrow? 2. Reservation system crashed. The scheduled morning reservations, main course plus cake, were snapped up within seconds of opening. The system temporarily collapsed. Those who missed out were filled with lamentations in the group chat. 3. Shadow effect, max. It's foreseeable how terrifying the queues at the alley entrance will be tomorrow morning. Rumors of scalpers bidding on behalf of others are rampant. 4. Imitation stir. The tall, thin stall owner's eyes reddened as he read Yue's article praising his cakes and the viral discussion surrounding warm heart account. He polished his secret recipe traditional cake sign even brighter, lowered the price to 10 yuan per piece, and began secretly taking photos of warm heart accounts, menu, and operations with his phone. Jiang Feng stared at the barrage of messages and constant group join requests on his phone, his scalp tingling. Yue's article was a double-edged sword, bringing unprecedented attention, but also pushing him and the warm heart account into the eye of the storm, increasing the pressure tenfold. He immediately convened an emergency meeting with Xiaolu, who had just signed up, the pancake vendor, and Aunt Li as consultants after closing up shop. Everyone knows the situation, Jiang Feng said gravely. Yue's article has completely devastated us. Tomorrow might be an unprecedented situation. We must remain calm. The meeting quickly reached a consensus. 1. Strictly adhere to the quality lifeline. Sufficient and high-quality supplies, especially top-grade pork bones, pork fat, and eggs, must be prepared, and operations must be strictly followed. Better to have less than to use inferior goods. Jiang Feng personally oversees the core processes, making the broth, lard, and cake. Xiaolu focuses on supervising hygiene and process details. 2. Strict reservation limits and queuing. Customers who have successfully reserved food must pick it up in precise time slots, 15-minute intervals. Slots will be released after the designated time. Cakes will no longer be sold while customers queue, reservations only. Main dishes will be limited in quantity, e.g., 200 bowls will be sold out. Clear notices will be posted to avoid unnecessary queuing and long wait times that could cause dissatisfaction. 3. Enhanced order maintenance. Aunt Li and the pancake vendor, acting as order officers, will join forces with several of the most enthusiastic regular customers, such as Grandpa Wang, to form a stronger order maintenance team, resolutely resisting queue jumping and scalpers. If necessary, they can contact familiar auxiliary police officers in the area for assistance. 4. Information transparency and communication. Jiang Feng posted a detailed announcement in the group, explaining the situation and emphasizing that the limited quantity was to ensure quality and experience. He earnestly requested the understanding and cooperation of both new and old customers and asked them to come rationally. He clearly informed those without reservations that they might not be able to buy cakes or even main dishes on site. 5. Xiaoman's protection. Tomorrow, Xiaoman will not go to Aunt Li's shop, too many people and too chaotic. She will be temporarily looked after by one of Jiang Feng's trusted old neighbors, such as Grandpa Wang's wife, for the day. The meeting ended and everyone's face showed tension, but also a determination to fight to the death. This was a crisis and a crucial test for whether the warm heart could truly leap forward. Late at night, Jiang Feng lay in bed, wide awake. Outside the window, the city lights flickered. He could almost hear the bustling sounds of people at the alleyway the next morning. He quietly got up and went to Xiaoman's bedside. His daughter was sleeping soundly, her little face serene. He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Xiaoman, Dad will protect you," he murmured to himself, his eyes shining with unwavering determination in the darkness. For this hard-won cause, and even more so for the heavy warmth he held in his arms. Chapter 48. Title: A Chance Encounter at the Alley Entrance, an amazing clear soup from a humble pushcart. Author at Weiwei's Picky Taste Buds. Opening: The impact of the environment. It was a deep winter morning before dawn. Wandering through the still sleeping streets of the city, I turned into an ordinary old alley. The ground was damp, bearing the traces of last night's rain. A jumble of shop signs, tangled wires, the air was thick with the faint scent of everyday life. At the entrance to this somewhat chaotic, even shabby, alley, a brand-new stainless steel food cart shone with warm yellow lights, a long queue winding its way into the depths of the alley, creating a strange contrast with its surroundings. This was the recently popular, heartwarming food cart, the battlefield of Jiang Feng, a young father who ran a stall with his 3-year-old daughter. To be honest, Upon first encountering Warm Heart account, as a blogger with high standards for the dining environment, I approached it with a critical eye, even a hint of skepticism. Street vendors, no matter how upgraded their food carts become, are inherently limited by uncontrollable factors such as space, hygiene, weather, and policy. The urban management incident I happened to film last time also reminded me of the fragility of their operating environment. Can truly top-notch cuisine be born in such a place? The answer was completely overturned when a bowl of noodles was placed before me. Climax: the birth of the amazing clear soup. I ordered a bowl of their signature heartwarming plain noodles. The moment the lid was lifted, the complex aroma that wafted out instantly alerted my taste buds. The clear, translucent broth, like fine amber, shimmered under the light. A spoonful of pure white lard melted on the surface, forming an enticing golden ripple, garnished with vibrant green scallions, simple to the point of being almost shabby. Yet, this simplest combination unleashed an incredible storm of flavor. Broth: the first sip is like being enveloped by a gentle tide. The ultimate umami. It's a layered, deep, and lingering flavor. The rich, meaty aroma from the pork bones forms a solid foundation, supporting the entire taste experience. The salty umami of the dried scallops is like a lively fish, leaping and adding a touch of ocean energy, and most exquisitely, there's a subtle, smoky sweetness, thanks to the dried flounder powder, which gives this clear broth an indescribable depth and soul. This is not a fake umami flavor created by MSG or additives, but a symphony of flavors created by the natural taste of the ingredients and the perfect balance of time and heat. Clear, yet incredibly rich, complex, yet perfectly harmonious. This is the pinnacle of clear broth I've encountered in all my years in the industry, both on the street and in many high-end restaurants. Lard: that spoonful of soul-stirring lard is the finishing touch. It's by no means cheap fat, but rather the essence slowly rendered from carefully selected pork fat over low heat. Melting into the boiling broth, it forms fine oil droplets that coat the taste buds, bringing an unparalleled, satisfyingly rich aroma. This intense fragrance doesn't clash with the clear broth at all. Instead, it blends perfectly, elevating the umami to a breathtaking level. Without it, this bowl of noodles would lose much of its soul. Noodles: custom-made alkaline noodles, thin and smooth, with a chewy and springy texture. They perfectly absorb the broth, each strand soaking up the essence of the amazing soup base. They are refreshing to the taste buds, with the aroma of wheat and the savory flavor of the soup blending together for a perfect balance of texture and taste. Dessert: the ultimate in simplicity. Out of curiosity, I also tried the recently trending traditional cake. At 15 yuan a piece, it's definitely considered luxury on the street. But when I tasted this square, unadorned, golden yellow cake, I was once again amazed. Texture: cloud-like lightness. Incredibly moist and dense. It felt like countless tiny bubbles gently bursting in my mouth, bringing ultimate pleasure. It possessed the perfect cake texture, fluffy yet not hollow, moist yet not sticky. Flavor: the pure egg and milk aroma was as warm and direct as sunshine. You could clearly taste the richness of fresh eggs, the sweetness of high-quality milk, and the rich creaminess of premium butter. The sweetness was restrained, perfectly complementing the natural flavors of the ingredients. This seemingly simple cake required extremely precise techniques for whipping the egg whites, to stiff peaks, the folding method, to prevent defoaming, and the water bath baking method, to ensure even heating and moisture. It is the work of a master who takes basic baking back to its original simplicity, enough to make many professional bakeries blush with shame. Reflection: the shadow behind the miracle. However, behind the ultimate taste experience and touching community warmth, neighbors helping each other, WeChat group mutual assistance, the huge flow of customers casts a shadow over this alleyway miracle. The tightrope of quality. Under the immense pressure of rush-hour food preparation, I noticed extremely subtle fluctuations. The temperature of a bowl of soup seemed slightly lower than its peak, and the chewiness of a noodle was slightly less than usual. This was by no means a decline in quality. It was more like an unavoidable, minute error in a precision machine operating under overload. However, with such a large customer base, the risk of these minute fluctuations being amplified cannot be ignored. When diners have waited in line for 2 hours, their expectations are raised to an extreme degree, and any slight imperfection can lead to disappointment. The overstretched operators, young boss Jiang Feng, along with the nurse and pancake vendor helping out, are like spinning tops under the pressure of long queues, their movements efficient yet revealing their exhaustion. This model, relying on individual overexertion, is questionable in its sustainability. Once the key figure collapses, how will this miracle continue? The gap between experience and pricing, a 12 yuan noodle dish or a 15 yuan cake, is considered high-end in street dining. Customers paying this premium naturally expect consistent quality and a comfortable experience. However, long waits, often over an hour, limited space, eating standing up or taking away, and the inherent uncertainties of street dining, weather, policies, all create a contradiction between the high prices and the perceived value of the food. This contradiction is the sword of Damocles hanging over the warm heart bus. The ghost of imitators, the presence of a cake stall that quietly appears at the other end of the alley, imitating its cakes, but of vastly different quality, serves as a reminder that the risk of diluted reputation and the bad driving out the good always exists. Epilogue: Reflections on protecting warm fragrance. What touched me most was the story of Jiang Feng, the young father mentioned at the beginning of the article, and his 3-year-old daughter, Xiaoman. Behind the booming business of the food truck, I saw the little girl's tiny figure in the crowded streets and her father's struggle between the smoke from the stove and his responsibility to be with his child. The soul of food lies in the heart and vitality poured into its creator. When that heart is squeezed out by endless queues and exhaustion, when time spent with one's child is taken up by the busyness of the stove, can the most touching warmth in that bowl of noodles or that piece of cake still remain the same? The Rise of Warm Heart is a touching story about talent, craftsmanship, and the warmth of everyday life. It proves that top-notch cuisine can be born in humble alleys, and that food can connect hearts and unite communities. We admire this miracle, marvel at it, and are moved by it. But perhaps we should also consider how to ensure this miracle lasts longer and more steadily, rather than being a fleeting phenomenon in the frenzy of online traffic. Protecting this warm aroma at the alleyway requires not only the wisdom and resolve of the operators, how to balance expansion and quality, customer flow and experience, but also the understanding, patience, and restraint of diners. Rational consumption, respect for rules. After all, what we hope for is not a fleeting shooting star, but a star that can warm hearts for a long time amidst the urban hustle and bustle. Photos accompanying the article: close-up of clear Yangchun noodles / close-up of a slice of traditional cake / distant view of the Warm Heart food truck and the long queue / a blurry but heartwarming photo of Jiang Feng and Xiaoman from behind. Chapter 49. Yiwei's article was like a hurricane making landfall. The shockwaves it brought were already visible before the Warm Heart bus officially opened. 5 o'clock in the morning at the alley entrance. Before dawn, the biting cold of deep winter was still palpable. Yet, near the usual spot where the Warm Heart bus departed from the alleyway, a dense crowd had already gathered. The number far exceeded any previous day. The queue stretched from the food truck's reservation area, extending along the alley, turning a corner and seemingly endless. An initial estimate suggested at least 300 people. Enthusiastic diners. There were young people wrapped in thick down jackets with expectant faces. There were middle-aged people with small stools and thermos cups, ready for a long battle. There were even a few elderly people with white hair, supported by their families. They all came for that bowl of world-shaking clear soup and ultimate cake. Live streaming influencers. Several phone stands were already set up, and the hosts excitedly explained to the camera, family members. This is the heartwarming number at the alleyway where Yue, the goddess, was crowned. Look at this queue. It's only a little past 5 o'clock. I've been queuing for 2 hours and I'm freezing. I have to eat here today. Scalpers appeared. In the crowd, some people whispered, "Spots for sale?" First 50 people, 100 yuan each. Too expensive. How about 80? Imitators trying to ride the wave. The tall, thin vendor also set up his stall early, hanging his secret recipe traditional cake sign high and playing a loop on his loudspeaker. Traditional cake. Delicious and inexpensive. No need to queue. Unfortunately, few responded. He looked enviously at the long line in the direction of the heartwarming bus, his eyes darting around, and secretly took pictures with his phone. Aunt Lee, the pancake vendor, and Uncle Wang, along with several other order officers, arrived early and were taken aback by the scene. They immediately acted according to the plan laid out the previous night. 1. Set up a cordon and divide the area. Quickly set up a simple barrier to strictly separate the pre-order pickup area from the on-site queuing area. The pre-order area is located in a relatively spacious area in front of Aunt Lee's shop. 2. Maintaining order by announcements. The pancake vendor used a megaphone, borrowed temporarily, to announce, "Dear friends, please be quiet. Customers who have pre-ordered, please prepare your pre-order code and the last 4 digits of your mobile phone number and line up here. Customers queuing on site, please line up properly and do not cut in line. Today, both main dishes and cakes are limited. Please understand and cooperate." 3. Identifying scalpers. Aunt Lee, Uncle Wang, and several other regular diners spotted several scalpers who appeared to be selling seats and queuing services. They immediately stepped forward and warned, "Buying and selling seats is not allowed here. Please queue in an orderly manner, otherwise we have the right to ask you to leave." Amid the angry glares of the regular diners and the condemnation of the crowd, the scalpers slunk away. 4. Time-based crowd control. The pre-order pickup area guides customers to come in batches according to precise time slots, 6:30 to 6:45, 6:45 to 7 o'clock, etc., to avoid crowding. When Jiang Feng and Xiao Lu arrived on time with the Warm Heart vehicle, they were also taken aback by the scene before them. But seeing that the order maintenance team had initially brought the situation under control, they felt somewhat relieved. The two exchanged a glance and quickly went into battle mode. The food cart was in place and the stove was lit. The rich aroma of the upgraded broth and the soulful fragrance of lard instantly filled the air, overcoming the morning chill and causing a stir and exclamations from the queuing crowd. "It's starting! It's starting! It smells so good! This is exactly the smell. It was worth it. Freezing all morning was totally worth it." Jiang Feng remained calm and focused, activating his ingredient perception to the fullest extent as he concentrated on cooking the noodles and pouring the broth. He strived for precision in controlling the temperature of every spoonful of soup and the cooking time of every serving of noodles. Xiao Lu, on the other hand, was responsible for order confirmation, collecting money, packing, and handing out cakes, speaking rapidly but clearly and efficiently. The pancake vendor assisted in cooking wontons and maintaining order. The pre-order pickup area was highly efficient, with quick identity verification and food collection. The on-site queue, however, moved slowly. Jiang Feng strictly enforced quantity limits. All 60 pre-ordered cakes had been sold out, and no more would be added. Only 150 bowls of main dishes were available on-site, most of which were pre-ordered, with a prominent sign stating, "On-site main dishes limited to 150 servings, while supplies last." Thank you for your understanding. When the sign reading, "Today's main dishes are sold out," was displayed in the queuing area, there were still nearly 100 people behind the line. Disappointed complaints immediately erupted. "No way? I queued for over an hour and now they're telling me they're sold out. Bai Chi is here so early. Boss, please, just a little more. Please." Jiang Feng walked to the food cart, picked up the vendor's megaphone, and sincerely addressed the customers queuing behind him. "Dear friends, we are very sorry. In order to ensure the quality and taste of every bowl of noodles and every serving of wontons, we have a limited supply of ingredients each day, especially the pork bones and fresh, minced meat for making the soup. Today's quantity is completely sold out. We are truly sorry for making you come all this way for nothing. We will try our best to prepare more stock tomorrow, and we also hope that you can try to order through our WeChat group, which has a higher success rate. Thank you again for your patronage. Thank you for your understanding. His sincere attitude and compelling reasons, guaranteeing quality, coupled with the established authority of the previous order-maintaining team, gradually quelled the disappointed complaints. Most of the diners who didn't get any were disappointed but understanding, shaking their heads as they dispersed. The few who were dissatisfied couldn't voice their grievances under the watchful eyes of others. Chapter 50. A sign announcing the limited stock sold out was put up, and the disappointed crowd gradually dispersed. A brief moment of calm returned to the alleyway, leaving only the lingering aroma of food and a mess of tissues, plastic bags, and other litter. Jiang Feng, Xiao Lu, the pancake vendor, and Aunt Li, among others, were exhausted but highly motivated. They had successfully withstood the first and most intense wave of customer traffic. The quality remained stable. Order hadn't collapsed. However, the battle was not over. WeChat group storm. The group exploded again. Those who managed to buy some posted pictures and bragged, "Yueching didn't lie to me. The soup base is amazing. The cake is unbeatable." Those who didn't pre-order / didn't get it turn lamented, I didn't get any again. Boss, can you prepare more for tomorrow?" There was also rational discussion. Support limited quantities. The order was much better today. The boss did the right thing, quality first. Of course, there were also complaints. Why the limited quantities? Can you afford to play games? Getting up early only to arrive late, a terrible experience. Jiang Feng quickly posted an announcement in the group. At everyone, thank you for your support and understanding today. All ingredients have been sold out as planned. Faced with such a large influx of customers, our primary goal is to ensure that every customer who receives food enjoys consistent quality. Limited quantities are unavoidable, but necessary. Tomorrow's ingredient supply will be increased appropriately based on today's experience. Total main dishes increased to 350 servings, cakes to 70 pieces. The reservation system will reopen at 8 p.m. tonight. Please check the group announcements on time. We apologize again for not being able to meet the demand. We will continue to work hard to optimize. Boss Jiang at the alleyway. After the announcement, the mood in the group calmed down slightly. The focus then shifted to the reservation slots. Xiao Lu's first battle. As a newly recruited full-time assistant, Xiao Lu's performance today was commendable. He was quick, accurate, and steady at the checkout and packing, and patiently explained things to complaining customers with a friendly attitude. Jiang Feng observed this and was very satisfied. After closing time, he specially gave Xiao Lu a red envelope. "Thank you for your hard work. You did a great job today. This is today's bonus." Xiao Lu was both surprised and delighted, and quickly declined, saying, "Boss, no need, no need. It's what I should do. Take it. Work hard in the future, and your benefits will only get better." Jiang Feng insisted. Xiao Lu's joining him allowed him to experience the power of a team and the ease of sharing pressure for the first time. Hidden worries emerge. 1. Xiaoman's emotions. When Jiang Feng picked up Xiaoman, who was being looked after by Grandpa Wang's wife, the little girl rushed into her father's arms, pouting, "Daddy, there were so many people today. I even saw our car on Grandma Zhang's TV." But in kindergarten art class, the teacher asked us to draw my home, and while the other children drew houses, Xiaoman drew Daddy's big car. Grandma Wang said that a child's home should be a big house. Her words carried a hint of confusion and barely perceptible disappointment. The immense attention seemed to have made young Xiaoman feel a sense of pressure and unease. 2. The imitator's actions. When packing up, Jiang Feng noticed that the tall, thin stall owner hadn't left yet. He was holding his phone and taking pictures of the warm heart menu and price list stamped on the side of the food cart, his eyes darting around. 3. Supply pressure. Although an agreement has been signed with Mr. Sun, the increasing daily supply of high-quality pork bones and pork fat poses a challenge to suppliers. Can a stable supply be guaranteed in the long term? That evening, Jiang Feng prepared ingredients for tomorrow. The increased quantity kept him even busier while pondering his next move. Yue's article had brought tremendous opportunities, but also exposed all the problems. His current strategy, limited production, core assistance, optimized supply chain, and guaranteed time spent with her, was correct, but far from sufficient. He needs a more systematic solution. Team, Xiao Lu is the first step. Will we need another helper to share the cooking pressure, such as cooking noodles or wontons, in the future? Model. Is it a waste to completely abandon the afternoon session? Can we explore a lighter operational approach, such as selling only pre-packaged cakes and drinks, while ensuring sufficient time spent with our customers? Brand. How to solidify the reputation and traffic of the Warm Heart account into more stable brand assets and resist imitators and market fluctuations. Xiaoman's future. How to find a more perfect balance between career development and her daughter's healthy and happy growth. Just as he was deep in thought, his phone chimed, a system notification sounding. Ding! The host has successfully withstood the first large-scale traffic surge, and the core assistant mechanism has been initially established. Assessment of the strengthening the foundation phase completion. Good. Partial reward issued. Unlocked the introduction to effective team management knowledge module. Beginner. Please continue to improve team building and operational optimization. New challenge warning. Imitators' behavior is escalating. Menu copying, price wars. Host, please be vigilant. Chapter 51. After the initial surge in online traffic, the Warm Heart Express at the alley entrance experienced several nerve-wracking days. The frenzy generated by Yiwei's article finally began to subside thanks to the combined effects of Jiang Feng's team's extreme measures, limited capacity, strict crowd control and order maintenance, and the gradual return of diners to rationality. Long queues remained, but their length stabilized at a relatively manageable level of around 100 people, and the reservation system was generally able to meet core demand. Happiness. 1. Peak reputation. The Yiwei certification brand has become a household name. Reviews of amazing clear broth and exquisite cake have resonated deeply with customers. Heartwarming has become an undisputed, phenomenal street food in the area, even attracting diners from surrounding cities to come and try it. 2. Soaring revenue. Despite limited availability, the average order value was high. The combination of staple food and cake/braised egg was a bestseller, and the daily turnover more than doubled. Jiang Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief and start planning for the long term, such as saving money to buy a better living environment. 3. Team integration. As a full-time assistant, Xiao Lu quickly grew in skill. She not only took on tasks like cashiering, packaging, order verification, and customer service, but even started learning to cook noodles and wontons, becoming increasingly proficient. Her addition greatly relieved Jiang Feng's pressure, making the food preparation process smoother. Jiang Feng also kept his promise and gave her a raise. The cooperation between the pancake vendor and Aunt Li also improved significantly. 4. System reward utilization. The introduction to high-efficiency team management knowledge module was like a wake-up call, prompting Jiang Feng to consciously optimize the division of labor. Xiao Lu was in charge of external affairs. All front desk matters, he was in charge of internal affairs, core cooking and quality control, and Bingu was on the errand, cooking staple foods and maintaining order. Clear responsibilities improved efficiency. Worry. 1. Xiaoman's confusion. After the drawing houses incident at kindergarten, Xiaoman seemed somewhat downcast. She no longer actively showed off her father's food cart, and when other children asked, "Is your dad the uncle on TV who cooks really well?" she would just nod and whisper, "Yes." Jiang Feng keenly sensed that his daughter's concept of home was subtly wavering, which made him both distressed and worried. 2. The imitator upgrades. The tall, thin stall owner has indeed upgraded his actions. He not only lowered the price of his secret recipe old-fashioned cake to 8 yuan per piece, but also put up a new sign, secret recipe pan-fried buns, 10 yuan per serving, for pieces. Although his pan-fried buns look like they were made from frozen semi-finished products, with thick skin, hard bottom, and bland meat filling, the low price still attracted some people with limited budgets or who did not want to wait in long lines. 3. Tight supply chain. The surge in daily food consumption, especially top-grade pork bones and premium pork fat, has put pressure on supplier Mr. Sunday. Despite his best efforts, the quality of occasionally delivered pork bones has slightly declined, less marrow, slightly less fresh, or the pork fat has a slightly off odor. Jiang Feng relies on his ingredient perception to strictly control quality and remove substandard products, but this is increasing costs. 4. Customer fatigue? A slight sense of aesthetic fatigue is beginning to emerge in the group chat and at the restaurant. Even the most delicious food gets boring if you eat it every day. One regular customer joked, "Boss, when are you going to introduce new dishes? Even the amazing UA praised you, you can't just give up." Ding! Potential customer fatigue and increased market competition detected. Mission triggered. A new chapter for the taste buds. Task requirements. Within 15 days, unlock and successfully launch a brand new savory snack/dessert with blockbuster potential to enrich the product line and stimulate consumer enthusiasm. Task reward. Unlock the pan-fried bun recipe, including dough preparation, filling preparation, and frying techniques, and receive 800 system points. Failure penalty. Slight decline in customer traffic. The impact of imitators' low-price strategies expands. Pan-fried buns. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. The outer skin was soft, the bottom was crispy, and the filling was fresh and juicy. It was a snack with a strong sense of everyday life and satisfaction. It could be eaten for breakfast or as a snack, perfectly matching the heartwarming positioning. Moreover, it shared some ingredients with wontons and plain noodles, such as meat filling, and the operation process could also be partially integrated, such as rendering lard. However, the system task also brought huge challenges: 15 days. Starting from scratch to unlock and master the relatively complex process of making pan-fried buns, involving dough preparation, filling preparation, wrapping, and precise control of heat, is extremely time-sensitive, especially under the current high-intensity business conditions. Xiaolu, Jiang Feng called out to Xiaolu after closing up shop. "We're probably going to be even busier for the next 2 weeks. I'd like to introduce a new product, pan-fried buns." Upon hearing this, Xiaolu immediately perked up. "Pan-fried buns? Great. They're sure to be a hit. Boss, how do you want me to go with this?" In the early stages, it's mainly about learning and testing, which will take up some time after closing time. Also, during the new product development period, the pressure of preparing inventory and serving food may be greater, so you'll have to work a bit harder. "No problem, boss. Leave it to me," Xiaolu said with great enthusiasm. Looking at Xiaolu's spirited demeanor and thinking of his daughter's slight confusion and the challenges of the new product, Jiang Feng was filled with mixed emotions. The road ahead remained a mix of joy and worry. Chapter 53. Undeterred by his initial defeat, Jiang Feng knew the system unlocked recipes and skills, but true mastery required extensive practice and understanding. He broke down the process of making pan-fried buns into core modules: dough preparation, aspic cooking, filling preparation, wrapping, and frying. He tackled each step meticulously. For dough fermentation, the system recipes provided basic parameters such as yeast ratio, water temperature, and kneading time. However, the actual results were greatly affected by temperature and humidity. Jiang Feng bought a kitchen thermometer and hygrometer to record the fermentation status under different conditions every day and precisely control the time. He didn't waste any failed dough. He made small steamed buns for Xiaoman or for himself, accumulating experience. After 3 days, he was finally able to consistently ferment dough that was soft, moderately fluffy, and full of honeycomb structure. Making pork skin jelly. This is the soul of the juicy pan-fried buns. The system prompts to use pork skin and chicken feet, simmering over low heat to extract the gelatinous substance. Jiang Feng carefully selects fresh pork skin, scraped clean of fat and hair, and chicken feet. The simmering process is extremely demanding on patience. Too high a heat will make the soup cloudy and fishy. Too low a heat will result in insufficient gelatin extraction. He stays by the stove for hours, skimming off the foam, adjusting the heat and observing the progress. After many failures, he finally simmers a clear, translucent, and perfectly bouncy pork skin jelly that, after cooling, resembles crystal. Cut it into small cubes and set aside. Filling preparation. The pork filling uses pork shoulder with a 3 to 7 fat to lean ratio, hand-chopped, to maintain a granular texture. In addition to salt, sugar, soy sauce, and ginger scallion water, the system also provides a secret spice powder, ground Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, etc., for flavor enhancement. The most crucial element is the ratio of diced aspic. Too much aspic will cause it to burst and leak during frying. Too little will result in insufficient juiciness. Jiang Feng experimented repeatedly and found the perfect ratio. The direction, force, and time of stirring also affect the texture, and he was meticulous in every detail. Making the buns. Pan-fried buns require thin skin and generous filling, with fine pleats. 18 to 22 pleats are ideal, and a fish mouth opening at the top, not pinched shut to allow steam to escape. This was a challenge for Jiang Feng's skills. Initially, the skin would tear or the filling would leak out, and the pleats would be crooked. He used his evenings to practice repeatedly with dough, his fingers turning red from the effort. Xiaoman became his little spectator, clapping and saying, "Daddy's bun-making skills are amazing." After a few days, he was finally able to make decent-looking pan-fried buns. Pan frying. This is the final battle. Pour oil into a pan, arrange the buns neatly, and fry until the bottoms are slightly golden brown. Then pour in a flour-water mixture, water plus a small amount of flour plus oil, and quickly cover. A symphony of steam and oil simmers in the pan. Heat and time are crucial. Too high heat, and the bottom will burn while the top remains raw. Too low heat, and they won't be crispy. Too little time, and they won't be cooked through. Too much time, and the skin will be dry and hard. The timing of uncovering and sprinkling with chopped green onions and sesame seeds also affects the aroma. Jiang Feng experienced countless failures: burnt bottom, hard skin, leaking broth, undercooked. Each time, he meticulously analyzed the reasons and adjusted the parameters. Xiaolu became his taste tester, along with Xiaoman, giving the most honest feedback. "Boss, the bottom is crispy this time, but it seems a little less juicy. This time it's juicy, but the skin is a bit sticky." Time passed day by day, and the mission deadline loomed. 3 days before the deadline, Jiang Feng made one last crucial attempt. He selects perfectly fermented dough, wraps it with a generous amount of filling, the ratio of minced meat to diced aspic is precise, and pleats it fine and even. He heats a pan, drizzles oil, arranges the buns neatly, and pan-fries them over medium heat until the bottoms are golden brown and crispy. He precisely pours in a flour-water mixture, instantly releasing steam with a delightful sizzle. He covers the pan, reduces the heat to low, and starts timing precisely. The air is filled with the enticing aroma of caramelized bread, meat, and dough. Time's up. Open the lid. Steaming hot. Sprinkle with bright green scallions and fragrant white sesame seeds. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully unlocked the recipe for pan-fried buns. Mission: a new chapter for your taste buds completed. Reward: unlock the pan-fried bun recipe, including dough preparation, filling preparation, and frying techniques, and receive 800 system points. Pan-fried bun proficiency. Beginner can consistently produce good quality buns, room for improvement in juiciness and crispiness of the bottom. The pan-fried buns in the pan were plump and white, each with an enticing golden brown crispy crust on the bottom and topped with scallions and sesame seeds, steaming hot. I carefully picked one up with chopsticks. It was quite heavy. I gently bit open a small opening. The piping hot, savory broth, bursting with the rich aroma of meat and the gelatinous texture of aspic, instantly floods your mouth. It's so hot you gasp for breath, yet you can't bear to spit it out. Next comes the firm and delicious meat filling, the soft and juicy dough, and the incredibly crispy bottom that makes a satisfying crunch with every bite. The textures are rich and layered, and the flavor is mellow and satisfying. It's done! Jiang Feng and Xiaolu exclaimed in unison, extremely excited. Xiaoman stood on tiptoe and said, "Daddy, Xiaoman wants to eat a steamed bun. Chapter 54. The successful development of pan-fried buns greatly boosted the morale of Jiang Feng's team. However, Jiang Feng knew that laboratory success and stable mass production, as well as integration into the existing high-intensity production process, were two different things. He did not rush to add them to the menu, but decided to first conduct small-scale internal testing and stress drills. Pricing strategy. Considering costs, high-quality meat filling, aspic, and time, and the Warm Heart brand positioning, Jiang Feng priced the pan-fried buns at 12 yuan per serving for buns. This is slightly higher than ordinary pan-fried buns on the market, but much lower than high-end pan-fried bun shops, emphasizing their juicy characteristics and craftsmanship. Small-scale testing. 1. Regular customer tasting. We invited Aunt Li, Grandpa Wang, the pancake vendor, Xiao Lu, and several core regular customers, such as Xiao Lu's colleague, to try the pancakes for free. The response was enthusiastic. So much broth. Be careful, it's hot. Crispy bottom and fragrant meat. Even better than XX Pancake Shop. Boss, hurry up. This is going to be a hit. 2. Process drill. After closing time, a simulation of the morning rush hour was conducted. Jiang Feng was responsible for frying, approximately 20 portions per batch, while Xiao Lu was responsible for packaging, using special paper bags or boxes with ventilation holes to prevent the bottoms from becoming soggy from moisture. The test revealed that frying one batch took approximately 10 to 12 minutes, including preheating, frying, simmering, and adding seasonings, and required constant monitoring of the heat, preventing any distractions. This means that adding pan-fried buns to the existing food preparation process would significantly slow down the overall speed. Added to the menu on day 1, limited trial. After careful preparation, Jiang Feng posted an announcement in the WeChat group. At everyone, new product preview, heartwarming and juicy pan-fried buns. Soft outer skin, crispy bottom, and juicy filling. 12 renminbi per serving for buns. Limited trial sale of 30 servings tomorrow morning, month X, day X. Advance order required, tied to main course/cake order. Due to the complex process, service may be slightly slow, please understand. Boss Jiang at the alleyway. The 30 servings sold out instantly upon the announcement. Diners who successfully reserved their food eagerly awaited their return. The real test came during the morning rush hour the next day. Jiang Feng set up a dedicated portable gas stove and frying pan next to the food cart, specializing in pan-fried buns. Xiao Lu was in charge of ordering, verification, and notifying customers to pick up their pan-fried buns. Problem erupts. 1. Slow food preparation is a major bottleneck. Pan-fried buns take more than 10 minutes to prepare a batch, while main dishes only take 2 to 3 minutes per serving. Customers who pre-ordered pan-fried buns have to wait extra time, causing congestion in the pickup area. Customers who pre-ordered main dishes but not pan-fried buns are also forced to wait, complaining, "I only wanted wontons. Why are they taking so long? My dough is all soggy." 2. Distractions due to overcooking affect quality. Jiang Feng had to keep an eye on the heat of the pan-fried buns, which easily overcooked or undercooked if he wasn't careful, while also overseeing the broth for the plain noodles and the wontons, which were handled by Brother Bing, but Jiang Feng had to supervise. He was in a lot of trouble. One batch of pan-fried buns got slightly burned on the bottom because he was busy preparing the broth, and some of the juice evaporated, affecting the quality. 3. Chaotic order pickup. Xiao Lu needed to notify customers who had ordered both the main dish and the pan-fried buns to pick up their orders simultaneously. Some customers only picked up the main dish before the pan-fried buns were ready. Some pan-fried buns were ready, but customers didn't pick them up in time, and they tasted worse. The bottom wasn't crispy when kept in the insulated box. The scene became somewhat chaotic at one point. 4. Initial negative reviews. Although most customers who made reservations raved about the taste, juicy, super crispy bottom, some customers who waited too long or received slightly inferior quality items subtly complained in the group chat. The taste is really good, but the wait was a bit long. The bottom of mine seems a bit burnt. On the first day of testing, Although the pan-fried buns themselves were well received, the chaotic and sluggish food preparation process severely impacted overall efficiency and the customer experience. Jiang Feng frowned, looking at the exhausted team and the feedback in the group chat. Introducing the pan-fried buns had proven more difficult than anticipated. This wasn't a taste issue, it was a system integration problem. On the first day of our trial run, although our carefully prepared pan-fried buns received unanimous praise from customers for their taste, the unexpectedly chaotic and sluggish food preparation process caused considerable trouble for the entire restaurant's operation. From the moment we opened in the morning, the kitchen was unusually busy, but it always seemed like they were working at the wrong pace. Chefs moved back and forth in the cramped space, lacking effective communication and coordination, causing the preparation and serving of pan-fried buns to lag far behind expectations. This not only made waiting customers anxious, but also made the entire service process unusually slow. Jiang Feng stood in a corner of the restaurant, his gaze sweeping over each busy employee, his brow furrowed, his heart filled with worry. He knew that if this situation continued, it would not only affect the customer's dining experience, but also cause irreversible damage to the restaurant's reputation. He recalled the team's various plans when they were preparing to introduce pan-fried buns. At that time, they were full of anticipation, believing it would bring new life and vitality to the restaurant. However, the reality was that adding pan-fried buns was much more difficult than expected. This wasn't because the pan-fried buns themselves tasted bad. In fact, customer feedback on the new dish was quite positive, with some diners even saying it was the most authentic pan-fried buns they'd ever had. The problem lay in system integration. The restaurant's existing workflow and management system seemed ill-suited to the preparation and supply of the pan-fried buns. From ingredient procurement and storage to the making and serving of the buns, and even customer ordering and feedback, every step felt disjointed. Jiang Feng realized they needed a thorough overhaul and optimization of the entire system to ensure the pan-fried buns could be seamlessly integrated into the restaurant's daily operations, providing customers with a more satisfying service experience. Chapter 55. The chaos of the first day's trial run of the pan-fried buns was like a bucket of cold water poured over Jiang Feng's head. He realized that the key to the success of the new product lay not only in its taste, but also in its ability to seamlessly integrate into the existing high-speed food preparation system and even improve its efficiency. He had to find the secret of the juice, that crucial point that could lubricate the entire process. That evening, the team held a debriefing meeting. The core problem is that pan-fried buns take a long time to prepare and require someone to supervise them throughout the process, which leads to congestion in the pickup area and slows down the overall food service, Jiang Feng said bluntly. Boss, how about reducing the quantity of pan-fried buns? Or only making them when there are fewer customers? Xiao Lu suggested. Jiang Feng shook his head. Limited production is fine, but we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We need to find a way to incorporate it, not give up. The frying process takes too much time, the pancake vendor said, stroking his chin. Wouldn't it be better if we could fry some in advance and keep them warm? No way, Jiang Feng immediately objected. The appeal of pan-fried buns lies in their crispy bottom and piping hot broth. Keeping them warm will soften the bottom and cool the broth, greatly diminishing the taste. The meeting reached a stalemate. Jiang Feng repeatedly recalled the details of the pan-fried bun technique imparted by the system, especially the frying process. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind: the ratio of flour to water and the timing of pouring it in. The system's techniques mentioned that the ratio of flour to water, flour, oil, and the amount added not only affect the formation of the ice flour, crispy bottom with a net-like pattern, but also the amount of steam, thus affecting the speed and uniformity of the bun's cooking. If the flour-water formula is optimized, could the frying and steaming time be shortened without affecting the quality? Without further ado, Jiang Feng immediately began his experiments after closing up shop. He adjusted the ratio of flour to water, added a small amount of vinegar to promote fermentation and produce more gas, and experimented with different amounts of oil, affecting heat conduction and crispness. He monitored the temperature changes inside the pot with a thermometer and precisely controlled the time for each stage with a timer. After numerous failures, he discovered a key: increasing the flour-to-water ratio to create a thicker batter and adding a small amount of baking powder to increase gas production, combined with precise pouring. Just enough to cover the bottom of the pot in a thin layer can significantly shorten the steaming time while ensuring sufficient steam to cook the buns. From the original 5 to 6 minutes, it's reduced to 3 to 4 minutes. At the same time, because the batter is thicker, the resulting crispy bottom is more even and thicker. It's done! Jiang Feng was overjoyed as he looked at the pan-fried buns with their golden brown, crispy bottoms and beautiful ice flowers, all cooked in nearly half the time. This not only meant increased efficiency, but also further optimization of quality. Process re-engineering. 1. Preparation. The dough should be fermented in advance and divided into portions. The filling, minced meat plus diced aspic, should be mixed and refrigerated in advance. In the morning, you only need to roll out the dough and wrap the filling. Jiang Feng is responsible for the core wrapping, ensuring the pleats are neat and the filling doesn't leak out. 2. Optimized pan frying process. A newly developed, highly efficient flour-water formula and process are used. The total time for a batch of pan-fried buns, from putting them in the pan to taking them out, is controlled within 8 minutes. Jiang Feng can manage 2 batches simultaneously, staggering the cooking times, and assist in ensuring the quality of the main ingredients in between. 3. Separate serving. Each pan-fried bun is ordered separately and called by a designated number. Xiaolu will notify the customer when the buns are almost done frying. Your pan-fried buns are almost ready. Please prepare to pick them up. Customers can go directly to the frying pan with their order code. Jiang Feng will then pack the freshly fried, steaming hot buns into a special paper bag, with oil-proof paper at the bottom and ventilation holes on the sides, and personally hand it to the customer. Fried and served immediately ensures the best taste and avoids clutter in the serving area. 4. Quantity matching. The daily limit for pan-fried buns has been increased to 60 servings, 15 batches. The buns will be served in different time slots according to the reservation situation, e.g., 10 servings at 6:45, 15 servings at 7 o'clock, etc., to distribute the pressure of picking up the food. The second limited trial sale had drastically different results. Although customers who pre-order pan-fried buns still need to wait a little while, but the time is clear and significantly reduced, the fry and get it ready model brings a sense of ritual and trust in the quality. Watching the pan-fried buns sizzle and smell so delicious as they come out of the pan, still piping hot when you hold them, with a crispy bottom that makes a crunch, and then biting into them and having them burst with juicy goodness. This experience itself becomes a selling point. Previous complaints vanished, replaced by a screen full of praise and calls for more portions. The secret to the juicy filling lies not only in the buns themselves, but also in finding the key recipe to optimize the process and improve efficiency. Pan-fried buns have finally successfully integrated into the fast-paced, heartwarming train. Chapter 56. The successful addition of pan-fried buns injected new vitality into the Warm Heart WeChat group, leading to a continuous surge in pre-orders. However, with the booming business and the expansion of the group, exceeding 4,000 members, the management pressure on the alleyway Wontons stall information station WeChat group has reached unprecedented levels, even threatening the normal transmission of business information. Problems emerge. 1. Information overload and flooding. Thousands of messages every day. Photos of successful/failed reservations, feedback on new products, pan-fried buns, requests to buy/transfer reservation slots, casual chatter, and even irrelevant advertisements. Truly important announcements, such as temporary closures, reservations reopening, and rule adjustments, are instantly buried. Many new members simply cannot see the key information. 2. Reservation disputes. Disputes frequently arise due to missed reservation opening times caused by excessive posting, misunderstandings of reservation rules, such as time restrictions and binding requirements, complaints about not being able to secure a spot, and even signs of scalpers reselling reservation slots. Xiao Lu and Jiang Feng need to spend a lot of time explaining and mediating these disputes. 3. Malice and rumors. The tall, thin imitator may have hired online trolls to spread malicious comments in the group, such as the meat used in the pan-fried buns isn't fresh, the price is outrageous, and the owner has become arrogant after becoming famous. Although this was met with strong opposition from regular customers, it still caused a negative impact. 4. Harassing ads. Various WeChat business ads, group buying links, and even inappropriate information have begun to appear, polluting the group environment. 5. Xiaoman's home drawing. A group member posted a photo of Xiaoman's drawing of Daddy's big truck from kindergarten. The location of the photo is unknown. In the group, with the caption, "The little boss's home, so touching." Although the intention was to evoke emotion, it sparked a lot of discussion and reposts, unintentionally exposing Xiaoman to more attention. Jiang Feng felt a mix of emotions upon seeing it and immediately contacted the person who posted the picture to delete it, but the impact had already spread. Group management has become an even bigger headache for Jiang Feng than frying pan-fried buns. As the main administrator, Xiaolu spends several hours every day dealing with group messages, leaving him exhausted and even affecting his daytime work performance. "Boss, this can't go on." Xiao Lu rubbed his red eyes. "The group chat is too big. The two of us can't manage it at all. The information is too chaotic." Looking at the chaotic group chat, Jiang Feng realized that a radical upgrade to the community was necessary. He utilized the introduction to effective team management knowledge provided by the system, combined with experience found online, to formulate a plan. 1. Establish a management team. Invite Aunt Li, the pancake vendor, Grandpa Wang, and several active, rational, and respected longtime customers, such as retired teacher Aunt Chin, to become group administrators. Clearly define roles. Aunt Li and the pancake vendor are responsible for maintaining order, warnings, kicking out advertisements. Aunt Chen and others are responsible for answering frequently asked questions and guiding the group through the rules. Xiao Lu is responsible for answering reservation-related questions and posting important announcements. Jiang Feng is responsible for final decisions and core announcements. 2. Develop detailed group rules. Publish an official group rules announcement, pinned to the top. Spamming, irrelevant advertisements, malicious comments, and personal attacks are prohibited. For reservation inquiries, please check the group announcement or send a private message to the assistant, Xiao Lu. Please do not spam the group with questions. Posting photos of others, especially children, without permission is prohibited. Please engage in casual conversation in moderation and refrain from spamming after important announcements are released. Violators will be warned, and those who commit serious violations will be removed from the group chat. 3. Optimize information dissemination. All important announcements, such as reservation opening, temporary closure, etc., will be posted by Jiang Feng or Xiao Lu at everyone and pinned to the top for a period of time. Set up an important announcements group album to store historical announcements for easy viewing by new members. Create a frequently asked questions document, such as reservation rules, menu prices, and business hours, and provide a link to it in the group announcement. Transfer of reserved slots requires registration through a designated mini-program or link to prevent scalping and private disputes. 4. Establish a little assistant service account. Consider using WeChat Work or third-party tools in the future to set up automatic replies to frequently asked questions and alleviate the pressure of inquiries. For now, Xiao Lu's personal account will handle it. 5. Cleanup and rebuilding. A cleanup announcement will be issued, requesting non-users, advertising accounts, long-term lurkers, to voluntarily leave the group, otherwise it will be cleaned up periodically. The announcement and implementation of the plan initially encountered some resistance, complaints about too many rules and potential collateral damage during cleanups, but most group members expressed understanding and support. Once the management team began operating, the effects were immediate. Advertisements and malicious information were quickly removed, spamming was controlled, important information was effectively communicated, and booking disputes were significantly reduced. The group environment became clean and orderly. Jiang Feng also solemnly declared in the group, "Thank you all for your love for Xiaoman, but in order to protect the child's privacy, please do not spread Xiaoman's photos or related details in the group. The child needs a quiet and simple environment to grow up in, and we hope you understand." This move won widespread respect and support. The group management crisis has been temporarily resolved, but Jiang Feng knows this is only a stopgap measure. As the influence of Warm Heart account expands, more professional community management tools and teams will be essential for the future. Chapter 57. The WeChat group management was initially on track, and the pan-fried buns had been successfully added to the menu. However, Jiang Feng's most sensitive spot was on edge. Xiaoman's adjustment period at the kindergarten's toddler class was over, and she would officially start full-day classes next week. Although Xiaoman had attended several parent-child activities at kindergarten before and was familiar with the environment and the teacher, a gentle teacher named Zhang, being away from her father for a whole day was still a huge challenge for her. These past few days, Xiaoman has become unusually clingy. "Daddy, do they have cake at kindergarten?" "Yes, the teacher will prepare snacks." Is it as delicious as the cake Daddy makes?" Xiaoman asked, tilting her little face up. "Maybe, no." Jiang Feng smiled and picked up his daughter. "But there are lots of children to play with at kindergarten, there are slides, and teachers tell stories. It's a lot of fun." "But..." Xiaoman misses her dad. Xiaoman buried her head in Jiang Feng's arms, her voice muffled. Jiang Feng felt a pang of sadness. He knew that Xiaoman's understanding of home was largely based on her father and the Warm Heart dining car, a mobile harbor. Suddenly leaving the familiar environment and her father and entering unfamiliar group life would inevitably cause separation anxiety for a 3-year-old. He made full use of the daily companionship time afternoon, guaranteed by the system's task allocation to spend time with Xiaoman. Psychological preparation. Repeatedly recount fun things that happened at kindergarten, show picture books, watch cartoons, emphasizing that teacher Zhang and the other children all like her very much. Show her beautiful photos of kindergarten. Simulated farewell. Play the going to kindergarten game at home. Practice saying, "Goodbye, Daddy, come pick me up this afternoon," and give Xiaoman a tight hug and kiss. Making a reassurance charm, Jiang Feng sewed a small, puffy dad's sachet from a small piece of clean cloth. Inside, he put a little bit of clean, fragrant bits of pork cracklings left over from rendering lard, Xiaoman's favorite smell, and had Xiaoman put it in her pocket. "When I miss Dad, I can touch it and smell it, and it'll feel like Dad is right beside me." Commitment and sense of ritual. "I solemnly promise to pick her up on time every afternoon, and when I do, I will bring a small cake made by Daddy, which is allowed by the kindergarten." Finally, it was time for Xiaoman to start kindergarten. Early in the morning, Jiang Feng dressed Xiaoman in a pretty new dress and styled her hair in cute braids. Xiaoman hugged her teddy bear, her pocket filled with her father's sachet, her little face etched with nervousness and unease. Jiang Feng pushed the heartwarming stroller, taking Xiaoman to kindergarten first. At the kindergarten gate, the scene was spectacular. Cries rose and fell, and many children clung to their parents' legs, refusing to let go. Seeing this, Xiaoman's lips trembled, tears welled up in her eyes, and she gripped Jiang Feng's clothes tightly. "Little man, look, Teacher Zhang is waiting for you." Jiang Feng squatted down and pointed to Teacher Zhang, who was smiling gently at the door. "Good morning, Xiaoman's dad. Xiaoman looks so beautiful today." Teacher Zhang walked over with a smile. "Good morning, Teacher Zhang," Xiaoman said softly, shrinking behind her father. Jiang Feng picked up Xiaoman and walked to the classroom door. He squatted down, looked into his daughter's eyes, gave her a tight hug, kissed her forehead, and placed the small cake box in her hand. "Xiaoman is the bravest. Daddy will be the first to pick you up this afternoon. Look, Daddy made you a little cake. You can look at it when you miss Daddy. Remember the Daddy's sachet in your pocket." Xiaoman's eyes were brimming with tears, but she held them back, nodding vigorously and hugging her teddy bear even tighter. Her other hand clutched the cake box and the sachet in her pocket. She was led into the classroom by teacher Jiang, turning back every few steps. The moment the classroom door closed, Jiang Feng clearly saw the tears finally slide down his daughter's cheeks, her little shoulders trembling. His heart clenched and his eyes instantly reddened. He didn't leave immediately, but quietly peeked out the classroom window for a while. Xiaoman, comforted by teacher Jiang, gradually stopped crying and curiously looked at the crying children and the novel toys around her. Her little hands kept touching her pockets. Jiang Feng was slightly relieved and, suppressing his reluctance, hurried to the alley entrance to set up his stall. Throughout the morning, he was somewhat distracted, his mind filled with Xiaoman's tearful face. For the first time, he clearly felt that the balance between career and family required constant and careful adjustment. Chapter 58. On Xiaoman's first day at kindergarten, Jiang Feng spent the day in a daze and busyness. At 3:30 p.m., he packed up his stall on time, strictly adhering to the new schedule, and rushed to the kindergarten immediately. He was almost the first parent waiting at the school gate. When the kindergarten gate opened and Jiang Feng saw teacher Jiang leading Xiaoman out, his heart jumped into his throat. Xiaoman's braids were a little loose, and her eyes were a little red, but when she saw Jiang Feng, a bright smile instantly bloomed on her face, and she rushed over like a little bird. "Daddy." "Hey, Daddy's Xiaoman." Jiang Feng scooped up his daughter and hugged her tightly, his heart finally settling down. "Did you have fun at kindergarten today?" Xiaoman nodded vigorously. Teacher Zhang told a story. Xiaoman also played with building blocks. At noon I missed Daddy a little. Xiaoman touched the sachet and looked at Daddy's cake. She proudly took out the unopened little cake box. Xiaoman didn't want to eat it yet. She's waiting for Daddy to eat it together. Jiang Feng's eyes welled up with tears, and he kissed his daughter. "Xiaoman, you're amazing. Dad is so proud of you. Come on, let's go home and eat cake." On the way home, Xiaoman chattered excitedly about her experiences at kindergarten. Although her words were still somewhat fragmented and incoherent, it was clear she was trying her best to adapt. Jiang Feng listened attentively, his heart filled with warmth and a sense of responsibility. Xiaoman had taken her first step towards independence, and as her father, he had to protect this haven for her while also finding a more sustainable pace for his own career. Xiaoman's arrival at the kindergarten also prompted Jiang Feng to completely restructure the schedule for the Warm Heart Express and his family. Early morning. 4 to 4:30, Jiang Feng gets up and makes a cake, 5 large pieces. 4:30 to 5:30, prepare broth and process ingredients, minced meat, aspic, dough pre-fermentation, etc. 5:30 to 6 o'clock, Xiaoman gets up and washes up, and the father and daughter have a simple breakfast. Jiang Feng combs Xiaoman's hair and packs her school bag. 6 o'clock, take Xiaoman to kindergarten on the way. 6:15, arrived at the alley entrance, met up with Xiao Lu and Bingo, and prepared to set up the stall. 6:30 to 10:30, open for business, full capacity. Morning. 10:30, close the stall on time. 10:30 to 11:30, clean up the food cart, clean up and dispose of leftover ingredients. Xiao Lu is responsible for reservation statistics and group management during spare time. 11:30, Jiang Feng goes home, buying a small amount of groceries along the way. Afternoon. 12 to 1400 hours, Jiang Feng takes a nap without fail. 14 to 15:30, high-quality time spent together, researching new recipes, reading, business management/children's education, handling miscellaneous tasks such as supplier communication, community planning. 15:30, depart to pick up Xiaoman. 16 to 18:30, prime parent-child time, pick up Xiaoman from school, play with her, read picture books, do crafts, go to the park, and prepare a simple dinner. Absolutely no work. 18:30 to 19:30, dinner, family time. 19:30, Xiaoman, grain buds, washes up and tells a bedtime story. 2000 hours, Xiaoman goes to sleep. Night. 20 to 2200 hours, Jiang Feng's intensive work/study time, systematically researching recipes, optimizing processes, learning management knowledge, and planning for future development. Preparing some ingredients for the next day, such as making aspic and leavening dough. 2200 hours. Rest. This schedule is strict and tight, yet full of order and respect for life. It clearly defines the boundaries between work, rest, companionship, and study. In particular, the afternoon nap and parent-child time are strict rules that Jiang Feng sets for himself and Xiaoman. He knows that only when he is energetic and emotionally stable can he cook better food and give his daughter higher quality companionship. The new timetable has yielded significant results. Jiang Feng's mental state has improved significantly, and he is more focused and composed when serving meals. With the arrival of summer, children feel safer, adapt to kindergarten faster, and smile more. The fact that the restaurant is closed in the afternoon actually makes diners cherish the morning opportunity even more, leading to more proactive reservations. During his deep work hours, Jiang Feng's learning efficiency improved, and he began to systematically think about the branding and future of the Warm Heart train. Life has finally entered a relatively balanced and hopeful new track. Chapter 59. Yiwei at S Life remains busy. Her schedule is packed with column articles, brand collaborations, and restaurant reviews. But since when did the Warm Heart account and the young dad Jiang Feng become special figures on her watch list? She no longer goes there just for writing. It's more like a habitual observation. She keenly noticed the changes in the heartwarming ship. 1. Precise timing. Every day at 10:30 a.m., no matter how long the queue is, the Warm Heart stall will promptly put up the sold-out sign and close up shop without fail. This is different from the occasional early closure due to insufficient stock or weather conditions. It's more like a systemized arrangement. 2. Improved performance. Jiang Feng's mental state seems much better than during his peak. Although still busy, the fatigue in his eyes has lessened, his movements are more composed and confident, and his smiles when interacting with customers are more genuine. Xiaolu's growth is even more evident. He has become a capable store manager. 3. Simplified processes. The processes of ordering and picking up food, queuing on site, and ready-to-eat pan-fried buns are now more streamlined and efficient, eliminating any sense of chaos. Group management is also significantly more standardized and orderly. 4. Stable supply of new products. The supply of pan-fried buns has remained stable at around 60 servings, with excellent quality feedback, making them the third signature product after plain noodles and cakes. 5. Xiaoman's disappearance. That little figure that used to be in the corner of the convenience store or next to the food cart has not appeared for a long time. These changes intrigued Yiwei, but also brought her a sense of relief. It meant that Jiang Feng, despite the massive influx of traffic, hadn't been blinded by it, but was striving for a healthier, more sustainable business rhythm. She began consciously increasing the frequency of passing by the alleyway. Sometimes it was around 8 a.m., just after the peak hours. She would order a bowl of plain noodles or pan-fried buns, sit quietly nearby to eat, and observe the order during the closing phase. Sometimes it was around 9 a.m. She would buy a cake to take away as a snack in her workspace. She remained low-key, wearing a hat and mask like an ordinary office worker. She noticed that between 3:30 and 4 p.m., she would always see Jiang Feng hurrying past the alley entrance, heading towards the nearby kindergarten. Once, she even saw Jiang Feng squat down and tightly hug a little girl, Xiaoman, who was running out of the kindergarten, his face beaming with an undisguised, pure smile of happiness. That scene was more impactful than any delicious food. Yiwei understood why the restaurant was closed in the afternoon, to pick up her daughter. This realization subtly elevated her opinion of Jiang Feng. A father who prioritizes time with his family during the prime of his career deserves respect. This also explains why he could infuse his food with that unique, heartfelt care. She recorded these fragments of observation, not as an article, but more like a personal reflection notebook. The title is The Philosophy of Time Behind the Warm Fragrance at the Alleyway. However, her frequent chance encounters seemed to have caught Jiang Feng's attention. Several times, while she was quietly eating, she could feel Jiang Feng's gaze lingering on her for a moment. Although he didn't say anything, Yue's anonymous shop visit status seemed to be at risk of being exposed. She began to wonder if she had been staying in the shop for too long, or if her observations of the shop's details were too meticulous, arousing Jiang Feng's suspicion. She remembered one time when she sat in a corner, holding a cup of coffee, pretending to read a book, but actually her eyes were constantly scanning every corner of the shop, observing the customers' reactions and the staff's service attitude. She noticed Jiang Feng's busy figure behind the counter, his eyes occasionally glancing at her unintentionally, as if assessing every little movement of this regular customer. On another occasion, while she was sampling the shop's signature desserts, Jiang Feng personally came over to ask for her opinion. She tried to remain calm, offering a few suggestions in a critical tone, attempting to appear like an ordinary customer. But Jiang Feng seemed particularly interested in her opinions, even taking notes in his notebook. Her heart raced, fearing her identity would be exposed. She began to recall if she had inadvertently left any clues, such as consistently ordering the same few items or making overly technical comments about the shop's layout and decorations. Yue realized that if she continued to bump into Jiang Feng so frequently, her anonymous store visit operation would be exposed sooner or later. She had to change her strategy. Perhaps she should reduce the number of times she visited the store, or change her appearance and behavior to avoid attracting more attention. She began to think about how to continue her store visit mission without arousing suspicion, while gathering more valuable information about the store. She knew that only by keeping a low profile could she better complete her work and protect her identity from being discovered. However, her frequent chance encounters seemed to have caught Jiang Feng's attention. Several times, while she was quietly eating, she could feel Jiang Feng's gaze lingering on her for a moment. Although he didn't say anything, Yue's anonymous shop visit status seemed to be at risk of being exposed. She began to wonder if she had been staying in the shop for too long, or if her observations of the shop's details were too meticulous, arousing Jiang Feng's suspicion. She remembered one time when she sat in a corner, holding a cup of coffee, pretending to read a book, but actually her eyes were constantly scanning every corner of the shop, observing the customers' reactions and the staff's service attitude. She noticed Jiang Feng's busy figure behind the counter, his eyes occasionally glancing at her unintentionally, as if assessing every little movement of this regular customer. On another occasion, while she was sampling the shop's signature desserts, Jiang Feng personally came over to ask for her opinion. She tried to remain calm, offering a few suggestions in a critical tone, attempting to appear like an ordinary customer. But Jiang Feng seemed particularly interested in her opinions, even taking notes in his notebook. Her heart raced, fearing her identity would be exposed. She began to recall if she had inadvertently left any clues, such as consistently ordering the same few items or making overly technical comments about the shop's layout and decorations. Yue realized that if she continued to bump into Jiang Feng so frequently, her anonymous store visit operation would be exposed sooner or later. She had to change her strategy. Perhaps she should reduce the number of times she visited the store, or change her appearance and behavior to avoid attracting more attention. She began to think about how to continue her store visit mission without arousing suspicion, while gathering more valuable information about the store. She knew that only by keeping a low profile could she better complete her work and protect her identity from being discovered. Jiang Feng did notice the mysterious female diner, who had a cool and aloof demeanor and always appeared during off-peak hours. Her appearances were very regular, either around 8 a.m., just after the morning rush hour, or around 9 a.m., when the food was almost closing time. She always ordered plain noodles or pan-fried buns with cake, then sat quietly in a corner a little further away to finish her meal. She rarely looked at her phone, spending most of her time observing the food carts and the crowd. Her movements were elegant, her table manners refined, yet she ate quickly. Most importantly, those eyes. Jiang Feng felt he'd seen them somewhere before, with a scrutinizing and probing gaze, but not in an unpleasant way. Recalling the sharp questions raised by Weiwei in the group before she quietly left, and Yiwei's precise descriptions in her articles, especially her capture of the environment and details, Jiang Feng gradually formed a vague guess. This person is very likely the famous food blogger at Weiwei's Picky Taste Buds. She is still observing the warm heart account. This discovery left Jiang Feng with mixed feelings. On one hand, Yue's continued attention proved that the value and story of the Warm Heart program still held appeal for her, which was undoubtedly a good thing. On the other hand, this feeling of being observed also brought invisible pressure, especially considering Yue's discerning eyes. Any flaw in himself or his new team could fall into her notice. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. Wasn't Yue's observation a form of encouragement? As long as he maintained quality, managed the business diligently, and protected Xiaoman, what was there to fear? He was even somewhat grateful for the warnings and reflections her previous articles had brought him. Jiang Feng didn't make a point of greeting or testing the waters. He chose to respond to this attention with his actions. Consistent quality. Whether Yue is present or not, every bowl of soup, every piece of cake, and every pan-fried bun is made with utmost care to ensure that they are in the best possible condition under the available resources. Environmental improvements. Food carts are cleaned and maintained more frequently, work surfaces are always tidy, and garbage is sorted more promptly. Xiaolu's attire and hygiene standards are also strictly adhered to. Protecting Xiaoman, we will resolutely refrain from overexploiting Xiaoman's image in group chats or at her stall. We will also be more careful to avoid crowds when picking up Xiaoman. Team spirit. Jiang Feng, Xiaolu, Binggu, and Antli cooperated more smoothly and naturally, creating a positive atmosphere. That morning, Yue came again and ordered a plate of pan-fried buns. When Jiang Feng was frying them, he specially used the latest optimized flour water formula to control the perfect crispy bottom. He packed the steaming, fragrant pan-fried buns into a special paper bag, and instead of having Xiaolu deliver them as usual, he went to Yue's seat himself. Your pan-fried buns, be careful they're hot. Jiang Feng placed the paper bag on the small table in front of her, his tone natural and calm. Yue was slightly taken aback and looked up at Jiang Feng. This was the first time Jiang Feng had spoken directly to her since she started her anonymous shop visits. She couldn't see his expression through the mask, but his eyes were calm and honest, without a trace of inquiry or flattery, as if he were simply treating her like an ordinary regular customer. Thank you. Yue suppressed a slight ripple in her heart and responded calmly. The newly mixed flour water should make the bottom crisper. Try it and see, Jiang Feng added, with a hint of confidence that was barely perceptible, before turning back to the food cart to continue working. Yue watched his retreating figure, then glanced down at the golden, tempting pan-fried buns in the paper bag, their aroma irresistible. She picked one up and gently bit into it. Hot, flavorful broth gushed out, revealing a soft dough, a firm meat filling, and especially that satisfyingly crispy bottom. Perfect. More perfect than any she had ever eaten before. This wasn't just due to the flour and water, it was a testament to the maker's superior skill and mental state. She ate slowly, her opinion of Jiang Feng refreshed once again. He had not only stayed true to his original aspirations, but was also continuously improving. He noticed her observation, but chose to respond in the most frank and powerful way, with the impeccable food itself. As Yue left the alleyway, she glanced back. Jiang Feng was demonstrating to Xiaolu how to pack noodles more quickly, his profile focused intently. Sunlight streamed onto the brand-new Warm Heart food cart and onto the orderly queue of diners in the alley. This tranquil atmosphere and craftsmanship, a testament to the city's bustling atmosphere, touched her even more than her initial awe-inspiring impression. This familiar stranger gradually transformed in her mind from a stay-at-home dad with amazing skills into an entrepreneur with determination, wisdom, and warmth. Perhaps she should reconsider and talk to him in a more formal way? Not as an observer, but as a conversationalist?